And hello everybody and a very good morning. Welcome to Queen's Park in Chesterfield on a very lovely morning, not quite as hot as it's been for much of the last 3 or 4 weeks, but a very pleasant day indeed. Blue skies, white fluffy clouds and a good attendance already in one of the most picturesque grounds in the country. We're just waiting for the two teams to make their way out to the middle. Tell you that Notts will be in the field to begin with. Northamptonshire Steelbacks have won the toss and have chosen to bat first, and Notts Outlaws certainly boosted by the availability of Dylan Pennington. He's been released for this game, not getting any match action in the 100, so Notts welcome back Dylan Pennington, a familiar face to Notts supporters as well in the Northants side. Sammy King makes his Northants debut. Very good morning to you. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, and sat alongside former Warwickshire and Northerns and Notts second 11 leg spinner, very much enjoying
Number 2,
getting his legs out in the sunshine, and that's because you've already had a bit of a disastrous morning. Very good morning, Carl van Vollenhoven.
Good morning, everybody. It's a lovely day.
You've had a whoopsie, haven't you?
Yeah, on my way up here, I decided to stop for some breakfast at the local McDonald's and got myself a coffee and a bacon bap, and I enjoyed it so much I shared it with my shorts. So I had to pop across the road. Thank goodness Marks and Spencer's is just round the corner. Had to pop across the road, walked into Marks and Spencer's. They had none in my size, all extra large, and I'm an absolutely tiny man, so that wouldn't have fit me. So I had to run across to Next, and eventually got myself a pair of shorts to get myself across to the game. So
from overs 1 to 10.
a game full of drama, well, morning full of drama already.
Indeed.
I won't repeat what you said to me on message.
It was short.
It was short.
Let's attend to matters in hand. Notts are in the field, as I say. Brett Hutton is going to open the bowling from the lake end at the far end of the ground. I'll give you the two sides in full in a moment. A couple of big absentees for Northants. Ricardo Vasconcelos and Adi Sharma were notable absentees through injury when their squad was announced yesterday. Sammy King in the Northants starting 11. At the non-strikers end, Luke Proctor, a little bit of a veteran of the county game these days. Long old time since I remember him as a young Lancashire player. It's going to be Miller on strike, and the very parched outfield as we're getting everywhere. It's going to be Hutton to get us underway. Bowling to Miller, and he drives into the offside and fielded by Ben Martindale. More on him in a moment. I'll give you the two sides in full. Not so Freddie McCann, Ben Martindale, Tayyab Tahir, the Pakistan international. I suppose this is a rather unusual home debut for Tayyab Tahir, this being a Notts home game. Asiba Maid, the skipper, Sam Seacher and Kyle Verreynne, Lyndon James, Brett Hutton, Farhan Ahmed, Dylan Pennington and James Hayes, as Hutton, second ball of the match, comes in and bowls, and Miller lets it go through to Verreynne. Northants not necessarily in batting order. We've got names here, there and everywhere on my scorecard, with Vasconcelos and Sharma crossed out. It's Gus Miller and Luke Proctor, Sammy King, Nathan McSweeney, George Bartlett, Stuart van der Merwe, Lewis McManus, the keeper, Rob Keogh, Liam Guthrie, Rafi Weatherall and Yuzvendra Chahal. Our umpires David Milnes and Sue Redfern, as Hutton comes gingerly jogging in. What happened there? Miller wasn't ready. Thankfully, I think that's all it is. I just wondered for a second if Brett Hutton had come down with some ailment, but I don't think it is. And we're all seemingly waiting for something. Not sure what it is. Two slips alongside Kyle Verreynne, a Lyndon James at first, Freddie McCann at second, and we're ready to go again. Third ball of the match. Sent down now and driven crisply, but to the Notts skipper, Hamid at wide-ish mid-off. So what we've got here, Kyle, are the holders between them of two of the three domestic trophies. Notts the long form champions from last year, the Division 1 county champions, the reigning county champions, And we've got Northants, the short form champions. They won, of course, the most recent blast in the middle of July at Edgbaston, their third win in that as Hutton comes in. Bowles and Miller again, very watchful. Pushes it into the offside, fielded again by Martindale, and there's no run. So a little bit of a compromise. They're meeting in List A cricket here.
Yeah, exactly. Who's going to get the best of the middle ground? It's been to Chesterfield once before, played a game, T20 here. It looks a lot bigger than it is. Square's not that big. A hit straight towards the lake end is an almighty blow, though.
Miller, 4 dots so far, make that 5 as he eases this into the offside. Of course, we're getting towards the latter stages of the groups, with each of these two sides having just 2 matches to play after this one. So very, very important that it's wins from here on in for both. Notts sit third. The table says Northants are 8th, but there's only 4 points between them. Notts 3 wins, 2 losses. Northants the other way round, 2 wins and 3 losses. But as I say, only 4 points between the sides, between 2nd and 8th, and that's the end of the over. A maiden from Brett Hutton. Good start from him. Miller wasn't unduly troubled. I think he just blocked all 6 just to ease himself into his day's work. And it's 0 for 0 after 1. And just on that, Notts 3 wins, 2 losses. Northants 2 wins, 3 losses. It's been home rule for both. Notts have won their 3 home matches. 2 at Welbeck, of course, 1 at Trent Bridge. Northants have won their 2 home games. So each side, in a sense, travelling today. And that's where they've been found wanting. Going to be Dylan Pennington, and Kyle will talk you through the second over.
Yep, Pennington's a ball from the pavilion end. Nice to have Dylan back, and really will boost skipper Hamid there in a game that, if they win, pretty much put themselves in pole position to get through the group stages, which will be what Paul Franks and co want to do in this competition. Pennington, who's, as I said, this side of the ground straight is not a very big hit at all, probably about another 15, 20 yards from the 30-yard circle, running in from almost the boundary. But we've got a little bit of a hold up here, as the pavilion is right behind the bowler's arm, and the players will be sitting on the gantry just above the bowler's arm, looking down, and there's a little bit of movement there. So Luke Proctor, well within his right to say, listen chaps, I'm having a bat here. Unless you want early wickets to fall, can you sit down please? Dylan Pennington running away from us is in, and getting Proctor to defend off the front foot. So we've had 7 balls and we've had 7 dots, and once again a nice stable start as Sue Redfern just fixes the bails.
See, you said it differently to me there. I said really Notts need to win. You said if they win today they're very much in pole position. That would make them yet 4 wins, 2 losses. Still got to go to Cheltenham to face Gloucestershire and to the Oval to face Surrey. I think they have to win today, Notts. Yeah, you can look at it that way. Pennington in and down the leg side. He's going to have to re-bowl them. So the first runs of the day, wide. And I suppose flip it round the other way. If Northants lost, it would be their 4th defeat, and they'd probably find it very difficult. To say, there's a whole cluster of sides separated by just 4 points. Yeah, it's very, very tight at the top there. One bad game, or you can see yourself slip outside qualification. Pennington in, and Proctor defends this one, and won't be a run here. So yet to have a run off the bat. This is again really, really good stuff from Notts. They've been incredibly disciplined with ball in hand all tournament, really. 2 openers have been absolutely phenomenal. Just seen on my notifications, the first wicket to go down anywhere in the 11 o'clocks, not in the Metro Bank, but in the international match, Scotland playing Canada. George Munsey's been bowled, 2nd ball of the match against Canada, out for 0. George Munsey, of course, played a couple of matches. Pennington in, and Proctor's just flashing this one outside off, and it goes through to Verena. It's a nice ball, that.
guess the one thing that potentially always professional sides will think of and do quite a lot of research is what the wicket's going to play like here. Of course, Notts have played here before, never as a home side, obviously, but would have played here before against Derby. So it'd be very, very interesting to see how the wicket plays here. Run score is always good, and this is defended again by Proctor. So very, very good start this from Pennington, another dot ball.
Yeah, there's not been a List A match here played for 4 years, and I tell you the scores, maybe that's a factor why. In 2022, Derbyshire were bowled out for 109, and Yorkshire got over the line 110 for 9, a 1-wicket win chasing 110. So,
thriller.
Well, some would say that, I suppose, but maybe that's a factor why there hasn't been a one-day game here for 4 years. I don't know.
Pennington in full, and this is turned round the corner. It'll be the first runs of the bat for Northants. So Proctor gets himself off the mark. Score moves to 2, and 2 coming from this over. 1 ball remaining.
Notts haven't played here since a county championship match in 2007. Stephen Fleming very much in the news over the last few days. Hit 243 for Notts then, but they haven't played any List A matches here since the 60s and 70s.
Pennington in, and this is inside edge on that one. Nice appeal, but Sue Redfern not getting her finger up. So that will be the end of the second over. Nice tidy over, 2 coming from that. The end of the second over. Steelbacks are 2 for no loss.
Yep, good enough start for Dylan Pennington. One slid away down the leg side with the left-handed Proctor on strike, but all the rest of the deliveries nicely on the money. Luke Proctor has the only run scored from the bat so far. He's 38 years of age now, Luke Proctor. Born in Oldham. His highest score in this form of the game came for Lancashire 16 years ago when he made 97. His last 50 came 7 years ago. No Ricardo Vasconcelos today for the Steelbacks, nor Adi Sharma. But they do have a man in form at the non-strikers end in Miller. There's Hutton. Had 3 years with Northants. Between that long unbroken spell otherwise with Notts, and the first ball that Proctor faces from Hutton is pushed back to him. Yes, at the non-strikers end, the magnificent Augustus Horatio Miller, very much a man in form. Got 115 for Northants on Sunday, Gus Miller. Little beat from the golf buggy, I think, to our right. I think he's leaned on the horn there because he's sheepishly smiling. There's that members of the ground staff in there. It's just chipped down the ground for runs by Proctor. It'll probably run away towards the advertising boards. It was nothing more than a gentle chip back past Hutton. Chase for a Mead, but the ball was into the advertising boards before he could even get halfway there. 4 runs. Takes Northants on to 6 with Outlaws. Occasionally as well, Carl, you'll be excited about this. You'll hear a little toot toot as the train goes round the park. There's a little train for members of the public to hop on.
I thought that's why Brett Hutton stopped the ball a couple overs before, because I heard a big toot toot and I thought maybe he's just out of courtesy stopping for the train.
Don't think so. In again to Proctor. Decided not to go hard at that one as it goes through to the keeper. So in this group today, Lancashire playing Gloucestershire at Old Trafford. There's an early wicket there for Lancashire. Gloucestershire are 7 for 1. And then the other 2 matches in this group both start a little later on. Leicestershire-Warwickshire starts at 2 o'clock at Leicester, and Somerset-Surrey, which is a big one, starts at 2 o'clock at Taunton. There's 4 matches in the other group as well. We'll bring you up to speed a little later on as Hutton in bowls, and that's absolutely smashed away onto the leg side. Poor fielding there by the gent, just a little slow to get out of his deck chair. Ball was already over the ropes, and it's not a great throw either back in, is it, from the spectator away to our right. But a solidly pulled stroke of conviction from Luke Proctor, and the Steelbacks are into double figures, and Luke Proctor's got 9 of them.
Yeah, big over this. 8 coming from it straight away. Proctor looking to be the aggressor.
Houghton in again, and a little bit of a waft at that through to Kyle Verena, not telling tales, but Kyle's got a one finger with plenty of sticking plaster and what have you on there. He's got a very sore nail, and it gets all sort of unsightly under the nail. I won't say it's bleeding, because it's not, but it's giving him a little bit of jip. He got one on the end of the finger in the last match. Little play and a miss from Proctor, went hard at that one, shaping away from him from the right hand at Hutton. We're through 3 overs here at Chesterfield on the Nottinghamshire live stream, and Northamptonshire, who won the toss through their skipper Nathan McSweeney, are 10 with Outlaws. If you want to get in touch, hopefully we'll get the emails booted up and working, and more than that, we'll remember to check in the junk folder as well. Apologies to 1 or 2 people in the last couple of times we've done this. Their emails, for whatever reason, have ended up in the junk folder, and I've not seen them until afterwards. But bracecricket@icloud.com. Jason Ramsey was the latest to end up in the junk folder, and I've apologised.
Pennington in, and it's a big booming drive outside the off stump there by Miller. Flies through to Verena. Yeah, nice day, not too hot, not too cold. Expecting probably about highs of 25 degrees, so a lovely day. Come out and watch on spectacular Friday. The ice cream man is Mr. Whippy's out there in the corner.
There's one to our left, and there's one at away at deep mid wicket as we look from this end.
Pennington in, and this is outside the off stump, and a play and miss again. A little bit of nibble around there. That's good bowling, that, from Dylan Pennington.
Now, I know you well enough to know if you've had a success at a ground or not, because you tend to dwell on it a time or two. You very quickly brushed on from the fact that, yeah, I've played here, Dave, and then you moved on to another subject. So
it was a T20 for MCC, and I captained. I got 35 not outs and a little 1-wicket haul, and we won.
That's worth
always worth a mention. Pennington in, and this is pushed down to Hutton at mid-on, no run.
So you're an MCC captain?
Well, I captained that game. I wouldn't say I'm an MCC captain.
Well, I would say if I'd captained the MC, not the young cricketers. This was the
no, just the MCC. Obviously, they play a number of different games around the country, and I'm actually playing in one on Tuesday. And
well, hang on, we'll get to that in a minute. But was there anybody that we would have heard of playing in that game?
Yes, Toby Petman.
Toby Petman.
Toby Petman played. He bowled from this end as well. Pennington in, and this is defended. No run.
How long ago was this then?
This was last year,
right.
April, I believe.
And who were you playing?
We played against Chesterfield.
Okay.
Yeah, we played against Chesterfield. I was very pleased that Slats didn't turn up and play. That could have been a tough captaincy. But
and did he have the old egg and bacon colours on and all that?
Yeah. So the play.
Do you have a blazer?
No. I've got an MCC Young Cricketers blazer, but not a blazer. Hopefully get accepted into the great club later this year after doing 2 years probation, which get myself to Lords, as this is play and miss outside the off stump, and Pennington's got it on an absolute string here. Miller needs to get off strike because he's bowling nicking balls. Really good bowling that by Dylan Pennington.
You get a good number of complimentary tickets, don't you? When you're yeah. Well done, mate. Done, mate.
Oh, this is the nicest Dave's ever been to me.
So you said you've got an MCC game this week. We'll come back to the One Day Cup in a moment, but this is uncharted territory before.
I know we've got an MCC game against Spondon in Derbyshire.
Oh, that's not far away.
That's not far away at all. It's Pennington's in, and this is defended off the front foot. No run. Now that is a lovely ground. Very, very small straight, but it spins. But a little bit. We'll go back to this cricket game for this. A moment, as that was a maiden over from Dylan Pennington. It's 10 for no loss.
Yeah, we had 2 maidens as well, one from each, and we've had 2 boundaries. So Northamptonshire easing into their day's work. Of course, I'm sure you're all familiar with the setup for this. Oh, there we go. There's the little toot toot from the train. What will it be? What will it be? How much do you reckon for a ride round the park in the little toot toot train? £5?
It's got to be a £5.
£2?
The key will be if we can still commentate while they go round.
It'll be nice to... No, we're not going to be able to see it, are we? Here's Hutton from the lake end. Bowles, lovely delivery, squares Luke Proctor up. Goes through to the keeper. Many times in my long broadcasting career I've shown my ignorance in a lot of subjects, and one that often it frustrates me, to be honest. It frustrates me. One is trees, because if you know your trees, this is the perfect spot to look out from, because there must be a dozen different types of tree out there, and I don't know what any of them are. As Hutton bowls nice looking shot from the left-handed Proctor up to wideish mid-off, and there's no run. Beautiful
trees all around the ground as well. Big. Again, I'd love to know what trees, if anyone's around here at Chesterfield and can tell us. I know what an oak tree looks like, and I know what a pine tree looks like, but that's about it. I don't think there are any of those lying about. But yeah, really beautiful trees that sort of surround the entire ground. It's a field of green.
It's a great setting. It really is a great setting. Hutton. Toot toot. Bowls now cut away by Luke Proctor to point to Ben Martindale, who's actually the most familiar with this ground of the current Nott side, and that he's been playing for Chesterfield in club cricket this year. 12 matches for Chesterfield this season in the Derbyshire Premier League. Top score of 80. Not been going that well, he said, as I saw Ben this morning. I pulled in next to him and James Hayes as they pulled up. A very extensive car park here, just behind us, as Proctor eases us into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, I due to the mishap with my shorts, I've had to park sort of on the other side of the ground, and as I was driving, and I was thinking, getting out could be an absolute nightmare this afternoon. One gate in, one gate out for that.
Oh, you'll be all right.
Parking lot.
You'll be all right. By the time you bought me a couple of orange squashes, they'll all have gone. Hutton bowls, and again we're not behind the arm. We're actually at fine leg here, but it did look as if Proctor read the wrong line there. He's trying to whip it away to leg, and the ball seemed to be well outside off.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's from first glances, and we're only 4.5 overs in or so, but doesn't look like the truest of wickets, what they say, a real flat wicket. Looks like it's just doing a little bit with the new ball, whether that's Brett Hutton, Dylan Pennington's fantastic bowling, or the wicket's just a little bit difficult to bat on.
Hutton past David Milnes, and this is slashed away for 4. Proctor's fed on that one, just too much width offered. Nice looking shot, effectively put away for a third boundary from Luke Proctor. Hutton seeing his hopes of a second maiden dashed. It's not exactly a all guns blazing start from Northamptonshire. They're easing into their day's work, and they've still got their 2 openers together. They're 14 without loss after 5. The rest of the Notts bowling lineup, of course, James Hayes and Lyndon James, the seamers. There'll be Farhan Ahmed with his off spinners, and suspect a couple of overs, 2 of Freddie McCann's twirls as well. Never seems to get too many overs, Freddie, unfortunately.
Pennington so continues getting this off the outside edge of Miller's bat, and it'll go down to 3rd.
He's away. Gus Miller's away.
Yep, he gets off the mark, so he gets the first runs to his name. A lovely Friday. Good number of patrons in today, all around the ground. Way to our left, there's a bit of a grass bank up and leading to those trees that we spoke about earlier. On the right hand side, just no bank but a road that goes around the ground, and that's pretty packed as well. As Pennington in, and Proctor's driven this beautifully. That's a gorgeous, gorgeous looking shot, and it goes away to our groundsman, who, in all fairness, have fielded that well. Clean pick up and a throw on the bounce to Brett Hutton. So Proctor moves to 17. He's got 17 of the 19, and there's been a wide. So very much coming off the Luke Proctor bat here. It's a very, very lovely looking cricket shot, that. One of the shots most batters love to play early on in their innings, or whenever really, is this next ball is dragged back a little bit in length by Pennington, and it's getting Proctor just to defend this out towards backward point.
I was just laughing at the latest Northants boundary and the latest cheer. You perhaps made it out on the effects microphone. We're not too far away from the Northants lads, and it's always nice, I guess, when you're out in the middle and you play a nice stroke to hear your teammates supporting you. But they're all going up as one.
Pennington. This is turned around the corner, and that will be 4 more. So that's a lovely shot. Just shows you how quick this outfield is. It flies away here. You really do get value for runs. At the moment, Proctor looks in fine form and looks like he's got the bit between his teeth to cash in today on what looks like a nice day to score some runs with this really dry weather.
Yeah, Dylan Pennington just playing his second match in the competition, played in the game at Trent Bridge against Leicestershire, where he took 1 for 25, 9.2 overs he bowled.
Pennington is now getting Proctor just a play and miss outside the off stump, a little bit of nibble away from the left hand, I beg your pardon. It's a better length that by Dylan. Definitely a little bit in it for the bowlers, that is for sure. I think quite a few play and misses to go along with the 4 boundaries that Proctor has struck so far.
These two will get a little bit of movement while the ball is still new and hard, but I wouldn't imagine it'll last for too long, would you?
No, not when it hasn't rained for so long, as this is full, and Pennington's done very, very well to get a fingertip on that. Otherwise, that was 4 runs. Hit really firmly, that by Proctor, straight back at the bowler, and Pennington's done really, really well to get anything on that. Saved 3, that is for sure. The end of that one is 24 for no loss. Proctor 22 of those 24.
Yeah, 10 from that over from Dylan Pennington. It was time, I think, for Northants just to try and increase the scoring rate. 24 with Outlaws. Northants, as I say, have won their 2 home matches. They've lost 3 matches on their travels. This competition, of course, starting was 3 or 4 days after they'd won the Blast. Terrific day at Edgbaston for them, beating Somerset and then Hampshire. As Hutton bowls one that's left alone, goes through to Kyle Verena. Lots bowing out in the semi-final to Hampshire, who were then well beaten by Northants in the final.
Yeah, Northants' first northern side to win the Blast since Notts. We were speaking about that, weren't we?
Yeah.
2020 was the last time Notts won the Blast.
They had 2 wins in this competition, been against Warwickshire and Lancashire, and they've lost on their travels to Surrey, Kent and Leicester. As Proctor eases this back to the bowler. This particular fixture, Northants had the better of it over the years. 35 wins to Northamptonshire, 27 to Notts. That's across all the different one-day competitions, and it's a competition that's seen them face each other all over the place. Just had Derbyshire to the list now. They've met at all sorts of different venues over the years, particularly in the John Player League, as Proctor gets up high on his tiptoes, punches this to mid-off, and there's no run. They've played in Bedfordshire, Buckinghamshire, Cambridgeshire, Lincolnshire, Greater London, of course, the Lord's final, as well as in Northampton, Notts, and add Derbyshire to the list today. That famous final in 1987, famous as far as Notts are concerned because they lifted the NatWest Trophy. They had to go back on the Monday. Richard Hadley got them home. This is played nicely off his hip by Proctor, out onto the leg side. James Hayes doing the fielding. No Joe Pocklington, of course, for Notts, and he's still their leading wicket taker despite not having played in the previous 2 matches or this one with his foot injury. Took 10 wickets in the first 3 matches, and I think he's got to be considered a huge loss for Notts, as well as, of course, Ben Slater and James and Jack Haynes.
Yeah, that would be a real disappointment.
Hutton in again. Miller advancing forward and gets an edge on that one. Finger of David Milnes is raised, and Kyle Verreynne takes the catch. Brett Hutton dismisses Gus Miller, made just 1, and the breakthrough comes in the 7th over. Northants 25 for 1. Miller caught Verreynne, bowled Hutton for just a single.
Yeah, it's a lovely ball
Gus Miller
from Hudson.
One caught by Kyle Verreynne off the bowling of Brett Hutton.
Compete with the tannoyed man sat next to me, but that's a really good ball. Just got it to leave Miller slightly, and Verreynne he's taken a lot better catches than that and a lot more difficult catches than that. Simple one that comes straight through to the South African international. And Notts off to a very good start as well. Sammy King walks out. Very tall Sammy King, former Notts player,
is Sam King,
who left at the end of last season, playing his cricket down in Cornwall now. He's done really well there for Cornwall itself, and then club cricket, I believe he's done quite nicely. Him and Ben Marsden are very good friends as well. So
yeah, he's been playing in Penzance,
yeah.
And so it's all come about rather quickly. He got in touch, had a bit of a chat, and he's had a number of conversations over the last fortnight, and he said certainly towards the end of the season, Northants were going to have a more meaningful chat about if there was a route forward for him. And then suddenly, obviously, with the injury of 2 of their top 3, Adi Sharma and Ricardo Vasconcelos, that chat they were going to have at the end of the season was very quickly, can you get to Queen's Park, Chesterfield, and make your Northants debut? So he's out there in the pale blue shirt, no name or number. He wore number 1 with Notts, played 6 or 7 times for Notts in List A cricket. Lovely to see him out there against bowlers he'll be very familiar with, as Hutton comes in, bowls and gets a good one. First ball that nipped back, actually beat him on the outside, and Verreynne had to throw himself to his left to take the ever dropping ball. End of a successful over, 1 from it and the wicket. Miller out for a single in the 7th. Northants 25 for 1.
yeah, Brett Hutton looks tricky. It's just that length that's causing the batters quite a bit of trouble here. Notts just need to hold that as long as possible. Proctor's looked very dangerous, but get him, you never quite know. Obviously, Notts, as Dave said, a must-win game really. Last, I guess, home game we'll call it for them this competition, unless they progress. Pennington into Proctor, who's turning this around the corner. Farhan Ahmed will do the chasing, won't be able to keep that to a single.
Yeah, fella backing up there, number 66.
Just going to speak about him.
I want to get you stood next to him a little later on. I reckon he's not very tall. I reckon he's probably only about 3 or 4 inches taller than you.
Oh no, there's no chance.
I reckon he is.
Well, I tell you, he played for, or still plays for, Woodhill Spa.
Woodhall Spa in
Woodhill
Lincolnshire.
Spa, yeah. We've got them on Sunday. Pennington in, and this is
Have you?
played down to third. We're going to get through for a single. Yes, as mentioned, we're not T20 champions. And now we've got regional finals day at Woollerton this Sunday. And I was and he's been absolutely whacking
Yes.
it to all parts of Lincolnshire.
Well, there you go. Look what I've got written down here.
He's averaging 86 for Woodhill Spa. There we go. 400. It would have been 5 after this Sunday if I had to bowl at him. 200.
Best of 215 this season.
And the fact that he will hope or shouldn't be available this Sunday is music to my ears. As Pennington in, and this is full, and Sammy King defends this out to our famous tie-up to here. No run. Yeah, absolutely ecstatic he will not be playing.
You wouldn't seriously have turned your arm over against him, surely. He's a proper player.
No, I wouldn't have. Everyone, as soon as he got out, I would have bowled. No, so yeah, I'm very, very glad that there were a lot of messages on the Woollerton group when Notts announced the signing of tie-up to here to say we don't have to play against him. We don't have to play against him. That's really good news. As Pennington in, this is off the thigh pad, I believe, of Sammy King, who is heads and shoulders taller than me and tie-up to here.
Yeah, well, I can confirm that Notts are away at Cheltenham on Sunday against Gloucestershire. So tie-up to here is scheduled to play for Notts in that one.
It's also very, very pleasant because we're playing against Carrington Cavaliers on Saturday, which means we won't get Farhan Ahmed either. So really positive weekend ahead. I'll tell you how it goes. Probably not much better. There's a straw ball and it's sconned him. Oh, nasty. I think it's hit him on the back. I'm not sure that's hit him on the helmet. Otherwise, we'd have the physio out there. But it's definitely caught a pound of Sammy King's flesh. Welcome back to playing against Notts. I was going to say welcome back to Nottinghamshire, but we're not in Nottinghamshire.
Now, is that a misread of the line and length, or is that second guessing what Pennington was going to do there and getting it all wrong?
I think it's a little bit of a misreading of line and length that from Sammy King. Pennington in goes short again, and this time defended by Sammy King off the back foot, so yet to get off the mark. And it's another good over. 28 for no loss, 28 for one, I beg your pardon, after 8.
Yep, Northants aren't going to get through the power play without any damage now, but I'll be desperate to see the first signs of a partnership here. The other match in the group, Gloucestershire are 32 for 1 in the 9th at Old Trafford against Lancashire. They lost James Bracey early on in that one. In the other group, Essex have made a fine start. They're 53 without loss at Cardiff against Glamorgan. Derbyshire are away against Yorkshire. I think that's at Scarborough it is. Derbyshire 32 without loss in the 9th. And later on in that group, Durham play Middlesex, Sussex play Worcestershire. Houghton into Proctor. Seem to be doing an awful lot of moving and crouching and bending and flexing as Houghton was coming into bowl, but gets into a position to turn it onto the leg side. Mead will field, and now Brett Houghton can have a bowl at Sammy King. 29 for 1. Houghton had 3 years with Northants, left after the 2017 season. Played down at Wantage Road 2018-2019 and wasn't really involved in the COVID year as Sammy King thrust bat and pad forward and keeps the bowler out. And started 2021. He was back at Trent Bridge. Made his debut for Notts on the pre-season match, the Champion County game in 2011 against the MCC, funnily enough, in Abu Dhabi, the pink ball game. During that first period, 2011 to 2017, obviously had to earn his stripes and was repeatedly left out when Broad and Co would come back from international duty. There's a bit of fielding there from tie-up to here. There's no run. Sammy Seatrim next to him. Notts have got a 96 Citroen. They've got a 97 in Verena. They've got a 99 in Hamid out there. And they've got a 66 in Tayyab Tahir. I think he's the first to wear that number since Billy Root, who had that at some stage during his Notts career, as Sammy King pushes this into the offside and Sam Citroen does the fielding.
You don't often see such high numbers on a cricket field, do you?
Well, in the 90s, I think, certainly Verena's
always been 97.
He's put me right on his reasons behind having 97, that he was born that year, quite simply. .29 for one. Hutton ball's now forced into the offside. That's good from Tayyab Tahir. Good bit of fielding indeed. They took a sharp single and Tayyab Tahir, call me T, Dave, he said, just call me T, rolled away there, and he was alive to the possibility, or very much aware that they were scampering a single, so shied at the stumps even though Verena couldn't get there. Sue Redfern on hand, but they get the single, and I mean, Sammy King's away. 30 for one. Nice for the returning old boy to get off the mark.
Yep. That will settle some nerves. Definitely would have had some nerves knowing that he's making his debut against his former side.
Houghton passed on by Mills, and Luke Proctor chops this to backward point, and there's no run. Some very good players in this Northants side. Nathan McSweeney due in next. 3 test matches for Australia in relatively recent time, against India in 2024. Plays in the Big Bash for the Brisbane Heat. George Bartlett, who's got a fine record against Notts in the longer form, couple of centuries that I can remember from his Somerset days. Stuart van der Merwe, who's not one that I would know, but you must know him because he's a South African.
Don't actually know him.
Crikey.
But I do know that Northamptonshire have a very, very proud record of South Africans at their club.
He's 21, born in Pretoria, left-hand back.
Pennington in, and this is turned around the corner by Sammy King. Let me find out what school he went to.
I don't know. You know, all South Africans, we've established that in earlier commentaries, and you know all the leg spinners. So do you know Yuzi Chahal?
I am so excited. I can't. I'm gonna go and fanboy him in a little bit. I'm honestly so excited. You have no idea. On after his shirt and everything, I can't wait.
Well, he won't want yours. Give him those old shorts.
I might as well. Pennington in, and this is turned around the corner, and very good fielding by Ben Martindale. He's saved 3 runs there, diving stop. Yeah, I'm going to ask for a shirt. What a player. I'm so excited.
It's a shame it's not the last match in the group. Or
he must have tons of those. Hopefully he's brought his RCB helmet as well. I just can't. I want to have a conversation with him. Really am excited to commentate on Yuvi Chahal.
Well, do you know Sammy? I mean, Sammy's your way in, isn't it? But it's his debut, so I doubt Sammy knows him very well either.
I know Sammy. I'm going to beg him. Steal a shirt for me, please, as this was turned around the corner to Farhan Ahmed. Yeah, really am excited to watch Yuvi. I think he's an absolutely phenomenal leg spinner. I really do. India internationals played, goodness me, countless games of international cricket. Played for obviously RCB, Rajasthan Royals. The list goes on and then on some more.
Could he rescue your career at this late stage, do you think?
I don't know. Is
he that good?
No one's that good. No one can rescue my career, but yeah, just really good bowler. This is pushed down to 3rd man by Proctor. Moves to 28, score to 32. Yeah, I think from a leg spinning point of view, in terms of being being a little bit technical here, he's got such a lovely action. As little can go wrong as possible, nice and simple. His variations are lovely. You know, just really nice cricketer to watch from a coaching perspective. And from a technical perspective, youngsters copy him. This is defended off the back foot by Sammy King. So really looking forward to watching him. But yeah, there's been a lot of South Africans at the Steelbacks, haven't there? Obviously Ryan Rickleton, he's one that played here. Ricardo Vasconcelos played against him growing up through the years. So those are the two that come to mind straight away. And then obviously Stuart van der Merwe, another one to add to that list. That is Zimbabwean as well. Ben Curran, no, he's not a South African, but another Zimbabwean. Recently would have played with Brett Hudson a couple years ago, as this is pushed outside the off stump and feather of that. Nearly Sammy King, as Stu Redfern just waving away. It's the end of the over. I'm not quite sure why. Stu Redfern is wondering if that is potentially one ball left in the over or not, but no. So the end of that one is 32 for 1 after 9.
After 10, that's the, that's the end of the power play. We're done through the first 10 overs of bowling restrictions.
The Steelbacks are 32 for 1. Maximum of 4 players are outside the fielding circle. For power play 2 from overs 11 to 40.
There we are, the Tannoy announcer just to our right, just relaying the regulations. 4 fielders now allowed outside the circle. James Hayes just in front of us at, well, he was at fine leg, he's been moved round a little square at a long leg. He's asking for a drink to be brought on the boundary edge from one of the backups. Sam Wood not playing today, nor Byron Hatton-Lowe or Tom Giles. I think it's Tom Giles who's on drinks duty at the moment. Here's Hutton. Bowls to Proctor. That's a good stop from Hutton. He'll be annoyed that they've got a single. He'll be pleased that he's done well to stretch to his left to save 3 runs. And it is Tom Giles on drinks duty for the Outlaws today. You can see under his pale pink bib the number 48 there, and he's just brought a drink out for James Hayes, who's not exactly done enough to warrant a drink yet, but
no,
I'm sure he'll be into the attack before too long. Don't know as Pennington will have any more from this end for now.
No, I'm sure it will be Hayes to follow Pennington.
Having a good competition, James Hayes played in all the matches, 8 wickets so far. He'll be meeting up with some familiar faces on Sunday, because of course he played on loan for Gloucestershire in the Blast, so we'll be looking forward to getting down to Cheltenham. Was really looking forward to going down to that one, but the Mansfield Town game is now on the Sunday, so I'll be commentating on that one on Sunday. Here's Hutton into the right-handed Sammy King. He's this into the offside, and there's no run. So mentioned Nathan.
They're going to have a half-time show at Mansfield this Sunday.
I wouldn't have thought so. No. Might have some hydration breaks. They're the current fad, aren't they? McSweeney, Bartlett and Van der Merwe make up the top 6. Lewis McManus, the keeper. Rob Keogh, too good to be batting at 8. Liam Guthrie, Revi Weatherall and Yuzvendra Chahal as Hutton bowls. Sammy King deflects this fine, and this might be his first boundary for Northants. Will it? No, it's been nicely cut off. Good work from Farhan Ahmed, and they'll come back for a couple. Strong throw as well, which came at an awkward height for Verena. Good fielding from Farhan. 2 more to the tally. Sammy King on to 4. Northants 35 for 1 for Northants followers. I can tell you that Andrew Radd is in the house, and he'll pop by to join us in a short while. After 20 overs, he's going to come and do a bit as this one down the leg side, and David Milnes stretches his arms out. Rare loose delivery from Brett Hutton, leg side wide. Stanley Cosford has been in touch. Thank you, Stan. Mention it in just a second as we hear the train toot-tooting as it goes round the park.
Could be my favourite thing I've heard you say, that, toot-toot.
Hutton balls. Bit of a grunt as usual from Brett Hutton as Sammy King plays it on the leg side. Stanley says, morning Dave, it looks a beautiful day in Chesterfield. Unfortunately not able to get to any of the one-dayers this year. Would love to know where Ben Slater is, missing from his home ground. Taking a coffee break in our sunny Norfolk Broads home and watching the live stream. You do a great job, many thanks. From Norfolk, Sheila and Stanley. Yeah, picked up an injury in the second match at Welbeck. Was running down around the boundary edge and pulled up, and hamstring injury keeping him out at the moment as King pushes this up to mid-off, and there's no run. I'm hoping he'll be on the ground today. Stanley and everybody asking about Ben. I've seen his dad. I know his dad's here. I'm hoping Ben's here. If you are at home and coming along later, you'll pop by and say hello, and maybe we can get you on and get an update. Ben, I would imagine he'll be in the ground. He's not going to miss this one. I'm sure he's not going to miss this one. We'll try and bring you some updates on the other injured players as well if we are able to, as Sam King turns this onto the leg side for a single, and we're through the 11th over. The overs seem to be
flying
ticking
along
by quite nicely, and then you look at the watch, and we've had 48 minutes, only 11 overs. Maybe they're not flying by as quickly as we thought. 37 for one after 11. Nice grassy bank away to our left that the spectators have.
Bowling from the pavilion end, number 13, James
Hayes is coming on, as you can hear. Have chosen to pack out. Those that have brought their own deck chairs, those that have taken one of the early seats as they got in the ground on that bank. Brett Hutton coming off for a little comfort break, and Sam Wood is out there as a sub-fielder, number 19.
Byron Attenloe's also on there, so Dylan Pennington's also just come off.
Yeah, both bowlers have come off, so
these fast bowlers.
Going to be a double change then, you'd imagine, with Hayes on at this end, and almost certainly you'd imagine Lyndon James from the far end.
You don't see spinners do that, do you, Dave? Fast bowlers that come off and have a rest. James Hayes.
They're actually putting in some effort, unlike you one-step merchants.
Hayes from the pavilion end. First change in bowling, we're in the number 13. Comes in and fires this one down the leg side. Sammy King would have faced a lot of James Hayes growing up together, really. That high performance academy together.
Patrick Anderson says, Dave, forgive the naive question, why are some of them wearing black armbands? Is it still for Sir Garfield? I've got the binoculars and I can't see anybody wearing...
James Hayes is, well, he was. Hayes is in, and this is full, and Sammy King defends this. No run. Try find out.
I can't see anybody wearing a black armband. Yeah, it's just maybe the sponsor's logo. Ben Martindale has got black sleeves on, if you like. The black, well, either an undervest or black sleeves.
Hayes in, goes down the leg side again, and just hasn't quite got the radar on so far. Couple down the leg side to start.
Sometimes, obviously, in everybody's life, there's obviously a reason to remember somebody, and occasionally you'll have a player wear one on his own. But as far as I'm aware and can see, there's nobody with a black armband on out there in the middle.
Hayes goes full, and King drives firmly through the covers for 4. It's a lovely shot by Sammy King, and that will be a glorious way to get one up on your old teammate. Lovely shot. He moves to 9, 43 for 1. He hasn't quite found his straps so far.
Suzanne's been in touch, Suzanne Martin. Still can't cure my Metrobank fever, so I'm spending the day watching the live stream in the company of Dave and Kyle.
Hayes in goes full again, and this is pushed firmly towards skipper Hamid. No run.
Suzanne goes on. I can see an ice cream van on the live stream. I hope the cake selection's up to scratch and there's a pizza van for lunch. There's I don't know about the cake, but there's definitely pizza. So
Suzanne, I'm not allowed cake anymore because I spilt it all over our...
You did? All the crumbs?
All the crumbs went all over our little machine where we plug our
radio equipment.
Our headphones into.
One or two more have been in touch.
This one defended by Sammy King and goes to fine or towards square leg where they're able to come through for a single. 44 for 1.
Steve Crawley, might be a challenging day in the outfield for Notts. Dave looks bone hard. Love Queen's Park though. Thank you, Steve. Dave must have sent this a little earlier. I'm on my way, he says. I'm looking forward to ticking off another ground on the circuit. Come on, the Outlaws. Let's win one in Sheepland. Hey, none of that. None of that. They're in Derbyshire, and they've been magnificent hosts up to this point. Let's not upset them.
Hayes in, and this is full, and Proctor getting an inside edge as the 2-2 train comes through. So expensive over so far. 7 coming from it. First change in bowling after the Steelbacks won the toss and elected to have a bat. Lost the early wicket of Gus Miller, courtesy of Mr. Brett Hutton. James Hayes is in, and this is driven, and it beats extra cover, which means they get through for a single. Wood is the substitute fielder who does that fielding, but can't quite stop the single. So at the end of the 12th over, it is 45 for 1, and that was a good one. 8 coming from it.
Yeah, 10 to Sammy King, 30 to Luke Proctor. Paul Harrison, he who knows everything, has been in touch. Thanks, Paul. Appreciate this. Said Dave, the passing of Mike Smedley, former Notts skipper, of course, great man, former president of the club as well. Sadly, we lost Mike Smedley within the last week or two. The flag should be at half-mast for Smed Dave, and the players wearing black armbands for him, so maybe there have been one or two out there with armbands, but if you see any, thank you very much for the info there from Paul Harrison, the recent passing of former Notts skipper and president. Really good man, good player as well back in the day. Smed, Mike Smedley, being remembered quite rightly. It's going to be Lyndon James. He's also, as usual, got those elasticated sleeves on right arm. Medium fast from the lake end, bowls into the pad of Luke Proctor, and they'll take, I think, a leg by Lyndon James in this competition so far. 1 for 36 against Somerset, 3 for 41 from 8 against Warwickshire at Welbeck, 2 for 40 from 9 at Trent Bridge against Leicestershire, 1 for 33 from 7 at Farrington against Lancashire, and he went wicketless but bowled his full allocation at Kent at the weekend. 9 for 62 at Beckenham. That's hit him on the pad and on. And Sammy King goes. Lyndon James only needed a couple of deliveries, and Sammy King is out for 10. Trapped LBW to one that might just have nipped back from outside off stump, and so full it certainly gave the appearance that it was low down, but I think it was pretty full. 46 for 2. Lyndon James with the second wicket of the day.
Yeah, it's a nice ball that, really, from Lyndon James. Just gets one to come back and catches Sammy King caught on the crease.
Out for 10 LBW to Lyndon James.
Yeah, that's another nice start that from Lyndon James. Always nice to pick up a wicket in your first over. And that's a poor, well, a disappointing return to
38, Nathan McSweeney.
The game for Sammy King, unfortunately for him. So it's 46 for 2. Nathan McSweeney, the next player out, and this is a big wicket.
Yeah, I'm just pleased that Sammy King is on the radar of a first-class county, and I'd like to think that he'll get more opportunities with Northants going forward, and something can develop into a bit of a longer-term stay. It's too good a player not to be in the domestic game, in the county structure. But Lyndon James striking as soon as he comes on, that's really important for Notts, the fourth seamer to be introduced. Not yet seen either of the spinners, Farhan Ahmed or indeed Freddie McCann. Lyndon James won 5-wicket haul in List A cricket.
I was one of those. I was just thinking, Lyndon James gets good players out, doesn't he? He really does get good players out. Can't say I played a good shot, but it was a good ball. That's what I'm going to say.
What were you, LBW, bowled?
LBW trying to lap him.
Oh, well.
Oh,
no accounting for stupidity, is there? Here comes Lyndon James then.
Story of my life.
Bowled to the new man, Nathan McSweeney. Nice confident start from the Aussie international. And Steelbacks skipper pushing it down to third, where James Hayes fields. This was at Edgbaston in 2021?
2021 at Edgbaston, yeah. Yeah, after not batted first that day. I can't remember who won the toss. But yeah, thoroughly beat us that day. Courtesy of Ben Slater, 84 I want to say, and Hamid 105.
There's James in, balls to Proctor, been there since the start, and Sweeney came straight away, shy at the stumps from Hamid. I think the other end was the end to go, wasn't it? I know it's sometimes difficult when you're running onto a ball and you've got one glaring target in front of you, but Sweeney came straight away, and Proctor, don't think was alive to the possibility that he was coming initially. A little slow in taking off, had the throw gone to the other end, but as I say, not always that easy. Lyndon James to the Northants skipper, and again he gets one down to Sliceman, James Hayes. Fergus O'Neill saying to one that comes off the outside edge down to third, down to Sliceman. 49 for 2. Northants Steelbacks, the T20 Blast champions, for the third time, matching the feats of Leicestershire and Hampshire as well. Proctor on strike, played very nicely this morning here, turning this down to Hayes, who has a slight misfield, and Byron Hatton Low tidies up for him, and they get another run, and that's the 50th. Just hitting midday at the end of that over, the 13th, and 50 for 2 is the outcome of what we've seen so far. Yeah. In fact, 51 for 2. Got back for the second, of course.
It's still 16 overs an hour, isn't it? It should be.
I think once the spinners are on,
they'll catch up.
Yeah. Elsewhere in this group, Lancashire, Gloucestershire lost another wicket there. 66 for 2 in the 16th at Old Trafford. Leicestershire, Warwickshire, Somerset, Surrey, they're both 2 o'clock starts. In the other group, Essex made a fine start, 91 without loss against Glamorgan in the 15th. Derbyshire 65 without loss against Yorkshire.
Hayes to continue, and this is full, and McSweeney's turning this around, and it flies across the parched outfield. Byron Hatton Low had absolutely no chance in stopping that. That was just a flick, and it has absolutely flown across the floor for 4. That is going to be really, really difficult for the bowlers. Anything that beats the outfield, you just think is 4.
Some very good photographers, cricket photographers on the ground. Gareth Copley amongst them here today. I hope somebody got a shot there of his cap flying off in the other direction.
This next ball full, and this is driven firmly at Farhan Ahmed, who does the fielding. He's just a little bit full so far here. McSweeney has struck that really, really firmly.
Don't know if you noticed that as Hatton Low was running around the boundaries. Cap flew off and frisbeed away behind him. Fresh drinks for the media being brought out. Hospitality is fabulous. No biscuits though. Did you see the look? Did you? Oh, I'm in that lady's black books. Crikey me. Biscuits.
More on biscuits in a minute. Hayes is in, and this is hit up actually just over Lyndon James. And that was not far away from a very, very big wicket.
Yeah, there's Gareth Copley just mentioned. We're nearly having to do some fielding there. Only just cleared him. Josh Roberts, Dave, it looks like Lyndon James has got an armband on his right arm. Looks like it's sometimes going under his shirt. Good to have the cameras following the ball this game. It was a bone of contention with the games in Lancashire and Kent. They only seem to have the wicket cameras going. Thanks, Josh. So, yes, Mike Smedley, the black armbands.
This is full and again driven. Lyndon James does the fielding.
So our camera operators getting plaudits for following the ball today. Well done, guys.
Good work.
Yeah.
Aaron and co.
Well.
Where is that? Where?
He's gone for a pizza, and I don't know where producer Kirsty is. She just seems to be on a elongated summer holiday. Not seen her for weeks. Producer Kirsty. Aaron running the ship again.
Hayes in, hoping to get direction back, and this is flicked away, and that will be 4. James Hayes hasn't quite got it right today so far. It's another boundary off his bowling, and this is 12 from the over. Now,
nice moment before the start of play today. Paul Franks, the Notts acting head coach, assistant head coach is his real title, has to ring the bell here.
He's in an outside edge, and that, unfortunately, I think is going to go away for another 4. That is very well bowled, and unfortunately, sometimes as a bowler you don't get the reward you deserve, and that time on this occasion is the truth. The end of the over, it's 67 for 2.
Yeah, you never get gently edged or steered to the boundary, though, do you? Your
bludgeon.
Yours only just reached the batter, let alone give him any pace. Yeah, that's one thing in your favour. You never give him any pace to work with.
I know. That's what I'm going to ask Yuvi Chahal when I corner him later. How do you bowl faster? What can I do?
You don't want to bowl faster. You can get your fielders, on the boundary, in front of square on both sides, or in the deep or in the crowd. This is into the pads from Lyndon James. He's already had a little bit of success asking umpire Mills, but not on this occasion. Our scorers today, hi to Roger Marshall and Terry Owen. Terry doing the notching for the Steelbacks. Good to see. We haven't got a designated match referee today on the scorecard. Usually you have one, but Tim Robinson, great Nottinghamshire bat, was out there in the middle. Does a lot of umpiring, assessing and that sort of stuff, so I'd imagine he's fulfilling that role today. Another one into the pads of Proctor, fielded by my mate T. Call me T, Dave. The 6-footer that is tied to here. 67 for 2. Be nice to see him get some runs, actually. Missed out down at Beckenham at the weekend. Be nice to see what all the fuss is about. An established Pakistan top order player in good form in this country in the Links Premier League. Nice to see what he can do for Notts. This one's a top edge over Verena and down to the long stop boundary for 4 as Proctor decides to throw the bat at 1. Where are we, Kyle? We've got the expected acceleration that's come up since about the 5th or 6th over now, and 71 for 2 in the 15th. Well, what are they going to need on here? Top side of 250?
Yeah, definitely. Outfield's so fast. Not the biggest of grounds. I think definitely need more than 250 if you're going to win here.
James in again to Proctor, and he's gone hard at that one, trying to repeat it. Goes through to the keeper. Signals, as always, passed between the two umpires, Sue Redfern and David Milnes. Two of the most experienced in the game in their own ways. Though Sue's not done that many List A matches, men's matches, of course. Back catalogue of women's internationals Stands comparison with anybody, and another play and a miss from Proctor, doing more and more of the men's games. Of course, she's a Nottinghamshire native, and so too is David Milnes. So nice that they've got this particular fixture. But they will, of course, you Northants fans, be absolutely as impartial and as fair as you'd expect. Two of the best around. 71 for 2. Lyndon James to Luke Proctor, and he'll work this on the leg side. Now Mead loses his cap. Generally wears a floppy sun hat, which always falls off, but he's got the cap on today, and now that's come off. The end of the 15th. 72 for 2. 18 to McSweeney and 38 to Luke Proctor. A little bit of cloud just rolling in, but expected to stay reasonably warm and dry, and good to see a number of youngsters round the boundary edge as well, just
from the pavilion end, number
enjoying
7,
themselves.
Farhan Ahmed.
Gonna have a bit of spin.
Yeah, we are. Changing bowling. Young off-spinner Farhan Ahmed into the attack from the pavilion end. Field set, as you would expect, really long off, and the sweep on the offside and deep backward squarer out. You fancy long on will go back as well. Those will be the 4 patrolling. No, it won't. It will be deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, Pennington is he going back? Is he staying? No, he's staying on the disc.
Staying on the disc. So deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. It's almost at a 45 for the sweep. Sweeper on the offside and long off are the men out. Farhan Ahmed stands poised at the top of his mark. First overs of spin to be bowled today. He stands in his squat-like position to start to get us going, and straight away lands on the money. Something that we've become so accustomed to. She's bringing our biscuits. She's bringing your biscuits now, Dave.
Don't you go getting me into trouble.
Yeah, she comes with the biscuits or the cake, maybe, I don't know. I'd have to leave you for a bit as Farhan Ahmed in, and Proctor running down the wicket, pushes this to Pennington, and they come through for a single. Interesting to see now if they're just going to go the same field reversed. Believe they are. So yep, same field, just reversed. Long on will be out. Deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. A sweeper on the offside. Farhan Ahmed changing attack to over the wicket to the right-handed McSweeney, who's on 18. McSweeney lapping us away. So here's going to have to do some work and get back for 2. Moves the score to 75. McSweeney moves to 20 off 9 deliveries. So he's taken absolutely no time to get going at all.
So as a spinner and a captain yourself, instantly, are you bothered about that in playing the cute little deflections, the sweeps and the reverse sweeps, or content that they're only going to get 1 or 2 from it?
Next ball defended off the back foot. I think that's the reason that deep backward square is, or it's almost a deep 45 is set so deep. If it means that he's going to sweep and lap sweep and only get 1 or 2, can probably live with that. If he's picking up boundaries is when you want to start pulling your hair out as a captain. Farhan Ahmed in, and this is just short of a length, and McSweeney off the back foot pushes it down the ground to Sechin, does the fielding. I think with the sweep and reverse sweep, the best thing you can do as a spinner is to try and convince them as best you can that it's an option for 1 and you're not going to pick up a boundary. Very difficult to stop someone from sweeping if they're a good sweeper of the ball. Well, certainly I've always felt that is the case. This one into the pitch again from Farhan Ahmed. He does well to get out of his over. So 76 for 2 at the end of the 16th. Here she comes right to you, Dave. Look
oh my word! This is absolutely magnificent.
This is I will most definitely have. Is it banana bread? Amazing. I'm gonna definitely grab myself a banana bread.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much. This is amazing.
Thank you, my dear. What's your first name, love? Linda. Oh, of course it is. Thank you, Linda. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you very, very much. And Dave, how good is that? I'm going to put myself on mute while I scoff this down and you talk.
That's for your break. That's not for now. Here's Lyndon James from the far end. You can eat it if you want.
Goodness me, that's fantastic.
First ball of this new over is just defended by the Australian Nathan McSweeney. Toot toot. There goes the train.
That is fantastic.
Yes, I literally didn't think you were going to turn your mic off and eat it just then.
I just had to take a bite. It looks delicious and it tastes better than it looks.
Coming in from the far end, Lyndon James bowls. McSweeney turns it on the leg side. They'll scamper through for a single. You weren't there, Kyle. I know you weren't. You were probably still at infant school. But 10 years ago, I was at Trent Bridge, as these two sides fought out the most extraordinary game of cricket in this country, in List A, when Notts made 445 for 8. Ricky Vessels and Michael Lumb put 342 on for the first wicket. Phenomenal stuff from Notts. There's a little bit more to that, as this is punched by Proctor to mid-off. You get 445 for 8, particularly 10 years ago, Kyle.
You win
that by 200. Well, no. Northampton, they frightened the life out of them. They got 425 replying. Rory Kleinfeld, 128 from 63 balls. Got it here.
Another South African.
10 fours and 9 sixes. Rossington, the wicket-keeper. Crikey. Middlesex, ended up at Essex. Rossington, can't remember his first name. He got 97. It's another LBW shout. Didn't look right. And they're going to get overthrows here now. With Tahir coming in and shying at the stumps. With Proctor trying to get back. And has that gone all the way?
It has.
So I think that might be a 5.
No, just a 4. They didn't run a single.
4 to Proctor, you're right. I think everybody's just taking a moment just to get it checked out properly. That's one of those that you can't fault the fielder for shying, and the question marks are about the backing upping, I guess. But either way, Northampton's the beneficiaries. There's another shot at the stumps and hits. Good bit of fielding by James Hayes. Hit the stumps at the far end, and Proctor, second anxious moment in 2 balls. He's moved on to 40, 82 for 2. Yeah, so that match in 2016, 10 years ago, Notts 445. They only won by 20 in the end. Northampton's 425. I remember Richard Levy, another South African, coming in at number 11. He got injured, an arm injury. Hit a backward point for 4. Lovely. Oh, hang on, have I gone early? No, it has gone for 4. Martindale. Oh, it's Sammy Cetron out there. In fact, with the slide, couldn't stop it. And 4 runs. 86 for 2. Richard Levy came in and he'd sustained an arm or a shoulder injury, which meant he could only bat with essentially one hand. And his first ball, again, they wanted, I think, less than 30. He one-handed it for a straight 6 into the pavilion, and then he got out and the game was over. But it was an extraordinary day. 870 runs, the most in a one-day game in this country. I think it was the most in the world at the time. There was that South Africa-Australia game at the Wanderers, wasn't there? But this one was 445, 425. And it'll certainly be up there in the top 3 or 4 even now, if not still at the top. End of the over, an expensive one with the overthrows and the boundary, 86 for 2 after 17.
Farhan Ahmed to continue round the wicket to left-handed Proctor, who's cutting this off the back foot. And Dave, you must most
I'll have my bit of cake now.
Yeah, have your bit of cake, because it is a lovely, lovely bit of cake. 86 for 2 as Sue Redfern just having a look at Farn Ahmed as potentially following through. Ahmed, who's in, Proctor runs down the wicket, pushes us to Pennington, and they come through for a single, looking to drive this high and handsome down the ground. We are definitely in crowd catch central here, really. Nice and straight. If the ball gets lofted over long on. 87 for 2 as this is pushed down the ground by McSweeney. 88 for 2, and most certainly looking like a fairly decent wicket to bat on, helped by a lightning fast outfield. Ahmed bowled 3 balls, gone for 2 runs. This over 3 balls, 4 balls, beg your pardon, and another dot ball to that. Really nicely bowled. Again, we're not right behind the bowler's arm, so can't really tell you if it's spinning too much at all. So Ahmed in, and this is driven firmly towards extra cover where Hamid does the fielding. That's another dot. Can he get out the over here? Had a flurry of big overs. 10 from the previous one. Can he get out the over? This has only gone for 2 so far. Farn Ahmed waits, and wide stance at the top of his mark as his in goes slower and pushed back to him. So it's a very good over by Ahmed. 2 from that one. It is 88 for 2 after 18.
Yeah, lovely stuff from Farhan Ahmed. The 2 wickets, if you're just joining us, Gus Miller, the opener, caught behind by Kyle Verena from the bowling of Brett Hutton for 1. That was 25 for 1. Luke Proctor had seen pretty much all of the strike and certainly done all of the scoring in that opening partnership. And then Sammy King on his Northamptonshire debut made 10 before being trapped LBW by Lyndon James, just the second ball that Lyndon James had bowled in his morning's allocation at that point. 46 for 2. It's now 88 for 2. Practically doubled their tally. 41 to Proctor, and on strike Nathan McSweeney on 27, looking in good order here as he helps this out as far as Hamid in the offside. No run. So Notts go to Cheltenham on Sunday to face Gloucestershire, and then are at the Oval next Tuesday to round off their group matches. Northants have Somerset at home, and then they go to Cheltenham to finish. This is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. If Gloucestershire are well and truly out of the competition by then, it might be a good place for Northants to finish. They go into that one knowing they can get into one of the top 3 places in the table. And of course that's all next Tuesday. A week today there will be 2 eliminators, or I suppose sort of quarter-finals being played. This is played nicely into the offside. We won't know yet, but it will be second in Group A at home to third in Group B, and vice versa. And then the 2 winners will play on the Sunday. So we'll only have 3 days notice of who's going to be playing after the Tuesday games on the Friday, and after that we'll only have a couple of days before the semi-finalists will know who they're going to play. James in again, dropped on the leg side, and there's a sharp bit of fielding. Good reactions from Hamid. So this time next week Notts could be playing at home in a second v third, away in a third v second. They could be not playing knowing they've got a home semi-final on the Sunday, or they could be out of it altogether. And I guess the same will go for Northamptonshire as well. Should have included them right from the start of that. This is dropped on the leg side. There's no run. Northants 8 points, 2 wins, 3 losses. Not the other way round. Started off with 3 wins and then 2 losses. But it's very, very congested at the top of this particular group, Group A. Leicestershire at the top by 4 points, but having played a game more. James Bowles driven into the offside, nicely taken on the bounce by Freddie McCann. First time I think we mentioned Freddie today. Good bit of fielding there, though. Warrants a mention. 19 gone, 89 for 2. Again, just 1 from that over from Lyndon James. 5 bowlers used so far. Brett Hutton 6 overs, 1 for 20. Dylan Pennington 5 overs, none for 17. James Hayes 2 overs, none for 24 for James. Lyndon James 4 overs, 1 for 17, and Farhan Ahmed 2 overs, none for 6 here on Trent Bridge Live. If you'd like to get in touch, bracecricket@icloud.com, and provided I remember to switch it on, I'll read out your messages.
Ahmed to continue to McSweeney over the wicket. This off the back foot push towards mid wicket. There's no run as Hamid does the fielding. 89 for 2 tight overs. Can there be a third and potentially a false shot that brings about a wicket? Ahmed in, and this is pushed down the ground. Sechan's going to have to do well and nearly overrun it. A one-handed pickup as Dylan Pennington looks at him and covers his mouth, and Sammy Sechan, that's a very...
I tell you what, 95, 98, 99% of this ground think that's a brilliant bit of fielding. We were right behind him. He got a bit lucky there.
Yeah. He's overran that and then stuck a right mitt out to stop it. Ahmed into Proctor, who's running down and pulls this up and over. And that will be the first, I believe, 6 of the day. He's been trying to run down, and Ahmed had hit him over his head a couple of times now, to no avail. And this time, he's got all of it. And that goes for 6. It's a very, very nice cricket shot.
That's a 50 partnership for Luke Proctor and Nathan McSweeney from 43 balls.
From the tannoid there, if you haven't heard it, 50 partnership for these two. Proctor moves to 47.
Good player, that no avail.
Ahmed, how can he respond? He responds very well with a big appeal, not given. A little bit slower, a little bit shorter. And it's come off Proctor's pad. And a big appeal. And the one person that they had to get the approval of on the ground was not interested. Sue Redfern not out. 98.
Yeah, we're not in line, and we'll
never know.
We haven't got a monitor.
Ahmed to McSweeney, who's defending this one. It's a nice pace there, a little bit slower by Farhan Ahmed there. Getting a little bit of extra bounce there. I like that pace. I think the pace there's a nicer pace to bowl on a day like today. A little bit quicker might come on a bit better. Ahmed in goes a bit quicker this time, and this is pushed into the gap. Sechan's going to have to do some good work, and no one's going to be able to pull that off. That's going to be the second boundary of the over, and it will bring up the 100 for the Steelbacks. So at the end of 20 overs, after winning the toss, the Steelbacks are 101 for 2. And on that note, I'm going to go get Dave's pizza.
I don't want a pizza yet. Good grief! Just, you know, if we can put our orders in for the interval, that would be very nice indeed. More from Kyle in a moment. He's going to go and try and get some bowling tips from Yuzvendra Chehal. But he'll be back in half an hour or so. We've got a proper commentator popping in here just to guide us through the choppy waters of these middle overs. Very, very good afternoon to the voice of Northamptonshire cricket. We were like passing ships, literally, at Edgbaston a couple of weeks ago as I skulked out of the room as Notts lost ahead of the T20 Blast final. And I think my last words to you were, good luck, Andrew. Andrew Radd is back with us. Congratulations.
Well, nothing to do with me, Brace, but it was a good day. Very, very good day.
This is Lyndon James from the far end. Should we carry on the same rotation we were just doing?
Absolutely.
This is dropped on the leg side. We don't necessarily have to talk over every ball as it's on the live stream only, but nice to have Andrew with us. I did send you a little message of congratulations and said I hope you enjoyed the win and celebrated appropriately. Yes, with a cup of tea and some Radio 4 was the answer.
Yes, that was about right. But I did get a message at about 20 to 4 from Ben Sanderson. It's really 4 in the morning. Good. That is. So he was enjoying himself.
James from the Lake End. Luke Proctor's enjoying himself here as he chops this onto the offside and gets his 48th run, 102 for 2. I think in the last 10-15 years, all of Nottinghamshire's successes have been commemorated with Luke Fletcher pouring copious amounts of champagne over a fully clothed Dave Bracegirdle. So we go about things differently, but cup of tea and Radio 4 might be the more sensible route.
Well, it has to be done, but no, it was all very enjoyable. Nice to win things, isn't it?
Toot goes the train, and the Northamptonshire train is very much on the right tracks here as McSweeney gets a single. Going well for your boys at the moment, but what a lovely setting and a nice place for us to catch up.
Absolutely glorious, yes. I've not been here, I think, for about 8 years. Northamptonshire haven't played a game of any competition since 2019, which I didn't come to. They played the year before here. They haven't played a List A game here, one of these longer one-day games, since 1971, believe it or not.
James in again, got the second wicket, that of Sammy King. Luke Proctor defends, he's on 48.
In fact, they've only played here List A cricket twice, obviously both against Derbyshire, both in the old Sunday League, 1969 and 1971. Won one, lost one. I don't think there's probably too much scar tissue from the 1971 defeat against Derbyshire.
Not the same. Couple of John Player leagues and a couple of Benson and Hedges, the end of the 60s, early 70s, 2 wins, 2 losses, the same, as this is nicely played by Proctor. Will get his 49th run, chopping it down to Farhan Ahmed. I was a little surprised, just doing a bit of homework as you try and do on Luke Proctor. Never had a century in this format. I guess they don't play that many games nowadays. Back in the day, as you say, used to play every Sunday and then all the other competitions. But 97's his best, and he's certainly nicely poised here. McSweeney's made a very good start to his innings as well.
Yes, he's only made one List A 50 for Northamptonshire, so his highest score is actually 50 in this format. But I suppose that there were a number of seasons when he barely got his coloured clothing out of the wrapping. He was very much pigeonholed as a red ball cricketer. Of course, he's captain of the championship side, has been for the last 3 or 4 years. So he hasn't played a great deal of List A cricket since making the move down to Northampton, but proving this year and indeed last year in the T20 as well that he's very much a handy cricketer across all formats. And I mean, the decision to pick him for finals day was a little bit of a surprise to some, but in the end, after a bit of a nightmare start when his first over went for 28, he proved a very, very important part of that day.
Do you want to keep your hand in?
Well, may as well. Farhan Ahmed round the wicket from this pavilion end, bowls and driven back down the pitch by Luke Proctor on 49, McSweeney 34, looking for his 5th half-century in 6 matches in this competition. He's been in decent nick. The one he didn't get 50 was a naught against Leicestershire when he got a good ball from Ian Holland early on. That's at Wantage Road. Farhan, a little hop at the start of his run, round the wicket and bowls, and Proctor's down the pitch and has rather an ugly swing at that. And he's going to get his 50 via an inside edge down to the man on the 45. So a half century for
Luke Proctor from 66
Luke Proctor.
balls.
66 balls.
6 balls,
105
1
for 2 Northamptonshire.
91 minutes.
Goes down and accepts the applause and the congratulation of his partner, Nathan McSweeney.
It's a nice platform now, isn't it?
It is. They need to... Difficult, I suppose, having not played here for so long, just to know what a pass score is. Obviously, they will assess as they go along. Here's Farhan round the wicket, bowls reverse sweep from McSweeney, and he's nailed that one, and that will run away down towards the ice cream van. It's bounced up off the boundary rope, and the gentleman who was coming forward to field it might actually have worn that, but I think he's okay. More to McSweeney, goes to 38, Northamptonshire to 109 for 2. In the 22nd over here at Queen's Park, Chesterfield. A little bit of cloud around, but very pleasant.
Yeah. I like the little toot to the train as well.
It reminds me of you might have been to this ground, Dave. I'll run this one past you in a minute. It's a National Counties ground. Farhan over the wicket to McSweeney, turns it away out to mid-wicket, and fielded by Lyndon James down on the boundary. One more to McSweeney, goes to 39, 110 for 2. Poole Park, down near Bournemouth. Dorset play there. Almost the home ground of Lewis McManus. He was born in Poole and watched a lot of cricket there, but Dorset used to play there, and they had a little train that did the same thing. Very civilised. The 12th man is now having to move.
This is Sam Ward, who's on loan from Leicestershire.
Oh, they do things differently there.
Yeah.
110 for 2. Farhan round the wicket, bowl short, and onto the back foot goes Proctor and punches it out to deep cover. More work for Lyndon James to do. Sends in his return, and it's another single. 51, that is now Luke Proctor's highest list A score for Northamptonshire. 111 for 2. Dreaded Nelson on the board.
Yes, a couple of shies at his stumps apart. He's not looked in any trouble.
On driven by McSweeney. Next ball out to long on for a single, fielded by Sam Seacharan, born in Kettering, I believe.
Yeah.
You have to kidnap him and take him back.
Yeah, he's strong links with Kent and Tunbridge Wells. Goes when he's not required by Notts, goes home and plays club cricket in Tunbridge Wells. 112 for 2 after 22. I was having a look, and a lot of these will have been back in the early days of the John Player League. All the different grounds that have staged List A games between Notts and
Bowling from the lake end, number 13,
Northamptonshire,
James
and
Hayes.
obviously you think of Wantage Road, you think of Trent Bridge, but this fixture has been played at Peterborough, Kettering, Luton, Brackley, Worksop, Findon,
Yes.
Wellingborough, Milton Keynes, Welbeck, Grantham, which
Yes.
was the last one, and now another one here at Queen's Park. James Hayes back. 2 expensive overs from this end to begin with, goals to McSweeney, and of course Lords are missed out the 87 final.
I wish you had.
So they've. Well, I went to that on the Saturday, and of course play didn't start till about 1 or 2 o'clock, and then Larkins got plenty of runs. Notts were 50 for 4, and that was it. And then they had to go back to Trent Bridge for I don't know where Northants went, but Notts had to go back to Trent Bridge for a Sunday game that was rained off. As Hayes bowls, McSweeney again drives in the V. He's going to get, well, more than one actually. He's going to go all the way for 4. He's hit that a little crisper than I initially thought. Attempted a sliding stop down at that end of the ground by Pennington, but it's gone for 4. It's not Dylan Pennington because he's here in front of me. It's Brett Hutton, beg your pardon.
I remember going down, back down on the Monday, thinking, well, we're just going to be going down to see the trophy presented, and Jeff Cook hold it aloft. Sadly, not to be.
Hayes bowls. Oh, took the aerial route, brushed the fingertips of Tayyab Tahir. And they will get a single. McSweeney there with, I don't know how much you'd call that a life. Certainly if there was a player there the height of Dylan Pennington, say, Freddie McCann probably would have been caught, but Tahir's not the tallest and just brushed his fingertips even though he was leaping. Yeah, Sir Richard Hadley, first with Rice and then with Bruce French getting Notts over the line a long time ago. This one's dropped on the leg side. Mentioned it a few times, I think, probably every time Notts played Northampton. I've still got the programme from that final. Autographed across the cover by Rob Bailey, and I cannot remember on the day. Obviously, he was a player, and various times I've met all the Notts players and met probably most of the Northants players since then. But the one autograph on that programme, when it goes on bargain on to 50 years' time, Rob Bailey. I don't know why, how it ended up him signing it, but there we are. This is pushed back to the bar. Maybe just one of those things as you go through the gate in the morning. There he is.
There might have been a disreputable story somewhere there, Dave. But no, it was. Talk about things on the day. If you remember, we got presented by the sponsors with a little gift. Those of us that covered the game, it was a paperweight and paper knife, which was very nice. I'll come back to it after this ball.
I was actually in the mound stand, the top of the mound stand, as this is pushed to here at point, and there's no run.
And Matthew Engel, my old chum and colleague and great Northamptonian, had to get rid of it because he said every time he looked at it, it reminded him of that day and the wonderful innings that Richard Hadley played, but from a Northamptonshire point of view, it was a bit dispiriting, having also, of course, lost the B&H final that year to Yorkshire. So Matthew had to get rid of this very kind gift from the sponsors because it just brought back. I think they'd say now it triggered him. But 118 for 2. Decent partnership between these two. Put on 72 so far for the third wicket. Farhan Ahmed it will be to continue round the wicket from this pavilion end to the left-handed Proctor. Proctor back, punching out into the covers, but can't get it through the ring.
Northants were the first team to beat Notts at Welbeck. That surely makes up for the 87 final.
More than makes up for it.
Ending their unbeaten run at Welbeck.
Some interesting grounds on that list you've got there.
Yeah.
Far in again, and once again Proctor trying to give himself a bit of room to access the offside, but not timing it. Peterborough, I would need to check which of the two Peterborough grounds that was, because they played at the old Crawthorne Road ground, the town ground, until about 1969, and then moved to the Baker Perkins ground, the Westwood Works ground in Peterborough. Far in again, down the pitch comes Proctor, drives that up to long off, fielded right in front of us by Freddie McCann. One more run to Proctor, 53 to him, 119 for 2. Nathan McSweeney was told at the start of the competition by the head coach Darren Lehman he was targeted to get 200 or 300s. Well, he's got, as I say, he's got past 50 4 out of 5 so far, but he hasn't got that 100 yet. Reverse sweep comes out again. This time he's just going to get a single down to short third man.
And what's your reading of it? Lose 4 and you're probably not going to make the top 3.
I think Northamptonshire have got to win. They're almost certainly going to have to win the last 3, which is a tough ask. Obviously this game today, then Somerset, come to Wantage Road on Sunday, and then Cheltenham against Gloucestershire next Tuesday. Again the reverse comes out, this time out, says umpire Sue Redfern, and it's the end of Luke Proctor. Farhan Ahmed strikes, and the reverse sweep proving the downfall of Luke Proctor. He goes for 53, and Northamptonshire 120 for 3.
Difficult to tell here. We're not in line, and we've got no elevation with pitch level. Thought there was a little bit of bounce there, actually, to be fair, but Sue Redfern
Luke Proctor out for 53 LBW to Farhan Ahmed.
Not going to compete with the Tannoy man on the table just to our right. 53 was the final score for Luke Proctor. Sue Redfern right in line. I have to say it's one of the more enthusiastic appeals as well from Farhan Ahmed, so he was fairly confident, and just a shame for Northamptonshire folk that the finger was raised. George Bartlett on his way to the middle. 2 first-class hundreds against Notts in 4 matches for Somerset. His 3rd year with Northants. Does have a century in this competition as well. High score of 108.
Yeah, he's made 450s this year in 5 innings. He's looked in pretty good nick, but again he hasn't. And this is what's frustrated Darren Lehman, that until Gus Miller got one against Lancashire last Sunday, nobody's got 100, and George Bartlett passed 54 times, high score 72 in the competition so far this year. So he's been doing pretty well, but the coach wants people to be getting hundreds. Anyway, McSweeney and Bartlett probably, well, they are indeed the 2 leading run scorers for Northamptonshire in the competition this year. McSweeney 288 coming into this match, Bartlett 259, both averaging over 50. Northamptonshire, you would think, need a partnership between these 2. Sun out. Farhan Ahmed bowling his first ball to Bartlett, who defends. Back down the pitch.
Just interesting what you see, Andrew. Not spin bowling coach. Ant Boter is chatting on the boundary edge to Freddie McCann, so I wonder if we might be having a bit of Freddie sometime soon. It is the end of the over. 120 for 3 after 24.
Mentioned Brackley as well as another ground down in the south of the county, where Viv Richards played one of his early games for Somerset. And talk about Matthew Engel, he always remembers that one because he apparently hit a couple into the press tent. I remember going to a game there as a kid, and the seating was straw bales. You could do things like that in those days.
There's going to be haze to continue, though, from the far end. Bowls to McSweeney. Turns this on the leg side. He's only 4 runs now short of a half century. 120 for 3.
The game at Findon, they didn't play many games there, but it was the first one was in '86, and that was to celebrate Findon's 150th anniversary, the club. They played there for a few years. Derby County supporters caused a few issues one year.
Oh, right.
Getting in through the hedge. Messy.
Hayes passed umpire Milnes. Nicely pushed back to him again by McSweeney.
Nottinghamshire listeners won't be surprised about that, of course. But it's a lovely ground. It's still one of the nicest club grounds in Northamptonshire and Findon. A very, very Findon Dolben, very, very successful club.
And of course, the last meeting was also outside the county at Grantham, where the unlikely outcome of Dane Patterson boshing Ben Sanderson for the winning 6. With 2 balls to spare, this is pushed out onto the offside, fielded by Seachuan for a single, and I seem to think that was a winner-takes-all one. The winner would go through, and we then had to go 2 days later up to Blackpool to play Lancashire, where I think Jennings and Wells, they got their usual start, and then Stephen Croft in one of his last games for the county got 100. That was it. Hayes again. Bowls and stood high, didn't he there, Bartlett, to ride the bounce. Forces it out into the deep for 2 more. Where do you start proper cricket again? Red ball cricket then the end of next week?
Go up to Old Trafford to play Lancashire. Still got some winnable games on paper, at least. They've got
third at the moment.
Third at the moment. So I think Durham, probably, you would say, barring something very strange. Still got to play them again at home. Had a very, very good game with them up at Chesterfield Street, which Durham just shaded.
Hayes bowls, beats the new arrival Bartlett, goes through to Verena.
Got to play Kent at Northampton, Derbyshire at Northampton, and Durham at home, and then the away games, Lancashire at Old Trafford, Worcestershire at New Road, and finishing the season against Middlesex at Lords. First time for 8 years they've allowed us to play at Lords. It's been Merchant Taylor's school for the last 3, but looking forward to that.
Yes, very much so. He's in again. And he's got a little lucky there, Bartlett. He was trying to open the face. It's the closest we've had to one coming towards us, I think, there. Dylan Pennington picks it up from the concrete path just in front of our Bijou commentary marquee and lobs it back. It was very fine bottom edge, and it runs away for 4, 127 for 3, and they're all going to have a drink out there in the middle.
The game at Lords will also be hopefully memorable, because there's going to be a special event to commemorate the 50th anniversary of Northamptonshire winning the Gillette Cup at Lords on September the 4th, 1976, and most, we hope, of the surviving players from that team will be there. Of the 12 and the sort of match day squad, sadly 4 are no longer with us, but of the 8, I think 7 hopefully are going to be there. John Dye, I was actually talking to in the week. He lives out in Spain now and is not in the best of health, but is had a good long chat with him, and he's still got crystal clear memories of that day and bowling Farouk Engineer with his first ball and then breaking Barry Wood's hand.
Crikey.
So he had a big role to play in Northamptonshire winning that match. But the other 7, we hope, will be there at Lords to mark the occasion. So that will be a very special little occasion to look forward to when Northamptonshire play down there last game of the season.
Very much so, yeah. Nice to celebrate those things. And
well, next year you'll be able to do 40 years since Sir Richard and Clive Rice and others down Northamptonshire in '87. That was, I mean, it was, and I suppose it proves again, Dave, that when you've got a great cricketer, great cricketers respond to the big occasions, and my goodness, Richard Hadley did on that occasion.
He did. That would be nice when these two sides are drawn together at Welbeck for next season. just to get Sir Richard on a plane and to come back for the reunion at Welbeck.
I'm sure he would love it. Oh, Northampton's chairman has just arrived, Gary Hoffman. So we're quorates now.
Very good indeed.
No, it's I think it is important, I think, to remember those sort of occasions. And what's nice is that Northamptonshire's head coach Darren Lehman is very, very much one for doing exactly that. And for morning, Chairman.
Well, hi there, Gary.
Dave.
You all right? Been here before, has she?
So we will just about to get underway again after the drinks break.
Midway, 127 for 3.
You would think Northamptonshire, I mean, in normal circumstances, you would say they'd be looking at what here, 280, something like that. But
yeah, back deep.
They do.
I don't know. I don't know too much about Stuart van der Merwe. Unusually, Kyle doesn't know too much about Stuart van der Merwe. I thought he knew every South African cricketer. But
well, I can tell you a little bit about Stuart van der Merwe, which I'll aim to do in the course of this over. Farhan Ahmed will continue for Nottinghamshire from this pavilion end. He's going to be bowling to Nathan McSweeney on 47. Captain of Southern Australia, of course, back home. Won the last 2 Sheffield Shields with them, including this last winter, a game against Victoria in the final, but they had absolutely no right to win, and they somehow managed to do it.
Fergus O'Neill got a few, but couldn't.
Going for the reverse sweep again, which is interesting considering that we've already seen Luke Proctor perish to the same stroke against the same bowler. That said, McSweeney did nail one a couple of overs ago. Down there to deep backward point.
Toot toot.
That's great, isn't it? It's like commentating in Trumpton or Chigley. Here's Farhan Ahmed again, turned into the leg side by McSweeney, and there's no run.
Which one was Chigley?
Chigley was the one with Lord Belborough and Bessie, the little train that used to
don't know that one.
Chug backwards and forwards to the wharf. Splendid. Quicker ball from Farhan Ahmed. It's 4 somethings. Was there bat on that? No, nothing at all. It's gone past the bat. It's gone past Kyle Verena, and it's gone down for 4 byes.
The only good thing about that was it wasn't 5 wides.
True.
It had to have been re-bowled and all the rest of it.
131 for 3. Stuart van der Merwe, to answer your question, was born in Centurion in Gauteng. but came over here to do sixth form down in Surrey and was picked up by Northamptonshire down there. Played the last championship match of last season. He played some of these games, the 50 over games last year. Made his championship debut against Leicestershire in the final round of matches and scored 100. One of only 3 players to score a century on first class debut for Northamptonshire. Here's Farhan in, bowls short but taking pace off and giving McSweeney nothing really to work with, and plays it out to the covers and there's no run. Hasn't been involved, he's at the university in Leeds. Played for the seconds this year without doing a lot, but he's had a couple of good games in this competition, last couple of matches. Forward defensive stroke from Nathan McSweeney. 47 and 41 not out off 30 in that last game against Lancashire. Hits the ball a long way, big tall left-hander, bowls a bit of off spin.
Due in next.
And due in next. Although
Rob Keogh still there, Lewis McManus, crikey, there's some runs still to come.
Well, potentially. As far and in, bowls swept by McSweeney, but it should only be one, well fielded. Down on the boundary, one more to McSweeney, 48 to him, 132 for 3.
Good work from Sammy Seacherin. End of the 26th, 132 for 3. One of our regulars, Mark the Mod, has been in touch. Good afternoon, gents, from a pleasantly warm Sevenoaks. I've just about recovered from Beckenham last Sunday. Can beat knots there. Yes. When Mrs. Mark the Mod was not at all gloating after her Kentish men's victory. They have domestic squabbles because Mrs. Mark the Mod is a Kent follower. Are we thinking 2 wins out of 3 will get us through? Might we see you at the Oval next Tuesday, Dave? Don't think so. Don't think that live stream, long way to go. I'll be there the week after, though. I'll be there, heatwave willing. RIP to Mike Smedley, who was my first Notts County Dave. Enjoy lovely Chesterfield. Come on, Notts. Thank you to Mark the Mod and all his domestic issues with Mrs. Mark the Mod, as this is driven nicely by Sweeney into the offside for a single, 133 for 3.
Now, is she I hesitate to use it. Is man of Kent or a Kentish man or woman? Because that's
he actually put
which side of the Medway you're born.
No, he's actually put. She's put Kentish men. Yeah, it's all about the Medway, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it.
133 for 3.
The river, not the services, I think.
Never really got to the bottom of which side of the river Ben Duckett is, because of course he's got links with both these. There's a good stop initially from Cetra, and then he sort of threw it away and had to go and fetch it himself, and they come back for a second. John Starbuck, one of many. I'm enjoying the coverage of today's Metrobank clash. Wonder why it's in Chesterfield, though. I know all county teams play at outgrounds as a matter of course. Why not choose a ground in Derbyshire? It's okay when they play at Grantham or Skegness. It's not Skegness, they played at Cleethorpes though, John, as well as Welbeck. This push back to the bowler. I shouldn't you, should I? John, I was just getting to the salient bit that ends with the question mark. Lincolnshire only has minor county status, so letting them have first-class cricket is a boon, especially in the holiday season. But surely Derbyshire would have first dibs. Explain, please. I would imagine.
All yours.
Well... This is Martindale bowling, I beg your pardon, from the far end. Ben Martindale into the attack, and of course he is has been this season the club pro here at Chesterfield when not needed by Notts. Apart from Ben Slater, he's the other one with very good intel on this ground and the little pockets where you might pick up your 2s and your 3s. And of course he's off the back of a century at Beckenham on Sunday, where he didn't bowl, but he's in now. Bowled him! Lovely delivery. Straight through the defences of the Australian McSweeney, who's gone one shy of 50. And whether that was something planned before the start of the day or just a gut feel from Asiba Mead, Martindale, who hasn't bowled a ball this season for Notts, comes on and in his first over knocks back an Australian Test player's middle stump. 136 for 4.
Wow. Well, that is a bit of inspiration from somewhere. And it's a big wicket for Nottinghamshire to take. McSweeney, as you've seen, is just going along very nicely, going about his business, and all of a sudden, slightly out of the clear blue sky as far as Northamptonshire are concerned, he loses his stumps, middle stump not flying, and this does indeed bring Stuart van der Merwe to the crease to join George Bartlett. Thank you very much to Andy, who's been on to me, just to remind me that we talked about that Peterborough game against Notts. It was Alma Road, so it was the Westwood Works ground, the latter ground.
Right.
And Sir Garfield, the late and much missed Sir Garfield, played in that match as well. So thanks for that. 136 for 4, and I just wonder whether Northamptonshire might just be slightly downward, doing a touch of downward revision at the moment in terms of what they feel they can achieve. Although, as I say, Stuart van der Merwe has been in decent nick, 47 in his first innings in the competition against Leicestershire, 47 off 53, and then 41 not out off 30 in the game against Lancashire at Wantage Road at the weekend. Left-hand, right-hand combination. I remember Ben Martindale's dad, Duncan playing.
Yeah. Here is Ben. Comes in, and van der Merwe's away. First delivery out onto the leg side, fielded by Seatron. Just trying to pull up the scorecard, and as ever, things are buffering and whatever. Applause for Ben Martindale. What I can relay is what I instantly tried to look for to see if it was his maiden list A wicket. It wasn't. It's his second. Got one last season, it's saying, against Surrey, and for the time being I can't pull up that scorecard, but we'll see in the fullness of time who he got. It's an important one today, 137 for 4.
Well, as you say, it's not a bad one to get. Australian Test player has been in very, very good nick. The Northamptonshire's proved an excellent signing this year across all formats. He was an important player in the successful T20 Blast campaign. 30 off 16 balls in the final against Hampshire, and scored a lot of championship runs, and captaining now in the 50 over. Farhan Ahmed to continue from the pavilion end. Punched off the back foot by van der Merwe. No run. Fielded by Nottinghamshire's captain, Nasib Hamid.
I think everybody will agree that we're overdue some rain, but it's just... I hope we don't get any today, let's put it that way. It's just starting to get a little darker, isn't it?
Just open the face and run that down to backward point for a single. 138 for 4.
I think we'll be all right. The forecast was for it to be dry throughout the day.
A little bit sort of overcast, but it's decent breeze as well. What I haven't brought with me is a cardigan.
I haven't brought anything, to be fair.
I've got a fleece in the car, but I think that's probably a little bit extreme. I don't think it quite needs that, but the fact that it's dropped below 25 degrees for the first time in about 6 weeks. Over the wicket goes far onto the right-handed Bartlett. Nice looking on drive, but only going to be a single out to Freddie McCann on the long on boundary. Takes Bartlett into double figures, 10 to him. 139 for 4.
When you take over the running of the ECB and the domestic game, are you going to stick with 50 over cricket, or would you reduce it to 40?
Well, that's a good question, Dave. That's a very good question. I shall stall for time as Farhan Ahmed bowls and defended back down the pitch by van der Merwe. I like 50 over cricket, actually. I think it's a proper game. That said, 40 over. We think back to the old Sunday League and starting a bit later on in the day
with rose-tinted glasses.
Grounds
were always full.
And the wicket goes. Farhan again. Oh my goodness! Little inside edge, I think, has saved van der Merwe there. He was on the back foot and it just hurried through a little bit. He was probably quite fortunate to get something on it. I mean, I've no particularly strong feelings one way or the other. I think it needs a competition of longer white ball. Whether it's 40 or 50, I don't much mind. Single to van der Merwe, punched away out to deep cover. 140 for 4.
You just wonder how seriously they'll take this competition next year, with it being followed by the 50 over World Cup in South Africa.
Well, yeah, absolutely right.
But they don't seem to You know, they don't seem to have any forward planning for things like that. It'll be just a case of we'll pick those 15 players and they can go.
Well, I think you've been found guilty there, Dave, of joined up thinking. And believe me, when it comes to running English cricket, it'll never catch on. 140 for 4.
Crikey.
28 overs gone.
This packed media marquee to our right's getting through its fair share of drinks this morning.
There's another lot gone in there now.
Yeah, the lovely ladies.
Cake as well.
Well, we saw that. Ben Martindale to bowl his second over. I've got more on the Martindale front here as Van der Merwe, who's all arms and legs as he pushes us into the offside. His maiden wicket was at Trent Bridge last year, the last game of the qualifying. He had Ollie Sykes, the young Surrey biffer, caught behind by Dane Schardendorf. So that's a second wicket for Martindale. I'm sure that was a jaffer of a ball that got rid of Ollie Sykes, but he'll certainly remember today's as he comes in and Van der Merwe guides it down to Farhan Ahmed, who's at third, away to our left.
You mentioned that game at Grantham, Dave, and yes, I mean Dane Patterson hitting Ben Sanderson for 6 to win the game. I seem to remember it went either into or over the chemical toilets at Grantham.
Yes.
I think you were on the last ball, and it was heading towards the chemical toilets. I think it might just have cleared them. Good game though, wasn't it?
It was indeed.
Nice venue.
Yeah. Bartlett guides this down to Dylan Pennington, one of those that spent much of the last 3 or 4 weeks training and moving from hotel to hotel, but not getting used in the 100. 142 for 4.
Gorse Lane, Grantham.
That's right.
Very nice.
Yeah.
I used to watch Rutland League cricket played there as well, with my club being involved in that.
Again comes Martindale, just short of a length, right arm medium. It's whipped to mid-wicket, fielded by Hamid. Still haven't seen any Freddie McCann. Notts without the injured duo of Jack Haynes and Ben Slater, and of course the slow left arm spinner Joe Pocklington. He's been a huge miss the last well, I was going to say last 3 matches. They had Liam Patterson-White released for one of the games as well, but that slow left arm option that they both provide not in evidence today. Van der Merwe again turns it to Hamid, the Notts skipper, on the leg side, and rattling through their overs here. This will be the 29th. Northampton still nicely set for a score round about 300. Depends if they push on and make it 320 or fall away and it becomes 260 or 270.
Well, as you say, they've got plenty of batting to come. Imagine probably McManus next, Keogh, maybe Rob Keogh next.
Nicely played by Van der Merwe, and this one is going to take some stopping. Sammy Citron's out there, does well. And they get 2. How are you with trees? Saying to Kyle earlier, it's one area of my life, and I've spent a lot of it in the countryside, that I'm hopeless at. And there's so many different sorts there when you look round this ground. If that's your thing, this is the spot to be, isn't it?
I think those are nice trees.
Yes.
I think those are there are nice trees, and there are some very nice trees.
Green.
They're all green. Well, not all of them. There's the sort of
Bowling from the
maroon-y,
pavilion,
almost like
number 44,
Northamptonshire.
Freddie McCann.
Well, you are going to get a bit of
We
Freddie.
are.
Bit of Freddie.
If anyone can, Freddie McCann.
Well, there's a sort of maroon-leaved tree down at the far end of the ground, especially for our benefit.
I'm glad there's somebody else that describes them like that.
Clueless, absolutely clueless on anything like that. McCann it will be. So one spinner replacing another as the sun returns from this pavilion end, bowling to George Bartlett, who on drives for a single up to Dylan Pennington, coming in off the boundary down in front of our commentary position. One more to Bartlett. He's 12, 145 for 4.
Played in all the games, Freddie, but he's not been used much. 5 overs, 1 for 23 against Somerset, 2 overs, 1 for 6 against Lancashire, and 3 overs, none for 22 on Sunday against Kent.
Around the wicket he goes, full toss, and well,
pitch it.
Use the facilities. Van der Merwe's missed out there as he hits it straight to Lyndon James at mid-wicket. Yeah, he's only been going at 5s. Freddie McCann in the overs he's bowled this year. Driven up past a diving extra cover. That's the Nottinghamshire captain, Hasib Hamid, who's gone down on his knees.
It's a wail of disappointment there from Hamid. He couldn't believe that he'd dived over the top of it.
146 for 4, 7 to Van der Merwe. Freddie in again, bowls again, reverse sweep coming out from Bartlett, not nailing it in the same way that McSweeney did a few overs ago off Farhan Ahmed, but it's a stroke that's already cost one Northamptonshire batter his wicket today, Luke Proctor. Quicker ball from McCann, worked into the leg side by George Bartlett, former Somerset player.
I know you're on a day of leisure, and I don't know if you want to go off and enjoy your day of leisure. Yes, he's nodding.
Yes,
we'll maybe get Andrew back a little
happy
later
to
or
come on and
whatever. Because Kyle's hovering.
No, get the main man back on. On driven for a single up to long on for one. No, it's...
I can't believe he doesn't know Van der Merwe, but he wants to meet Chahal because Kyle is a leg spinner. And...
well, he's a very, very nice fella. That I can tell you. So I'm sure he'd be very happy to have a natter.
As are you.
Well, I shall make way for Kyle, and I'll come and annoy you a bit later.
That'd be very, very nice indeed. That's Andrew Radd, the voice of Northamptonshire cricket, off to enjoy a little bit of Radio 4 with his cup of tea. And with 20 to go, 147 for 4. Andrew has observed Northants just developing their position as Martindale starts a new over. Back alongside me, leg spinner of this parish and many other parishes, including Warwickshire and Northerns in South Africa, Carl van Vollenhoven. Have you had a walk around, old boy?
I have indeed. It's
have you got the pizza order in? That's the
that was the main. That was the first priority. And I had a nice little walk around. I saw the train.
Did you? There's Martindale. Bowls now, and Bartlett high off the back foot punches into the offside for a single. Did you see Ben Martindale's wicket?
I did. What a delivery that looked like. Oh. Covering, just talking of seeing things, has not seen that one.
If it took an awkward bounce or he just didn't pick it up out the trees. But anyway, there were backer-uppers this time, and no harm came from it.
Yeah, that was a lovely ball, wasn't it?
Well, it was effective. It was explosive. Not in line, so can't really tell what it did, apart from demolish the middle stump as his next ball is played up to bid off, and there's no run. 148 for 4. So lots have chipped away. They've got rid of all the top 4 now. Gus Miller for 1. Sammy King on debut for 10. Luke Proctor 53. Nathan McSweeney 49. So a couple of players just really starting out here in Bartlett and the left-handed Van der Merwe, who's on strike now and tries to pull this on the leg side, and there's no run. Apparently, if I remember much of what Andrew told me, he's currently at Leeds University as well as all his cricketing commitments. Van der Merwe.
Wow. Busy boy.
Gives it a bit of long handle as well. 148 for 4.
We've got time for that, don't we?
Still Rob Keogh and Lewis McManus to come. Proper batters. Down the track comes Van der Merwe, drives out into the offside. That's a good stop out there in the deep by McCann. I tell you what, it's a strong throw as well in from Freddie, and Martindale does the fielding. 149 for 4. You've got the pizza order in then?
Yeah, they don't have red onion. They've got everything else.
Well, that's no good, is it? So what have you swapped my red onion pizza for then? This is run down to Pennington.
I haven't swapped it for anything. I've said
single.
that's fine. We can, as long as you can explain to the great Dave why you haven't got your red onion. The pizza order sorted.
So it's just going to be ham and mushroom?
Ham and mushroom. We can ask them to put something else on when I get up there.
I don't know. End of the over, end of the 31st. The 150 comes up for Northamptonshire. The Steelbacks. It's a little bit like Notts and the Outlaws, Northamptonshire and the Steelbacks. I think it sort of used more in T20 cricket. But nobody's going to get too upset. Here's Freddie McCann to bowl his second over.
Yep, McCann from the pavilion end is in, and this is driven. It wasn't driven, it was absolutely walloped.
Laced, wasn't it?
To Farhan Ahmed at mid-off. Another full ball, and this time pushed down, and Hamid does the fielding but can't hold on to it, which means they're able to get through for a single. It brings Van der Merwe on strike. Bartlett moves to 16, 151 for 4. McCann in, and stumping chance, and stumping taken. Really good work by Carl Verreynne. The long handle was something that was wanting to be used by Van der Merwe, who danced down the track, had an almighty whoosh at it, and Verreynne, who couldn't quite gather it first time, gathers it second time and takes the bails off, and Notts pick up their 5th. The Steelbacks lose their 5th. It's 151 for 5.
That's one of those, if it come down the track and smashed him back over his head for 6, you'd say, you know, it's bold, it's the right time to do it, and all the rest of it. Looks a little bit wasteful when it doesn't come off. And still with 19 overs to go, he's left a few runs out there, hasn't he? And that's a really good pick-up for Freddie McCann and for the skipper Asiba Mead. On 51 for 5. The wickets are just going down a little more regularly now. They were 120 for 2, 151 for 5. Sort of represents a good fight back by Notts, with wickets from Farhan Ahmed, Ben Martindale, and now Freddie McCann, as Rob Keogh makes his way out to the middle. Vastly experienced player, Rob Keogh, very good player as well. Should throw in there. This is his 80th List A match, 3 centuries, 34 years of age now. Very good player, 151 for 5. Good stuff from Freddie.
Yeah, really well bowled. Freddie McCann does get it to spin quite sharply. Does Freddie. So that's good work. And yeah, Rob Keogh down at 7 is a much better batter than that. Phenomenal record, been around.
We do have a Centurion, and he is a South African. Luke Benkenstein of Essex is 100 not out. They're 196 for 2 in the other group after 32 overs against Glamorgan at Cardiff.
It's a good little knock, that.
Another one you went to school with, no doubt.
No, I actually don't know him either. McCann in, and Keogh off the back foot pushes the 2. McCann, the bowler, who does the fielding, no run. So nice start as clouds take over a little bit. Nice breeze, nice and cool here. McCann goes full, and it is through past Verreynne.
I thought this was AI, but I think it's actually Al. Says Van der Merwe reminds me a little bit of Ben Stokes. Let's hope he has as good a career. Good spot, Al, or AI?
Yeah, that would...
I think it's Al. Big Al, yeah.
McCann. It's Penton just in front of us doing a vigorous warm-up. McCann in and into the wicket and pushes it down the ground. Freddie McCann does the fielding, no run. So a very, very tidy over indeed. 1 run and a wicket. Brilliant bowling, Freddie McCann. The end of 32, it's 151 for 5.
Yeah, 7 bowlers used now by Asiba Mead, and the last 2, whether they've been left field punts or not, have certainly delivered. McCann 2 overs 1 for 4, Martindale 3 overs 1 for 12. Farhan Ahmed has had 7 overs 1 for 31. Other wicket takers, Lyndon James 5 overs 1 for 20, and Brett Hutton 6 overs 1 for 20 as well. Pennington and Hayes yet to get one in the end column. 151 for 5. Martindale to begin his 4th over, bowling to the bobbing Bartlett. formerly with Somerset. It's a very good record against Notts, couple of first-class hundreds. Against Nottinghamshire, gets a single here, turning it on the leg side. Won't want to leave any out there, Northants. I think losing Proctor and McSweeney in quick succession certainly won't have helped their cause, and then the young protégé Van der Merwe following. This is slashed away. There's going to be runs there though for Rob Keogh to get off the mark, cutting it away for 4.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot by Rob Keogh. A little bit too much width offered there. Well put away.
Ground looks a picture. We've got spectators all the way round in their deck chairs, just enjoying the cricket, enjoying the fresh air, enjoying the ambience. Almost falling forward there, Keogh, wasn't he? Gets a bat on it, pushes it back to Ben Martindale, who, as we were saying earlier, knows little more about this ground than most, having played 10 or a dozen games, something like that, for Chesterfield this season in the Derbyshire Premier League. Comes in again, right arm medium, fast, a little push to mid-on. He's got to be quick, not cleanly gathered by James Hayes, so he didn't have to be quick, he got home.
Yeah. They've run well between the wickets, especially to mid-off and mid-on with the bumpy, really hard outfield. It's not easy to pick it up cleanly and shy. You have to be a little bit more watchful as a fielder. You can't really trust the bounce that much.
Martindale bowls, driven through the inner ring, but Seacherin will keep them to 1, coming in from the point boundary, the cover boundary really. 158 for 5. Where are your talents on display tomorrow for those that are still missing that all-important signature?
Yeah, we're away at Carrington Cavaliers. That should be a good game.
Notts Premier League. Again, guided with an open face by Keogh down to Pennington.
And then on Sunday we're at home to...
Oh, that's your Woodhall Spa game, is
the
it?
Woodhill Spa, Woodhall Spa. Thank goodness my boy Tahir is not playing, because I could have gone the distance. So really pleased, because at the moment it's very, very flat at Woollerton. It's not anyone's ever been there. It's not a very big ground, but sure to be a good turnout. So if you're around on Sunday and fancy
that's what,
watching
T20 cricket?
T20 regional finals, Lincolnshire.
So what happens if you win that then? What would you go into?
Then we go into the Northern final at Denby Cricket Club at the end of August.
So what would you be through to now then, nationwide? Last 32?
Last 32.
Yeah. There's McCann.
And this is defended out to Hasib Hamid, no run. Would it be the last 32? Last. Yeah, I believe it's the last 32. McCann in, and this is nicked, and that's going to be 4. So Keogh getting caught in the crease and just gets a faint edge on it. It's gone all the way along the floor, but a faint edge nonetheless, and that goes away for a boundary.
And do you get anything for being Nottinghamshire champions?
A nice little trophy.
Yeah, that's what I was. You do you?
Yeah, we do. Got a trophy. My medal's in the car. I was going to wear it for you today.
Oh, you should have done. You should have done.
I'll go get it at lunch. This is defended. I'll wear it all second inning, back to the bowler. I'll wear it for you at lunch, Dave. Nice gold medal. Show it off for everybody to have a look at. Only T20 champions. McCann in, goes a little bit slower, and this is flicked out to Seach in a deep mid wicket, who does the fielding. 164 for 5. Now we're in the 34th over. 2 big wickets.
Could still get 300, but somebody's got to start
having a bit of a...
and going through the gears, haven't they, really, if they are going to get up to 300?
can in, and this is defended by Bartlett, no run. So, yeah, you feel the wickets of Proctor and McSweeney were really, really big. They were just looking to get going. They were boundary and over, they were flying along, and they've stalled the progress of the Steelbacks as another ball is flicked out into the leg side where Captain Hasib Hamid does the fielding. So at the end of the over, at the end of the 34th over, it is 164 for 5 and there's 16 remaining.
Now we have the this ball or that ball quandary as the two umpires deliver a ball apiece to Hasib Hamid, and he has Brett Hutton by his side, and they'll just have a little look. If you wonder what they're doing or what I'm talking about, we only use one cricket ball from now until the end of the innings, the end of the 50th over. Up till now, there's been one ball bowled from this end and a different ball bowled from the other end. So each of these balls, in effect, although we've had 34 overs, is 17 overs old. One ball, or one is being thrown off. Generally what's happened in a lot of the games is the other ball has been kept out there as sort of the main spare.
Bowling from the Lake End, number 16, Brett Hutton.
So Hutton back into the attack, as I think we could tell as soon as he was asked to pick which ball he wanted. Earlier, Brett Hutton 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 20. Got that first scalp of Gus Miller, who was caught behind, 164 for 5. So here comes Hutton. Tall right-handed Rob Keogh on strike. Advances down the track to former teammate Brett Hutton. It's gone down, I'll say it's gone down the leg side. It's gone behind the right-handed Keogh. He seemed to walk across his stumps there. The bounce took it over the stump, so I think it was probably close enough a line of the leg stump for David Mills not to give anything. Although Brett Hutton, I think, will be just looking to tighten his line a little bit more towards off, and this time it's worked away by Rob Keogh for a single on the leg side. 165 for 5 here at Queen's Park, Chesterfield. The first time Notts have hosted a game here. It is their 5th List A match. As I was saying earlier, they played 2 John Player League matches back in the day, late 60s, early 70s, 1 in each, and the same in the Benson and Hedges Cup. They won 2 matches against Derbyshire and lost the other 2. Played down into the ground by Bartlett, and there's no run. The last time they were here, they pulled off a win by an innings in 2007 in the County Championship against Derbyshire. Stephen Fleming scoring 243 in Nottinghamshire's 500 and odd. The one time they batted.
Tough day to be a bowler, that, Dave. Chasing it to all parts.
Hutton bowls and pulled nicely by Bartlett, but decent bit of work there at mid-on. And there's no run. Is that Hayes? I think it is. James Hayes with a diving stop.
Yeah, the Steelbacks will be thinking, with Bartlett still at the wicket, they'll fancy themselves to get up around the 260 mark. Keogh obviously more than capable of the bat, but Bartlett very destructive, or can be very destructive.
Brett Hutton bowls once more, just almost flinching forward there. Keogh works it into the offside where the effervescent Hasib Hamid does the fielding. Hamid batting at 4 in this competition. You Northants fans used to seeing him as an opener. It will almost certainly be, as it has been recent matches since Ben Slater got injured, Freddie McCann and Ben Martindale at the top of the order. Hutton bowls, there's that Hutton grunt again, which Keogh respects by dead batting it out onto the offside. And that's the end of the 35th, 166 for 5. Tayyab Tahir playing just his 2nd match for Notts. Home debut of sorts, I suppose. We'll bat at 3, Hamid at 4. Kyle Verena Sammy Seacher and Lyndon James at 7. And then the spinner Farhan Ahmed and the
Bowling from the pavilion end, number 18, Dylan Pennington.
3 quicks, Houghton, Pennington and Hayes to bring up the rear. It's all to come later on in the day. Right now, Notts have gone back to their 2 new ball bowlers. We've just seen Brett Houghton and now Dylan Pennington, who bowled 5 overs, none for 17 earlier.
Yeah, nice change at point in the game where wicket could really change the score of what they could get, as it's an inside edge from Bartlett. Goes into mid-wicket where Mead does the fielding. It's Pennington once again from the pavilion end into his 6th over. Started proceedings earlier this morning from this end. This time just the regular 4, third man, fine leg sweeper on the offside and deep backward square out for fast bowler Dylan Pennington, as this has gone down to third man off an outside edge from Bartlett. 167 for 5.
Thanks to David Parker for putting me right, not the first time, David, and won't be the last. You mentioned earlier, Dave, that Sam Seatran's got links to Kent club cricket. This season, however, he's been playing for Finchampstead in Berkshire in the Home Counties Premier League. He's so far played 9 games, scored 415 at 51 with 5 50s. Thank you very much, David.
Pennington in, and this is defended by Keogh, no run.
Sort of why the blast was on. Lyndon James was playing market deeping, which sort of down the A1 towards Peterborough, whether it's in Cambridgeshire or forms part of the Lincolnshire League, I'm not sure, but that's where he's been playing. A lot of runs, a lot of wickets for Lyndon. Nice for these clubs to get some of the county players available.
Pennington, and this is flicked round the corner. It's a fine leg. 1 run, yeah.
Is that what Wollerton said when you went?
Something like that.
Is there anybody else available?
Hassan Azad plays for us, and I think he's a much different pedigree than me. But yeah, we've got Hassan Azad, former Leicestershire, obviously started at Notts, Leicestershire and Northamptonshire pro. Lovely man is Hassan. Full, and this is driven into offside. I'll get through for a comfortable single. 170 now for the Steelbacks. Just a bit of a lull, isn't it? 14 and a bit overs to go.
Yeah, Notts will be hoping it's a lengthy lull. Northampton will be hoping they come out of it and accelerate, but I think they just play it nicely to 42, 43 overs and preserve these last 5 wickets until then.
Pennington, hard length again, defended into the leg side from Keogh, no run, so another tidy over, 3 coming from it. 169 for 5.
Yeah, good stuff from Dylan Pennington. Mead's got lots of options and never really been able to fathom out how he's going to go about the closing overs. He's mixed and matched. Just gone on a gut feel for a lot of the games. Houghton's got, well, he's going to bowl this next one. He's bowled 7 so far. Whether he'll go through or he'll save some for the death remains to be seen. Comes in now, and Bartlett forces this out into the deep, fielded by Seacher. Dylan Pennington's had 6. James Hayes has only had 4, but he's the one that has gone for a few today. 4 overs, none for 37. Sometimes happens, doesn't it? You can, you can have a match where you will pick up wickets and not go for many runs, and then the next one, you're not doing anything discernibly different, and you come off the edge, or there's a misfield or something. This one's turned away on the leg side, and suddenly your figures look the worst of the lot. It's the nature of the game. Another single taken. As Northants continue to move towards 200.
Yeah, just steady so far from the Northants pair here in the middle. Lots of experience. Played a lot of cricket, these two, so understanding that losing a wicket here potentially really halts them.
Hutton bowls, and this is slapped away for 4 through extra cover. Wasn't an extra cover drive by any means. He got quickly down the track, couple of big strides there from Bartlett, and he really gave it a bit of a slap through the offside, and that was being thrown back by the spectators very, very quickly indeed. The other game in this group that started at 11, Gloucestershire 201 for 3 at Old Trafford. Cameron Bancroft, the Australian international, is 97 not out. James Taylor 65 not out for Gloucestershire in that one, who play Notts next and then finish with Northants. This is cut to backward point. They're down at the bottom of the group, Gloucestershire. They might not even qualify if they win all 3, but they would certainly do Notts and Northants a favour, I think, today if they could beat Lancashire, who are one of the sides up there on an equal footing, really, with the top 5 or 6. Very, very interesting to see how it's going to unfold and manifest itself over the weekend and then into Tuesday, as Hutton bowls again and once more hits away very, very crisply by Bartlett, but I think some of the pace was taken off it by Lyndon James.
Yeah, it must be.
Good applause there at mid-wicket for a fingernailer on the ball, which stopped it going for 4. In the other group, Glamorgan Essex started at 11. Essex are 257 for 3 in the 37th century there for Benkenstein. Derbyshire 200 for 4 at Scarborough against Yorkshire with 11 to go in that one. Next delivery's hit him on the pad, asking umpire Milnes, not out. It was a nip backer that kept low. Not unlike 1 or 2 others we've seen, but again, can't really offer any more than that because we're not in line. In fact, those watching the pictures will have I'm sure, a better view than we've got. But from here, for me, it wouldn't have been surprising had David Milnes raised the finger, but he didn't.
From a viewing point of view, when a batter gets caught in the crease, goes across it and hits them low on the shin, you just think, oh, that's probably stone dead, must be in front of all 3. The only thing that I can think is, but Brett Hutton looks very disgruntled that wasn't out. I don't know if that's just the fact that he hasn't picked up a wicket, but yeah, that was close. That was very, very close, I think. Maybe just sliding. Next ball is defended to Farn Ahmed, and due to the fact that both mid-off and mid-on are so deeply set on the ring, that it's an easy single on offer, which is taken graciously by Bartlett. 177 for 5 now. We're in the 38th over.
In our group, Group A, there are 2 matches that start at 2 o'clock. Leicestershire, Warwickshire at Grace Road. Warwickshire have won the toss and will bat. No news on the toss yet at Taunton, where Somerset plays Surrey.
Pennington in, and this is flicked to Hamid, but wicket, no run. So going nice and straight here is Pennington. Field set for straight bowling, really. Hard outfield. You fancy that. Batter gets in, quite difficult to stop them on a ground like this. I saw glimpses of that with McSweeney, Proctor, in that partnership. This one is in and defended towards, so here it's backward point, no run. So this is good again from Pennington, who's into his 7th. Question will be, is he only going to bowl a couple here, save 3 for the death? Maybe go back to Farn Ahmed. He's got 3 overs. He bowled James Hayes, only bowled 4. Lyndon James has got a couple left.
Hamid obviously senses, and quite rightly, I mean, we'd probably all have the same mindset that, you know, you break this partnership, and although there's still McManus to come, it's a long way towards.
Push into the offside. It will bring about a single four. Okay.
It's a long way towards an above par score from then for Northants. If one of these goes now, they've only got so many lifelines left, haven't they? If they're to get it up to what we were sort of talking about, somewhere between 260, 270 and 300.
Yeah.
Still 100 away. Can do it in 12 and a half overs, but somebody's got to get those runs.
Bottle on strike, and this is down the leg side.
That helps.
That does help.
The other game, they have now tossed at Taunton. Surrey have won the toss, and they will field. So Somerset batting first against Surrey. That starts at 2 o'clock. Warwickshire have won the toss and will bat first against Leicestershire. The other two games in this group. So could be all sorts of table swings in both tables, actually, by the time we've done tonight.
Pennington in, Bartle off the front foot, pushes this to James at extra cover. That will be a dot ball, 179 for 5. Who went with us earlier? Steelbacks did win the toss and elect to bat. So Notts once again will be chasing. One thing that they've done in all their home games. And one thing that is clearly evident from all their home games is they've won every single one of them. Chasing. Pennington. This is short and pulled, and that will be 4. Bart was on that in an absolute flash. Not really that short, and just almost a tennis forehand flick over mid-wicket for 4. 183 for 5 at the end of 38.
Yeah, it's been one of the interesting features of the day up to this point. There's been very few balls hit in the air. Been playing obviously since 11 o'clock, 20 to 2 now. Been 1-6 from Luke Proctor, but everything else played along the ground. There's like cricket grounds up and down the country this summer with a lightning fast outfield. Just push it either side of the fielder and you're probably going to get full reward. Could well be a change at the far end. I think Lyndon James is with the ball. He is. It's partially obscured by both Brett Hutton and Seba Mead there, as I was looking towards. In fact, James Hayes is it down the far end, but it is going to be it is going to be Lyndon James to bowl. Long way from our commentary marquee. 183 for 5.
Oh, camping tent, isn't it? I think this is a little bit. I think this is an upgrade from the tent we were in at Wellback.
Bijou marquee.
Yeah.
Lyndon James in and bowls. Good one. First up, beats Keogh on the outside. Got a wicket early on. Lyndon James, when he first came on, had Sammy King, the former Notts man, giving out LBW. Bowled 5 overs, 1 for 20 in his first spell, Lyndon.
Yeah. I want to come back and to Sammy King. We'll be hoping to do the same thing here.
Ball's now and driven back. Good stop by Lyndon James. Just saves any possibility of any runs. Always important to field off your own bowling. You can't really expect anybody else to field off your bowling if you're not prepared to do it yourself. That's the way I always looked at it.
I agree with you, Dave.
Probably why I've got a whole string of misshapen fingers from stops and attempted caught and bowls and whatever. 183 for 5. James in once more. Bowls nicely pushed into the offside by Rob Keogh. Moves him on to 16. 184 for 5. Here beside the lake at Queen's Park, Chesterfield. Lovely little spot, a really picturesque ground. Plenty of car parking facilities. Nice lake. There's a impressive bridge at the far end. Walk over the water there and have a little look down. Next one's pushed to Tayyab Tahir. Backward point. There's no run. Lots have had quite a number of overseas players this season, just popping in and saying hello and disappearing. Of course, it started with Fergus O'Neill and Kyle Verena in the Championship, and then Muhammad Ali came. He played a game in the Championship and played in the Blast. Lyndon James bowls, runs here as it's cut down wide of third. Nice sprawling stop on the hard outfield by Pennington, and they'll only get 2. Binora Fernando came in for the latter stages of the Blast. Not counting what we can count if we want, but Mohammed Amir came in. Wasn't an overseas player, of course, but that one sort of a bit of a left field one. And George Munsey, the Scottish international.
George Linder.
George Linder, yeah, oh yes, George Linder, can't forget George. Now Tayyab Tahir. A very cosmopolitan feel about the Outlaws this year. Just tucked off his hip by Bartlett for a single. Takes him to 35. Dylan Pennington in front of us just throws his cap to the ground over the boundary edge and then goes striding in because he's going to get another over. 39 gone, 187 for 5, just 4 from that over. Come back over from Lyndon James. There'll be one more over and then another fielder can be thrust out into the far reaches of the Queen's Park Oval. There's a Queen's Park Oval, isn't there? Is that Trinidad, I think?
Yeah. Queen's Park, Chesterfield. Lovely, lovely place. Fantastic hosts so far. But again, that is very nicely poised. 11 overs left. Steelbacks with Bartlett, who's set, and Keogh, who's played a very supportive knock so far. McManus to come. Pennington in, and this is defended by Bartlett. No run.
Got one here from Bent Nielsen. Lovely to hear from you, Bent. As for trees, Dave, nothing beats a copper beech. Latin, Fagus sylvatica purpurea. Hope that's right. My grandparents had a proper big one, he says. Thanks for the comms from a Danish Yorkshire supporter who's too afraid to watch the Yorkshire stream. I think I've run out of the good old Viking blood. Thank you, Bent. Lovely to hear from you. The copper beech.
Pennington. Short, and this is carved away, and good work out there by Martindale, and he's done incredibly well to keep that to a single. Really, really good.
Which one are you assuming is the copper beech? The one at the far end of the ground that's not quite as green as the others?
Maybe that's got to be the copper beech. Well, even if it's not, that's the copper beech today.
It is today, yeah. Derbyshire 214 for 5 against Yorkshire at Scarborough for Bent's interest and anybody else.
Pennington continues, goes short again. This is helped to deep backward square. Freddie McCann does the fielding.
Have you been to North Marine Road, Scarborough?
I have not. No, that is one of the grounds I would very much like to tick off the bucket list.
Yeah, we'll have to get you there before we export you. Take your green card off you.
Yeah, it does. It does look like a phenomenal cricket ground. Lovely place, feel to the place.
Just a nice spot, close to the sea.
Scarbados.
Yep.
Pennington in. This is played down to third. They run the first one hard, and they're going to come back for 2, and it was tight.
It looked like untidy wicket-keeping because Kyle had nothing to do with it, but quite rightly it already weighed up a direct hit, and it'd be interesting. So he just sort of stood out the way and saw where it landed. Wasn't too far away from hitting the stumps on the full.
Yep. 191 for 5. Pennington into his 8th over.
He's done well today. Good to see him bowling like this in good rhythm.
This is defended, and they're going to get through for a single, a clean pickup by Tahir, and the stumps were in jeopardy. And you fancy that was a very high possibility of a run out. 192 for 5. Ice cream man now getting a few customers.
There's two, aren't there? There's one that we can see it over on that far side, and there's one to our left. You can just see through the Northants players. And well, there's an ambulance, but then there's an ice cream van next to it, or near it.
Is that you go to the ambulance after you've had one too many ice creams? That's flicked away, and Freddie McCann will get there.
Oh, that's good, Freddie.
Really good work by Mr. McCann. That's the end of the over. So 40 overs bowled. It's 193 for 5. Bartlett 39 and Keogh 19.
Yeah, got there without playing too many shots with real aggression. Just been playing proper cricket shots. Freddie McCann's just come off for a comfort break. Byron Hatton low. I thought bowled nicely. I was watching from afar on the live stream when it worked on Sunday from Beckenham. I thought Byron had a pretty decent game with the ball. 193 for 5. So we're into the last 10. Lyndon James has 4 to go. He's bowled 6 overs, 1 for 24. Can he add to that now with Rob Keogh on strike? Advances a pace towards the bowler, whips it away wristily off his hip, and will come back for a couple. 195 for 5. Not seen your friend Mr. Chahal just yet.
I saw him, not in his, he'll be batting sticks, won't he? But I saw him stood over here with the jumper on, obviously a lot colder than it is in India. Oh, I'm excited to watch him bowl. Maybe I'll disturb him at lunch. Haven't quite decided when I'm going to get him, but I will.
James bowls again, similar to the previous ball, whipped away wristily off his pads by Rob Keogh. Strong area for him, out to Ben Martindale, who took a wicket earlier. 196 for 5. 4 overs, 1 for 20 for Ben Martindale, and 3 overs, 1 for 9 for Freddie McCann. They don't have to bowl anymore. I suspect they probably won't. His delivery is a slower ball from Lyndon James, and Bartlett waited for it before turning it to mid-wicket.
I like the change of pace. We haven't seen a lot of that today by James or Notts bowling as train goes in the distance.
Did you see the train?
It's over there. It looks absolutely packed to the rafters.
I can't see it. You'll have to describe it for our listeners.
Yeah, it's
The ball pushed into the offside for another single. Dylan Pennington liked that and gives the bowler a clap, even though it's cost him a single. 197 for 5.
It's a blue train with a white roof on top of it. Really nice. The front is modelled like an old steam train.
I mean, how many carriages, how many passengers?
I haven't counted the carriages. I have to get the carriages next time round.
Roughly.
Probably about 7, 8.
Oh, crikey.
Big
Again,
train.
Turned on the leg side again by Keogh for another single. Been very strong in this over off his pads. Producer Aaron says there's 10 carriages.
10 carriages.
He is prone to exaggeration, though. Did see him out there. Took part in the football kickabout this morning with the players, and you've heard the phrase just over-evaluating your own ability, haven't you? Not sure what all that was about. 198 for 5. I know
We need
Paul
to get
Franks,
you involved.
well, I know he said they were getting a little short at this stage of the competition, Dave. I thought he was referring to the cricketers, not the footballers in the warm-up. End of the over, 198 for 5 after 41. So 9 overs to go here at Chesterfield. Time check. 1:51, so 39 minutes to bowl 9 overs. They should be okay, shouldn't they?
They should do, and we're going to see spin now anyway.
Oh.
So get through the overs quickly. I'd love to see. I think
Bowling from the pavilion.
I
end,
speak
number
for
7,
everybody when I
Farhan
say
Ahmed.
getting Dave Bracegirdle involved in the football kickabout would be a sight that everyone would want to see.
I've done all that, mate. Done all that back in the day. You've done all that.
Italian international Dave Bracegirdle.
Correct, Italian international Dave Bracegirdle.
Not at football, sadly.
Farhan Ahmed.
I've actually had a bad couple of weeks for heroes. Obviously, Sir Garfield, losing Sir Garfield, my cricketing hero. One of my football heroes, Franco Baresi, the Italian sweeper defender for AC Milan. He sadly died this week.
Ahmed in and a paddle round the corner. 2 to here.
This
Brings
still,
about a single.
this still looks wrong to me. A Nottinghamshire shirt, number 19, and Luke Fletcher not wearing it. We've got Sam Ward, who's doing a bit of 12th manning in front of us here with the number 19. That's Fletcher's number, isn't it? It should have been retired for the great man.
Big boots to fill. Sweep now, and good work out there by Seachin as they come back for a second.
That's a 50
will
partnership
bring
for George Bartlett.
the 200 up.
Keo from 59 balls.
50 partnership as well.
So into the 40 part, into the 42nd over, and the 200's brought up. And you feel that now is the time, really, for these two to just try kick on a little bit. Another sweep. This time I don't think they'll be able to get back for 2, and don't. So every ball has been swept away. The 3 balls bowled so far. Those are lovely, lovely pictures, aren't they, Dave?
Yeah, Darren Stevens just sent some pictures in of the ground, of the cricket. Britain at its best, he says, a stunning setting.
This one again played away, lap sweep by Keogh, and that's another single. 203 for 5.
I've just retweeted that at Brace Cricket. If you want to look at Darren's pictures of the ground.
Yeah, beautiful. Really, really lovely grass, a nice brown colour, which signals a fantastic summer in my books. Leading edge, and it's gone over into the covers. That was a one that could have gone anywhere. That would have been a big wicket of Bartlett as well.
Well, from my eye line, he just dollied that straight up to Lyndon James, but of course my eye line wasn't the actual flight of the ball. It was about 10 yards to the left of Lyndon.
204 for 5. Sweep, and there's an appeal. There's a polite appeal, really. As Keogh swept every ball, so that's a very, very good over from Farhan. 204 for 5 after 42.
Do they just go on like this for a little while longer, or is it time for the push? What are you doing here?
I think you got to give it a bit of a. You got to give it a bit of a biff. A little bit of mind the windows.
What are they? Where are they trying to get to? That's the question. I went all the way around the houses there. There's my finishing line. What is the Northampton finishing line? What are they trying to get to from here?
I still think 250 has got to be a minimum.
Well, they'll get 46 in 8, surely. It's not 270. Do you not want 270?
I think 250 is the bare minimum. I think it's about a 270 wicket. Just with the outfield, it's just so quick. You can't score anything less.
Lyndon James bowls a ball that driven into the offside by Bartlett, and it left the bat. That will have felt very nice, very sweet, but he's hit it straight to Ameed, and there's no liabilities when Ameed's in the field.
I think it's at the moment with how dry the outfields are, especially at Queen's Park, Chesterfield's beautiful ground, beautiful club ground, one of the best. Still a club ground, not getting as much water as the professional ground, difficult to defend just because the ball hits the gap, it goes for 4.
James to Bartlett again, short pulled for 6. Farhan
Unfortunate the crowd.
Great effort by gentleman in a deck chair away to our left, and he acknowledges the applause. Can't see any monitors. One of our excellent camera crew has managed to pick that up, and might get a replay or 2 on the live screen. Great work.
Balls.
Lovely catch. 50 for Bartlett coming up there, and Just get confirmation. It's pushed into the offside. 49 balls, 3 fours and a 6. I make it.
That is a lovely piece of fielding. Hasn't moved a muscle. Hands up, in it goes. Here we go. Throw it back, please. Wow. Peak male performance. Beautiful work.
Yeah, we did touch on whether it was the time to go at the start of the over, and George Bartlett felt that was time to get off the launch pad, and now he's slammed this into the offside. Can Sammy Citron get down and feel he can? Very good from Sammy Citron. Keeps them to 1. Another day, another fielder. Yard to his left. That would have been 3 more. 211 for 5. As well as all the skill set that the batters have and the bowlers have here. Both sides will be hoping for a little bit of fortune going their way in the closing 7 overs here. You just want those that are in the air from the fielding point of view to find the fielder. From the batting side, you just want them to drop into the open spaces. Comfortable single walked here. You want the inside edges to miss the sticks if you're batting.
Yeah.
212 for 5 as we come towards the end of the 43rd over. Proctor made 53. Bartlett back on strike, 51 not out. 49 from Nathan McSweeney, the engine room of the Northants innings. This has hit Powerfleet to mid-off, and he won't get a run. And David Milnes calls time on that set of 6. 212 for 5 after 43. Group A of the Metrobank 50 over one-day cup competition. Final at Trent Bridge will be Sunday, September the 20th. Whether either of these sides could navigate a route towards it, I think will really depend on the next 3 days. Because they both can't win today, and as Andrew Radd himself said, if Northants lost today, 4 defeats, unlikely they would make the top 3. With a win, they could still be in the running. Notts could lose today and maybe win their last 2 and finish with 5 and maybe find a route in.
Ahmed in and a slog sweep. That's going to bring about a boundary. So, Notts a little bit of pressure here. Boundary first ball. Very, very difficult this for Han Ahmed, with the lap sweep being an option, and then the slog sweep and the normal sweep, very, very difficult to protect all the spaces. This one cut away into the offside. Only a single this time, so 5 from the first 2 balls. Keogh now moving on to 30 runs. 217 for 5. And a nice platform these two have built. Nice launch pad for them to go ballistic, really, as Bartlett on strike sweeps us around the corner, and that will be another boundary. So this is really good batting by these two, and at the moment I've got the broom out to fantastic effect. Really, really good stuff. 221 for 5.
Yes, this is Farhan's 9th over.
Ahmed in. A little bit slower would be approach, and this has gone up high. McCann underneath it, and McCann will take it. And that's a big wicket, because Bartlett has got to go for 55. A fantastic 55, it must be said. And Farhan Ahmed will pick up his 2nd today. And just when Bartlett looked like he was putting his foot to the floor on their accelerator, has got to go and not pick up another wicket at a crucial time in the game when the Steelbacks looked like they were starting to make a play.
It's very interesting that from our perspective, in that it was hit very, very high, and straight away the eyes were drawn towards Freddie McCann, and it went so high, Kyle, he had enough time, he had a look round where the rope was, he was following the ball all the time, obviously got a good firm base with his feet just inside the rope, and really washed it straight into his hands. It was really good work from McCann, textbook way to catch one close to the rope without treading on the boundary marker, and a little bit of joy out in the middle for Farhan Ahmed. 221 for 6, and Northants again losing a wicket. They really didn't want to lose. The new man, I presume, will be Lewis McGugan. McManus, I beg your pardon. Lewis McGugan, who's played for Forest. Won't be him. Lewis McManus on his way out to the middle. The Steelbacks wicket keeper, another very good player, former Hampshire player. Toot indeed. Dominic Cork's birthday today, folks. He played many times on here for Derbyshire. Also played for Hampshire and Lancashire. England, of course. Remember him taking a Test hat-trick against the West Indies at Lords. Was it at Lords? 1995. Cork is 55 today. Greg Chappell, former Australian skipper, brother of Ian. He's 78 today. Farhan Ahmed with 2 balls left in his 9th, 2 for 46, and a new man on strike.
Farhan in and defended off the back foot by McManus as nice big gusts of wind blow across Queen's Park, Chesterfield.
A foot higher and that had gone for 6.
6, yeah. This one's shorter and played away on the leg side. Tahir sprints after it, one-hand pick up, and that's a bullet of a throw. So good over that. 2-2-2 for 6.
Yeah, foot higher and that had gone for 6. It didn't, it was caught. You know, he might have been 9 overs and out. He might well get 10th and final over.
Yeah.
It's, again, we were talking about, or I was talking about just 5 minutes ago about however good your skill set is in these last few overs, you perhaps need that little bit of luck to go for you and not for the opposition. It didn't go for George Bartlett on that occasion, and he fell for a very good 55, made from 54 balls, 4 fours and a 6.
Bowling from the lake end, number 16, Brett Hutton.
Only been 2 sixes hit today, one by Proctor, one by Bartlett. Brett Hutton going to take over from Lyndon James from the far end. Lyndon 8 overs, 1 for 37. Hutton back into the attack. He's got 2 left, 1 for 29. Bowls to the new man McManus. So 5 overs to go after this one. Of these 6 overs then, Hutton will probably bowl 2. Pennington will bowl 2. Then what are you doing? 1 for Farhan, 1 for James.
Yeah, probably.
Hayes has only had 4 overs. Might just have been caught in a little bit of a Northants blitz early on when McSweeney and Proctor were going nicely. A little tough on James if he doesn't come back, but it might not be needed.
Yeah, I think you've nailed who's going to bowl, Dave. I think that's exactly who's going to get the go.
And then you look at, Freddie McCann, 3 overs, 1 for 9. Martindale, 4 overs, 1 for 20. They've done a great job between them. There's Hutton in again. Bowling to McManus, just can't get it away at the moment. Another dot ball, which Notts will be more than happy to take.
Again, really good stuff. 3 dot balls in a row now. They got the grit out. McManus on strike. 1 Can they keep them under 260? That will be the big what if. Can we?
Hutton bowls now. Oh, chipped over the head of Lyndon James. It was a totally false shot from McManus, but there, case of him having a little bit of good fortune. False shot, chipped it over mid-wicket. Leapt high in the air. Lyndon James couldn't get anywhere near it. Would needed to have been about 8'6" to have caught it. Lollops over his head for 2. Still Liam Guthrie, Rafi Weatherall and Yuzvendra Chahal left in the hutch for the Steelbacks. Head coach Darren Lehman watching on as Hutton bowls, and this is pulled away for 4 with conviction by McManus. Said earlier in the over, struggling to get it away. There was no struggles there.
No, not at all. Just a stand and deliver wallop. That's it's more about a change in the field now. Cow corner goes out. Fine leg comes up and deep square is out. Just to protect that, just heave across the line.
I think this is the final ball of the over. 228 for 6. Just got the one scoreboard to go by here. Away to our right. Tucked by McManus onto the leg side. Pushed hard for the first one, but that's all they'll get. So McManus faced every ball in that over, having taken a single from the final ball of the previous one, and now he's back on strike. So Rob Keogh, who was nicely set on 30, hasn't seen a ball now for 7 deliveries, and it'll be a wee while longer. In fact, it's a little bit longer than that, isn't it? It's yeah, 8 balls he's not seen, and it'll be a wee while longer. 229 for 6 after 45.
Yeah, Farhan Ahmed's ball, his 10th and final. He's bowled very well so far. 9 overs, 2 for 46. He's Farhan. 229. 5 overs left. Ahmed starts his run up, goes into the wicket, pushed back to Ahmed, who does the fielding off his own bowling. So it's another dot ball.
A lot of players with links to both of these sides, or played for them both over the years. Mentioned 1 or 2 already.
Ahmed in again.
Ooh.
A little bit into the wicket again, and just potentially holds in the wicket and nearly chipped back to him.
Graham Swan came to Trent Bridge from Wantage Road. Usman Afzal, of course, went in the other direction. Ricky Vessels played for both. Lance Klusner and
Ahmed in, and this is paddled around the corner.
Nicky Boyet from your neck of the woods, both played for both. Bilal Shafayat, who's first-class umpire now, played for both. David Lucas, Mark Bowen, Wayne Noon, former wicket-keeper for both, now a match referee. Ben Duckett, Russell Warren, another umpire, has played for both. George Munsey had a game or 2 for Northampton, and of course Calvin Harrison.
Did you mention Brett Hudson?
Yeah, I've talked about Brett through the course of the day, yeah.
Ahmed in and swept out into the leg side by Keogh, and they get back for 2.
His actual his best first-class figures, Brett, came for Northampton his first year there, got an 8 foot. 232 for 6, 4 overs to go after this one. This will be Farhan bowled out, the first of the Notts bowlers to bowl out. Two for 50 his figures at the moment.
Ahmed in and pulled into the leg side. Only a single comes from that one. 233. 1 ball left in his spell. And It's been a very good one. 25 balls remaining. Everyone in the ring now sits on the 30-yard discs. Ahmed in and off a thickish outside edge, and just about being stopped by a go-go gadget arm. Brett Hutton at short third, who dives and stops it. 234 at the end of the 46th.
Go gadget arm. Very good. 15 extras in the innings, 6 leg byes, 4 byes and 5 wides. No balls. That's always nice to see from the bowling unit, the fielding unit. Don't give any no balls away. They are doubly expensive in this form of the game, so they've got 4 overs to go for Hahn. Finished with 2 for 51, 234 for 6 with 4 overs left.
Farhan Ahmed finishes with figures of 2 wickets for 52 runs.
I think he's done pretty well actually for Ahmed. Bowled nicely throughout this competition. Not always with
13, James Hayes.
the reward he possibly deserved. Just 4 wickets before today, played in all the matches, so now 6. And there's going to be James Hayes to come back from the Lake End. Bowls now beats McManus on the outside. Not taken cleanly by Verena, but there wasn't a nick on it. As I said earlier, he's got a very sore finger. One of the underneath one of the nails is very, very sore indeed, and if you don't take them cleanly, it can be painful. His bowls cut out again to Sam Seacherin. So, fumble. He'll come back for 2. Bobble in front of him. Whether he took his eye off or whether it misbehaved too much, but 1 becomes 2. Yeah, no respite really for Carl Verena, because he'll be required, well, you'd imagine almost certainly he's going to be required to bat, and then another game on Sunday and then another game on Tuesday. Batting and keeping. McManus turns this on the leg side. There was a slight fumble there as well from Martindale, but he reacted quickly enough. 237 for 6. So I hope it doesn't become an issue with Kyle. First and foremost, not also going to need him for the county championship run-in, which begins 2 weeks as yesterday, 13 days time at the Oval against Surrey. 6 matches left. This one's hit up into the air, down to long on, and comfortable catch in the deep wicket for James Hayes. And
is that Freddie McCann again?
He's in the right place at the right time. Freddie McCann, not used to deploy Alex Hales in that sort of position. Each end of the ground in the closing overs in this format, and the blast took any number of catches. 237 for 7, and it's Rob Keogh out for 33 and a wicket for James Hayes.
33 caught by Freddie McCann.
Yeah, just a push.
James Hayes.
Really from Keogh. Nothing more than that. Just a half-hearted push and flies all the way down to long on with Freddie McCann. Oh, he's never going to drop that.
Number 36, Liam Guthrie.
Liam Guthrie, whose primary role, of course, is as a bowler. Comes in at number 9. Born in Subiaco, the outskirts of Perth. The only other time I've ever used Subiaco on a cricket commentary was whenever Adam Vogers played for Notts, or we spoke about the great Vog, because he was born in Subiaco as well. Left-hand bat, left-arm fast medium bowler, Liam Guthrie. As I say, we'll be seeing him playing his main role for Northants a little later on. But for now, let's see what his left-handed batting can do to improve a tally of 237 for 7. 3 overs left after this one. It's only Dylan Pennington who's not got a wicket for Notts. 2 for Farhan Ahmed now, 1 apiece for McCann, Martindale, James Hutton and James Hayes, who's in now to bowl to Guthrie. Cuts his first ball to here. A backward point and there's no run.
Yeah, again, good work by Tahir. He's been good in the field. Besides potentially the overthrows, but that...
What do you blame him? Or do you blame the non-backer upper?
The non-backer upper is the Notts captain, so you probably blame Tahir.
But had he hit the stumps? This was all a long time ago and easily forgotten hit by Guthrie. There was a lot of promise about how far he was going to hit that one. It didn't actually materialise, but he gets a single. End of the over, a successful one for James Hayes. His first wicket. He's through 5 overs, 1 for 41, 238 for 7. Northants with just 3 overs to go. They've got McManus on 13 and Guthrie on 1. There's just Weatherall and Chohal to come. And Dylan Pennington is back for the 48th over, so he can add a wicket to his figures. He's got 12 balls potentially to do it, this 48th over and then the final over.
Yeah, 238 for 7. Pennington once again from the pavilion end. Balls overs 48 and 50, you would think, as Pennington in and a swing and a bobble, and it's absolutely cannoned into Verena's chest. And add that to the list of things that is hurting for him, as Lyndon James has a really wry chuckle here at mid-off, thinking, I'm so glad that is not me.
Who would be a wicket keeper?
Yeah.
Yeah, it bounced before reaching him and then it just took off quite alarmingly, actually. Hit him right on the chest, right on the breastbone. Dot ball though.
Pennington in, and again slower ball pushed into the offside, and they're gonna jog through for a single. Brings up the 240.
I think it's the fact that by only taking 1, McManus is on the strike. Otherwise, I'd have said that's poor running.
Yeah,
there was 2 there if they wanted to, but I think the fact that potentially McManus could maybe hit the next 3 balls for 4 rather than Guthrie doing it was the reason they only took 1, but we'll see how it pans out.
Freddie McCann in front of us had long on. Pennington in. McManus goes on the lap, loops it up, and it's dropped by Hamid at fine leg.
Yeah, I think he lost his footing as well. It was dying on him. He was inside the ring at short fine, and a clever little scoop from McManus up into the air. It was always dying on Hamid. He was rushing forward trying to get there, and I think he lost his footing as well. But as you say, got both hands to it just as his hands were hitting the ground. The ball popped out.
Guthrie on strike, full toss, and hit firmly to Brett Hutton, no run. That's a great dot ball.
Yeah,
that is a phenomenal dot ball. I think Hamid has potentially been misdone there, as I think he thought there was a lot more pace on that ball than there actually was, which is potentially why he rushed forward in the last minute. I think, as everyone thought, the pace Pennington bowls, that would just fly straight into his hands.
I think he lost his footing as well, though, to be fair to him. He wanted to take another step towards the ball.
Pennington in slower ball, and inside edge Hamid will have another chance to make a run out, which he decides not to do, and quite rightly so. 241 for 7.
Lost his cap again. No wickets in this over for Pennington, but thus far no damage. He's getting a won't say he's getting away with it. He's bowling very, very nicely as well, using all his skill and experience.
McManus will no doubt look to take this on here. Pennington in slower ball, and this is pushed into the offside. They ran the first one hard, but never going to get back for 2. 242 for 7 at the end of the 48th.
Just 4 from that, 4 dots. Could have been a wicket, but this time of the innings, if you offer them a none for 4 over, you're going to take it. 2 overs to go. Hayes and Pennington, I'm sure, will bowl the last 2. So some of these bowling figures are heading towards being set in stone. Lyndon James will probably finish 8 overs 1 for 37. Brett Hutton 9 overs 1 for 36. There's James Hayes. Comes in to bowl to McManus. Oh, he's hit that one out into the deep. Now then, a catching chance for Martindale, and he's caught it. Oh, that's a really good catch for Ben Martindale. The bigger of the boundaries, always looked as if it might just have the legs to go for 6. But James Hayes, the grateful recipient of a really good bit of work by Martindale on that deep boundary. That's a very, very good catch indeed. As Northants dropped to 242 for 8.
Caught by Ben Martindale.
It's a fantastic catch by Ben Martindale. Dylan Pennington's gone across to the cameraman that stood there and said, "You get that on camera, that's a great catch." You got that. That will look good on all the social media posts. I'm sure you have. Your camera's pointing in that direction. McManus has got to go. The drop catch by Hamid means nothing in the end. It cost 2 runs, 242 for 8, and Notts have done very, very well here.
New man out there is the giant of a man, Rafi Weatherall. Again, another fast medium bowler who no batting prowess to call back upon. 21 years of age, just his 9th List A appearance, and is away first ball, working it on the leg side for a single. They all know which end of the bat to hold. There's very few rabbits around the county circuit. Played that with a great deal of conviction. Brings Guthrie back onto strike, who's just suddenly been elevated to senior partner by the fall of that wicket. What can he do? James Hayes looked as if he was going to bow out. 5 overs or 4 overs, none for a few. Suddenly he's got 2 wickets, but now he goes for 4 runs, and Guthrie driving this through the covers nicely for 4. It's a good shot.
Yeah, very nice shot. Hit firmly. Diving Brett Hutton couldn't stop that, so that'll be a boundary. 247.
In the other group, at Scarborough, they're into the interval. Derbyshire made 278 for 8 against Yorkshire, obviously. Essex 310 for 9 in the 47th at Cardiff. And then another big blow down the ground. And I think there might be enough on this one. Is there? Oh, that's a brilliant bit of fielding
Freddie McCann.
by McCann again. It's just going to be 2 runs in the end, but that doesn't tell you the story. I'll try and tell you it. Seemed to be going into the trees for 6, and he's leapt as high as a salmon. He's got his left hand way up there, higher than he had any right, really, to get it up there. Caught the ball, and as he's falling back, just stopping himself from landing on the grass the other side of the rope, he's thrown it back inside. Brilliant bit of release work by McCann, and then presence of mind to throw it in quickly, and they just got 2 instead of 6. There's another one hit up into the air. Lyndon James after this one. It'll fall, though shy of Lyndon. And Guthrie providing a little bit of entertainment here, and being denied a few runs. He might well have expected 2 or 3 sixes in this over. That is the 250 up, though, for the Steelbacks. 250 for 8. And we're in the last knockings of the penultimate over here. After Nathan McSweeney won the toss, opted to bat first, they've put a score on the board. Hayes in to Weatherall, drives it back past James Hayes down the ground. And it's going to take some cutting off, but has been cut off. And they'll come back. Oh, they won't come back. Good work out there. In the deep, and it's a single. And it's 251 for 8. And that is the end. I think it's the end. Is it the end? David Mills just circling round. 2:52 for 8 at the end of the over. 10 from that over in the end. So James Hayes finishes 6 overs, 2 wickets. What did they get off the last ball? 2. So Hayes 6 overs, no maidens, 2 for 51. That leaves Dylan Pennington to bowl the final over. He's the only one of the bowlers without a wicket today, and he's got 6 chances in this over. 2:52 for 8.
Yeah, Pennington to finish.
8 runs for Northants, 260.
Yeah. That will be the plan. Looking to swing this away, will Guthrie to the leg side as this is full and executed Yorker. That from Pennington, really good work. Pushed back to him as a bowler. Easy stop.
Yeah. There was a huge puff of dust and ball that just made its way back to Dylan Pennington as Guthrie tried to go big.
So 252, Notts will be, I think, fairly happy. We'll never know what par is until both teams sort of bat on it, but I think Notts will be fairly happy if they're not chasing much more than 260. It's Pennington in, goes full again, and another well executed Yorker. They run the first one very hard, but Martindale would have had one of the most simple run outs to complete if the second was taken, which means that Weatherall will be on strike.
Just a case of get the ball and get it in. Remember, it'll be a 30-minute interval. We are heading towards 2:30, so round about 3 o'clock, folks, we'll be back with the second innings on the live stream, Trent Bridge Live, where you're watching us now.
Pennington in again, goes slower ball, and just a bit of tip and run there from Weatherall, pushed it into the offside, understanding that Guthrie's the one that's going to advance this Steelbacks charge in the last over maybe 260. Halfway in the over now, 3 balls gone. 254. Remember earlier, the Steelbacks won the toss, elected to bat first. Here at Queen's Park, Chesterfield. Pennington goes Yorker, and that's again a really good ball. This time they do run the first one hard, and they're going to be able to get back for 2. A very hard throw by Freddie McCann leaves Dylan Pennington sprawled on the floor after having stopped it. 256. 2 balls remaining. Freddie McCann has been once again fantastic in the field.
Yeah, him and, well, all the outfielders, to be fair. Martindale as well, and indeed Sammy Seatron has had 1 or 2 nasty bobbles out there, but saved a lot of runs, got it in quickly. Good job, Notts.
So here is Pennington. Slower ball into the wicket, and a lap sweep doesn't quite come off, and they get through for a single. So 257. And Weatherall's going to have the final ball to have a little bit of a fun swing at.
No wickets today for Dylan Pennington. He's got 1 ball left in his 60.
Here he is, Pennington, running away from us. Final ball of the 50 overs goes full, and it's swung away, and Pennington will not get a wicket today, but a misfield by Seachin will allow them to get back for 2. 259 the Steelbacks will finish on, and the Outlaws, to win 4 home games in a row, will need 260 runs after losing the toss and being asked to bowl first. You fancy that is something that they'll be fairly happy with. 259 for 8.
Steelbacks have made a total of 259 for 8 in the Metrobank One Day Cup.
Yep, just confirmed there for those inside the ground. 3 principal innings and some bits and pieces to add to that. Top score George Bartlett with 55, made from 54. Luke Proctor opened the batting today, brought into the side with Vasconcelos and Sharma unavailable. Luke Proctor made 53 from 72, 6 fours and 1 6. And Nathan McSweeney, the skipper, who's going along so nicely, 49 from 44, looked a real danger till Ben Martindale brought into the attack, knocked out his middle stump. They were the principal scorers. Rob Keogh made 33. Some handy little contributions towards the bottom of the order. Nice to see Sammy King back playing at this level. Only made 10 on his Northants debut for Nottinghamshire. 2 wickets for James Hayes, 2 for Farhan Ahmed, 1 apiece for McCann, Martindale, James and Hutton. Dylan Pennington though bowled well. 10 overs, none for 44. Notts need 260 to win, very much to keep their hopes of qualifying in the top 3. If not alive, but certainly to increase the possibility. Northants need to get a win today, you fancy. A very interesting first half of this game. Join us in half an hour to see how it pans out. Northants have made 259 for 8 from Kyle and myself. Enjoy the interval. We'll speak to you shortly.
Welcome to East Midlands Airport. Or should we say, the easiest Midlands Airport. The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com.
Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Queen's Park, Chesterfield, where we're in good time for the second half of today's Metrobank One-Day Cup match between Nottinghamshire Outlaws, Northamptonshire Steelbacks. Notts require 260 runs to win. Or flip that over, Northants looking for their third win in the competition, need to restrict Notts to less than 259. Earlier, the visiting skipper Nathan McSweeney winning the toss, opting to bat first. McSweeney making 49. There were half centuries for Luke Proctor and for George Bartlett. And all in all, I think everybody that we've spoken to during the interval feels it's round about par, and we've got a good game of cricket on our hands. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, alongside me, former Warwickshire and Northern's leg spinner Carl van Vollenhoven. And we're suitably pizzaed up, aren't we?
We are. We had some nice pizzas. We've had some cake earlier on today.
And we've met a lot of lovely people. Thanks to everybody for popping by, and sorry if I was scoffing at pizzas and doing this, that and the other. If it appears we haven't given everybody their full attention, but thank you ever so much for coming to see us. We're going to get underway. Martindale on strike, and the first ball down the leg side goes through to McManus, and that's a wide with Rafi Weatherall opening the bowling for Northants. Big tall fella, isn't he?
Yeah, really tall fella. As tall as some of these lime trees that are dotted around.
Our good friend Joe has been bringing us up to speed on all the different trees. Thank you, Joe. And runs for Martindale. Took a very good catch earlier. Works this down behind square. There's Stuart van der Merwe doing the fielding, and Notts have their third run. You were talking earlier about getting me involved in the football warm-ups. I was going to ignore this, but that's not nice to ignore Tony T, one of our regulars. There are rumours the Bracegirdle footballing skills are akin to the 1970 Brazil samba style, yet to be confirmed. Thank you, Tony.
That's brilliant.
You mentioning getting me involved in the football warm-ups. This is pushed into the offside and there's no run. And the question to which any number of people have already asked, we can ask the man himself in around about half an hour or so when he's warmed down or cooled down. Hopefully we'll get Ben Slater to join us, and we can see how his fitness is going, because he's been out there working hard during the interval. So Ben Slater will be with us in half an hour or so, hopefully. Weatherall into Martindale. This is pushed to mid-on and there's no run. And if that's not a good enough treat for you, we'll have a little more Andrew Radd after that, the voice of Northamptonshire's on Northamptonshire cricket. No need to expand on that, really. Everybody knows who Andrew Radd is. So Martindale and McCann out there for Notts. The expected batting order sees Tayyab Tahir playing his second game for Notts in at 3. Seba Mead and Carl Verena to follow. Weatherall bowling. Martindale chops this to backward point and there's no run. Martindale above anybody else playing in this match. Should know what devilment there is in the Queen's Park strip out there, and where the little pockets to pick up his 2s and 3s are, because he's been playing as the club pro for Chesterfield this season when not required by Notts. Weatherall generating a great deal of pace, actually. Good athletic approach. Balls to Martindale, who pushes this to mid-off, and there's no run. 260. It's going to take some getting, but
yep.
You'd probably give Notts a slightly better than even chance at this start of the afternoon of getting there. They have chased 2 or 3 scores. 2 scores. The 2 at Welbeck were in excess of this. So one was round about this, wasn't it? I think one was 259 and one was 280 or so. Slightly less in the win over Leicestershire, but each of the wins have been through chasers, successful chasers, and this chase has just had a little bit of momentum with a clip through mid-wicket for 4. So Martindale with a boundary, 7 without loss at the end of the first, 6-2. Ben Martindale, Freddie McCann yet to face his first ball.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot by Ben Martindale. A sign of a man who's in the runs at the moment. As the train goes round again, even more packed
Bowling
this
from the
time.
pavilion end, number 36, Liam Guthrie.
Yeah, Liam Guthrie gave it a bit of a whack earlier, and if it wasn't for the man on strike now, would have had 6 to his name. Freddie McCann, lovely bit of work in the field, fielded beautifully, and has looked really, really good in parts so far this tournament, without really kicking on yet. McCann is defending off the back foot 2 backward point with Sammy King, who wears the number 14 on his back, which, yes, I do know that is Bartlett's number, but he's wearing his jumper. So it's not 2 Bartletts. You're not deceiving yourself. There's Sammy King at backward point and Bartlett, who I believe is at, I think, first slip.
Nice to see a left armour in the game. They seem to be a bit of a dying breed at the moment.
Guthrie in and McCann a little bit early on that, off the inside edge. Goes to mid-wicket, no run. Yeah, we don't see many.
Of course, Northampton have got David Willey in their blast winning side. But there's not too many around. There was a while when Notts had both Harry Gurney and Luke Wood at the club at the same time.
Yeah, of course, Notts have had a left-hand seamer for a while. Obviously, Shaheen Shah Afridi came over. Guthrie in, and this is beat. Freddie McCann all ends up. That's a lovely piece of bowling by the left arm quick.
Yes, they didn't have Afridi for long enough. Discussion going on between Liam Guthrie and Sue Redfern about where his feet were landing.
260. Spoke to Ant Buerta. He said the wicket's not a flat one. It can be a bit challenging, but the outfield makes it very, very gettable, were his exact words. This one off the bottom of the bat and a misfield by Sammy King. He's going to allow the ball to get through. Van der Merwe will do the fielding, do the tidying up. So pick up for 2, and that's a good throw.
I think there was plenty more in that as well. He threw it in from virtually the boundary with just a bit of a gentle lob, and it was right into the gloves of Lewis McManus.
So 2 slips in play for Guthrie. He swings it away from left-handed Freddie McCann, who again drives, and again you feel got that off the bottom of the bat, and indeed looks at the bottom of the bat as to say, just need to get one out the middle. Very strong square of the wicket as Freddie McCann scores a lot of runs through that backward point cover region.
There used to be the odd competition at village fetes and things like that. Throw the cricket ball, see who could throw it the furthest. That seems to have gone out of fashion now. You don't do that in your warm-ups, do you?
No, but we used to have that competition at school now that you say it. Guthrie in, and McCann drives, and again, this time picks out cover, and again, looks at the bottom of the bat. So at the end of the over, it's 9 for no loss after 2. Yeah, how far could you throw it? Give it a good old throw?
If I, across the broad spectrum of my playing career, if I wasn't captain, I'd be on the boundary. Yeah.
Yeah, international.
I generally had various phases where I fielded in all sorts of places. And the trouble is, if you join a new club or whatever and you take a sparkling catch in the slips, you end up getting stuck there. Take one at short leg, you'll get stuck in there. Next ball is played onto the leg side, but yeah, I think for most of me 20s and 30s I could throw it in from most boundaries.
Does not surprise me. International cricketer.
Give over. Somebody behind that wall away to our right. Keeps throwing a bottle of water up in the air and catching it. Stop now, we're looking at it. I presume it was a youngster. There, look.
There he
you
is.
See? Flying bottle of water. Driven beautifully by Martindale through the offside for 4. Yeah, by the scoreboard, if you're listening in the ground, there's a netting area, and just keep seeing this bottle of water keep going up into the air and down. Obviously somebody throwing it up. There again. There we are. There you are. You keep your eyes on that, Kyle. I'll watch the cricket.
Yeah, netting area away for the youngsters to play.
13 without loss. Notts. 260 is their required target. Weatherall bowls and driven again by Martindale. That's very, very sweet indeed. That would have felt good. That would have felt like, well, I got 100 last Sunday and I'm just carrying on in the same vein. Lovely shot.
Gorgeous, really gorgeous. That's, for me, the shot of the day so far, really. It's a back foot punch into the gap for a boundary. Really, really nice batting, Ben Martindale. He moves to 14, scores 17.
Those 2 slips have gone. It's 2 out. Everybody else protecting the single. Down the leg side, 4 more. Went very quickly. Yeah, there was bat involved, says Sue Redfern.
There's our boy, Yuvi Chahal. I've put in a word. He said he might leave his shirt. It depends.
You've put in a word with who?
I've asked Byron Attenlow to make sure that he gets it for me. I'm not sure the Notts youngster's going to be able to pull that off, but
You can't go stealing an Indian spinner's shirt.
if it turns me into him, I can definitely try. What a player.
21 without loss, 18 of them to Ben Martindale.
Can you ask Slats when he's on comms if he can get it for me?
Yes, certainly. Round the wicket this time comes Weatherall. He'll be glad to get out of this over. That is a dot ball. Goes through to the keeper. Been a lovely old day so far here at Queen's Park, and I know there's people with reservations about the fact that Notts shouldn't be playing in Derbyshire and all the rest of it. I accept all that, but the local club couldn't have been more welcoming. There's lots of volunteers here from Chesterfield Cricket Club who've gone out their way to help the day be a success. Let's hope it is for all concerned. Some lovely people come up and said hello, and Weatherall does get out of the over. 21 without loss after 3. That's 11 ahead of where Northants were at this stage. They sort of had a look, didn't they, for the first 5 overs before just expanding their repertoire of shots. Of course, they lost Gus Miller for just a single. Still going to be Guthrie.
Liam Guthrie to continue. Freddie McCann still on strike. Guthrie wears a 36 from the pavilion and goes shorter of a length into the wicket. McCann defends this off from the crease, really, not really moving his feet much.
Derbyshire 278 for 8 in their 50 overs. They've got Yorkshire 22 for 2 at Scarborough, so good start with the ball for Derbyshire. And Adam Lythe and Will Luxton, they've both been full of runs, they're both out.
Guthrie in goes full to McCann, who's flicking this, and that's really good work at mid-wicket by Rob Keogh, who's dived and saved 3 comfortably. That was going away across the outfield for 4.
The other matches in the other group, Essex made 312 all out, Glamorgan 13 for 1 after 3 in Cardiff, Durham 115 for 1 after in the 25th over against Middlesex. That was one of those 2 o'clock starts. Sussex 91 for 2 at home to Worcestershire after 16. In the same group as Notts and Northants, Gloucestershire made 270 for 6. Lancashire, good start, 46 without loss after 7.
Guthrie into Martindale, who pushes it and nicks it and is gone. So Martindale, after looking really, really good, flashes out a wide one. And he's got to go and not lose their first. They're 21 for 1. Martindale's got to go for 18.
Yeah,
Good
just
catch by the keeper.
followed one that was shaping away from him.
For 18, caught by Lewis McManus off the bowling of Liam Guthrie.
Very similar to the first wicket in the Northants innings. That of Gus Miller. Similarly just followed Brett Hutton a little bit and edged it to Verena. It's now the turn of the Northants wicket-keeper and Ben Martindale.
The next batter is number 66, Tayyab Tahir.
Out for 18. Tayyab Tahir is on his way out to the middle. Wearing 66, right-handed Pakistan international. Said right-handed, and then I'm just double-checking myself.
Yeah.
Might have to wait a moment on that one. Wicket for Guthrie. Yeah, he's right-handed.
33 years of age. Most people will know him from the Lincolnshire Premier League, where he's absolutely torn it up for Woodall Spa.
I was just looking at other scores actually in the same group as Notts and Northants. Warwickshire 47 for 4 at Leicester in the 18th over. Leicester top of the group, and Somerset 107 for 1 after 19 against Surrey.
Here he is. This is full and it's flicked, and that will be 4. What a way to make, well, a start on home soil for Tahir. Lovely flick. Pakistan international gets off the mark first ball with the boundary. Has played 11 ODIs for his country. 93 List A games. Highest score of 169. Averages just under 43 and a half. 700s. He's scored nearly 1,000 Lincolnshire Premier League runs. And he will not be at Woollerton on Sunday, which is great news, as this is flicked away on the leg side. And they're going to run the first one hard, and they do come back for 2, so good work. Absolutely could be the best news I've heard all year. 30 for 1.
Striking at 300 here, 6 off 2 balls.
He must be facing Kyle. No, that's usually 6 off 1 ball. Liam Guthrie. Australian. It's Pakistan. Tahir, who they call up for Notts really. Again, straight at him and flicked to mid-wicket where Rob Keogh does the fielding. So, still 7 coming from that over. But the wicket of Ben Martindale, 28 for 1 after 4.
Yeah, a bit nice. Trying to set aside the feeling that there's home impartiality, or try and bring across some impartiality. That's better. It's nice to see what the fuss is about with Tayyab Tahir. Just have a little look at him to see what sort of player he is. He only made 7 at Beckenham on Sunday on his Notts debut, and he called up the day before. It's Freddie McCann. Around the wicket comes Weatherall, and McCann's got fortunate. He's got 4 runs with an edge past the sole slipper. Went along the ground. It wouldn't have been a catch, but he certainly didn't mean it to go as fine as that. But 4 runs nonetheless. And Notts are 32 without, rather 32 for 1. Ben Martindale has been dismissed. Just about the best conditions of the day right now, Carl.
Yeah, lovely. Sun beaming down. Sun tanning weather.
Don't know about that, but very pleasant indeed. Friday afternoon. Next delivery sees McCann push it to point. There's no run. Sammy King doing the fielding. And he made 10 today on his Northants debut. Martindale will be understandably disappointed, but he will still have the satisfaction today of That ball that bowled Nathan McSweeney knocked out his middle stump. As McCann forces this into the offside and there's no run. Our umpires, if you weren't with us earlier, David Milnes at the far end, the lake end, the end that the bowling's coming from at the moment, and just about the most senior umpire in the women's game, Sue Redfern, who's at square leg. Next delivery sees McCann turn it onto the leg side. Decent tumbling stop. And there's no run. That's Gus Miller. Augustus Horatio Miller. It's a great name. He made a single today. Very much the life of a top order batter, isn't it? Century at the weekend, out for one today.
It's a cruel game, Dave.
Wind picking up as McCann again turns it to Miller. One-handed stop this time at mid-wicket. And there's no run.
Yeah, just having a nice look around. People have gone and got their ice creams, their pizzas, and back in their deck chairs and sun loungers. And
how long was the queue for the pizzas then when you went? I know you pre-ordered, but
fairly long.
Yeah,
fairly long.
Thought it would be.
Yeah, fairly long.
McCann again into the offside. Nice accessory to the day at the cricket, isn't it? A pizza. End of the over. 32 for 1 knots, needing 228 more. I was just looking at Sue Redfern there, walking in from square leg, walking over 2 cut strips, all ready and prepared. I don't know if the host club have got a home game tomorrow or Sunday, but certainly they look readied for imminent cricket, don't they? And if they are to be used for a league match, that's quite a short boundary on that one away to our right.
That's a tiny boundary.
Well, presumably they're going to be used. They've certainly been prepared, haven't they?
Yeah.
32 for 1 after 5.
Got 3 to continue. Bowling to here. Strong leg side field.
Hope the train's still going when the match is finished. Might have a go.
So here in, and this is beats the strong leg side field. Going to go really straight to him is obviously the plan here. And he gets 3 for a single. 33. Now.
It was Miller losing his feet as he put the dive in to try and make a stop.
McCann back on strike. He's on 7. So here on 7. Score 33 knots in reply to Steelbacks 259. This one short, uppish and in the gap for 4. McCann is strong in that area, we've said it, and this is a lovely sight. Lovely little bit of fielding from a youngster on the boundary rope.
Had a great start to this season's competition, Freddie McCann at Welbeck, with scores of 70 and 62. The 3 away matches haven't treated him as well. 26 at the next 3 matches, 26 at Trent Bridge against Leicestershire, a duck at Farrington, and then 7 at Beckenham.
Next ball full and driven, and they're going to get a single here. So that's good work from McCann. 6 coming from the first 3 balls of the over. What Notts have done very well, sort of all tournament has looked to, capitalise quite well in the power play. Don't really take too many overs to get going. They try hit boundaries at regular intervals, not having to play catch up later on down the line.
Well, if you look at those they've had opening, all like to get on with it. Slater, McCann, Martindale, and indeed Munsey.
Next ball is left alone outside the off stump from Guthrie. No slip and play, but as I said, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the leg side. Mid on, mid-wicket, 2 mid-wickets, one really one really close and tight, the other one sitting a little bit deep on the ring, and then fine leg, and then almost like a deep forward square.
We've just met in the middle there. I wonder what that chat was about.
Yeah, Bartlett there, and I think that's Miller as well, as Guthrie's in, and this has gone through everybody. And to be honest with you, I'm not quite sure that's not bowled him. It's come back and it's Peter here all ends up, and then to make matters worse, almost to add insult to injury, it's beat McManus and it goes away for 4 byes.
Yeah, there's not too much gets past Lewis McManus, so not sure what happened there. I don't think there'd be any huge divots or footmarks for it to deviate. It just somehow beat everything, kept very low as well. Knots into the 40s.
42 for 1 as this next ball's really full and driven down the ground to Yuvi Chahal, no run. So 6 overs bowled, it's 42 for no loss, and Knots are going along quite nicely here.
Yeah, 10 from that over. Tahira's 7. Freddie McCann 12. Ben Martindale out for 18. Me doing next. Kyle Verreynne listed at 5. Sammy Seacherin at 6. And Lyndon James at 7. Like I said, Kyle Verreynne, a bit of a sore finger. Might send, depending on the situation, of course, Seacherin in before him. It's dropped on the leg side. If they got to a situation where Knots only needed a few, I know that's possibly asking a lot of today, but might not just send Verreynne out if they didn't have to. Worst possible thing for finger injuries to go out and bat and get hit again. There's Weatherall from the other end, bowls. McCann squared up a little bit. Leading edge forces it out square of the wicket on the offside. Good luck to 1 and all if you're out involved in club cricket this weekend. Thank you to all the volunteers that make these games happen. Wander down, have a little look at Cornton tomorrow.
How's your local side doing, Dave?
Yeah, home to Farndon tomorrow. We need a win, I think it's fair to say. This is driven nicely, and a bobble or two makes its way to mid-on, and there's no run. Well beaten last week at Southwell.
What league is that in?
They're in D of the South Knots.
D of the South Knots League. Chasing promotion this year?
They're not this year. No, they've had a couple of good years the last 2 years getting promotion. Just levelling out a bit this year as this is forced through the offside by Freddie McCann for another boundary, couple of runs. So you've been here long enough to know how the system works in Nottinghamshire with the Notts Premier,
yeah,
and then the principal 2 large leagues, the Basset Law and the South Knots. Yeah.
Okay.
A, B, C, D. Nice shot from McCann, waits for the next ball from Weatherall, doesn't properly time this one. Runs it into the covers, Knots 4 away from bringing up the 50 milestone, which I'm sure will get a round of applause. Never entirely necessary, is it, just reaching 50 for the team, but
no,
you generally get it. Especially if it's the side that, or the home side that's batting.
Cricket etiquette, isn't it?
Yeah. McCann turns this to leg for 1. Moves to 47. See a couple of people by the ice cream van right over there in the blue polo shirts.
Here's your train. It's on its way.
Yeah. The blue polo shirts, Chesterfield Cricket Club, do you think, or the Queen's Park staff? Not sure.
know.
End of the over anyway. 7 gone, 47 for 1. I shan't let it overly concern me. Somebody will tell me a little later on, I'm sure. Had a little pop in the pavilion before start of play today. Very, very nice indeed in there, as you'd expect. Had a little look at the roll of honour.
Guthrie in, and that's beat backward point. Should be able to get back for 2, and they do. Good running. Again, Freddie McCann not really timing that very well. 49, the score ticks along to.
I tell you, they were clapping well there.
Yeah, they were.
And it was only 49, or they got to 49. I'm sure there'll be a little bit of a relief and a cheer if they get the next run up before losing another wicket. Thus far, it represents a decent power play for Notts. 49 for 1 in the 8th.
Guthrie. He's got McCann off the front foot defending. Will be a dot. But yep, very, very happy with this so far. Notts will be in reply.
Very kind of a number of people to come up and ask about the book of last season's title win during the interval, and managed to sign a few. They are available on the ground, actually. I think it's just to the left of where we are, the other side of the pavilion. I think the club have brought a pop-up shop, if anybody's listening on the ground and wants one. Last season's title win, or the ramblings of a madman.
Guthrie in. This is timed nicely, straight at cover, no run. Really have packed that offside there.
Page 96, Kyle, how I lost a tooth.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Is that what it says?
That's what page 96 is devoted to.
You lost a tooth last year watching Notts.
I lost a tooth having breakfast at the utility bowl, waiting for the first day of... It's all right,
How have you done that?
Well, I'm not entirely sure. Chewing
Bite
away
into
on
a
it.
scone, or was it a piece of bacon, sausage? A really hard piece of toast.
I think it was scrambled egg, to be fair.
Guthrie in. This is full and turned around the corner. I'm not sure anyone's catching that. I think that's
Listen for the roll for the 50.
4, and that will be 50 up to a nice
For the Outlaws in the 8th.
round of applause. And it does come in the 8th over.
That wasn't the strangest thing that happened that morning either, by the way, me losing a tooth at breakfast.
What could have been worse than that? Or more strange than that?
Well, what happened was that I'll tell you when you come back the full story, but essentially on the team sheet it should have said Dylan Pennington, but it did say Farhan Ahmed. I'll tell you more in a moment, but because we have got a very special guest just popping in to say hello that everybody's been asking about. Next ball is eased into the offside. I'll see you in a moment. Kyle will be back before.
He's just obsessed with everyone that's a Notts player.
Before too long. 53 for 1 is the score here at beautiful, beautiful Queen's Park, Chesterfield, where we've been absolutely regally looked after. A lovely lady doing the teas, and the cakes keeps popping by and drops them off as Guthrie bowls, and it's wide of the pegs. I'm Linda, Ben's mum.
She's been
Ben.
looking after you, Dave.
She dropped by this morning, yes. I didn't recognise her in her work clothes. 53 for 1 after 8. Ben Slater's with us. Absolutely delighted to see you. Absolutely delighted to see you running up and down with all the youthfulness of a young greyhound pup during the interval as well. Is recovery going well?
That's not what you said to me during the interval, Dave. You said I barely got into a jog, so stop showing off in front of the listeners, I think. Yeah, good to be back running. Everything's going well, touch wood, so hopefully be back in the not too distant future.
Is there a target?
The Lake End, number 2, Luke.
This competition or the championship game, or are we still at the it's getting better but it's not there yet stage?
Yeah, I think it'll be probably looking at a championship game down at the Oval. I've had a scan the other day, had some good news, so depending on
Proctor's into the attack from the far end, the lake end, and Tahir drives it crisply to mid-off and scampers through for a single 54 for 1.
Yeah, depending, obviously I said good news with the scan, but depending on how we go and how I am in the next week or so, will probably determine if we qualify and back end of the comp. But yeah, when I did it, it never looked like I'd be able to get back for the knockouts in this. I've always had my sights set on the Champo, but we'll see what the next week or so brings, really.
Was it hamstring?
Yeah, hamstring, yeah.
At Welbeck on that boundary running around?
Yeah, I didn't do it on the boundary, I did it whilst batting. So
Proctor bowls to Freddie McCann, will drive this to backward point, there's no run.
Yeah, I did it. I think it was unrelated to the...
Because it was one that you seemed to pull up at...
just, I don't know, to be honest. I did it when I was batting, set off for a run with Fred, and I thought it was just cramp, and then the next time I set off for a run it was worse. So I've never really been injured before, so I don't really know what it's supposed to feel like. So yeah, disappointing.
There's Proctor with that curious action, almost bowls off the wrong foot, and dare I whisper it, almost Paul Franks like, and it's played up to mid-on, and there's no run. 54 for 1. So the bat, doesn't get picked up at all in this phase?
No, it's, well, like I said before, I've not been injured off in my career. Last time I missed a game was in 2019. So I've been amazed with what I've been able to do so quickly, or made to do so quickly by the physios.
Proctor bowls, McCann drives crisply, and that struck Tahir. Might have just caught him and took a little bit of pace off, but they're going to come back for 2. Good work at mid-on.
Yeah, I think they go down the route of getting you back as quick as possible after now. That's the new research that... So I was running within 5 days, albeit at a low intensity, but yeah.
56 for 1, Ben Slater alongside. That's very, very nice indeed from Freddie McCann. Lovely stroke through the offside. Shame that Ben Martindale didn't go on. He got off to a good old start. Tells me you've got him here this season. He's been playing for Chesterfield when his Notts commitment haven't prevented him from doing so. And how did that come about, Ben? Ben Slater got me here.
Yeah, I'm close with Mart, so...
Proctor bowls, and McCann with another expansive shot, square of the wicket on the offside, away for 4. Very nice indeed this from Freddie McCann, and already Notts need less than 200. They're 64 for 1 at the end of the 9th.
Yeah, good mates with Marts, and we've been looking for a county pro for a couple of years. We had Martin Anderson from Derby last year who didn't play for us, so just due to his Derby commitment. So yeah, spoke to Marts and he was keen, and so he's a top lad and a good player, and he's fitting with the lads really well here. So I think he's enjoyed it, which is the most important thing. So.
He got a wicket today. I don't know if you saw that. Bowled Nathan
missed
McSweeney
it.
middle stump. Punt from the skipper maybe as Guthrie comes in and bowls. Tayyab Tahir. I think the bail is off. It is, and Tahir has to go. And after a really good over for Notts, the previous one, still inside the power play. Tahir, who got out for a single-digit score at Beckenham on Sunday, has gone for 8 today. And Northants bring this back, I guess, to 50-50, not 64 for 2 in the 10th.
Yeah, obviously a good start from us here in terms of the scoring rate.
4-8.
So you don't want to lose the 2 wickets early, but Fred looks in good touch here, as he has all comp. So see, with it being a rock hard outfield here, and it always runs off quickly, so we shouldn't have any problem knocking them off as long as we keep the wickets in wickets in hand.
Now, I said one of the questions I've been asked dozens of times today is how is Ben Slater and when's he going to be back? The other one is, what are we doing playing here at Queen's Park, Chesterfield? How has this come about? I guess your association with both Nottinghamshire and Chesterfield Cricket Club would have played a part somewhere along the line.
I think it has. Well, not necessarily me in that sort of sense. I think I've been asked about it by Mick, obviously, but I think with the Blaze playing here, I think obviously they've played here for the last few years, and obviously Mick's seen what a good job that the club does by putting their games on. So I think he was impressed with that, and yeah, I think he needed a ground with the 100 being at Trent Bridge, and Welbeck couldn't do 3. So with the relationship he's got with, now he's the chairman here through that Blaze game, I think that's how it came about.
It's a lovely venue, isn't it?
Yeah, obviously I'm biased.
Yeah.
It's my home ground, and I didn't think I'd be playing here again when I left Derby in 2018, and I'm still not playing here again with this injury. It's just sod's law. But yeah, it's nice, and yeah, the lads are buzzing, I think, with how they've been looked after, having just seen them in there at lunch. So yeah, I think they'll be happy to come back here again.
We're still in the power play. New man is the Notts skipper Hasib Hamid, opens the batting with Ben Slater in the Championship, bats 4 in this, and his first ball just pushed into the covers, and there's no run. When did you first come here? Can you remember when you first came here?
I would have been real young.
Did Dad play here?
Yeah, Dad and Grandad played at Bolsover, and here, but I think when it came to me playing Bolsover, didn't have a junior section, so I sort of came here real young. I don't know if they were playing here at that time as well.
Guthrie bowls to the Notts captain, plays forward defensive looking push up to mid-off, and there's no run. What sort of age would that have been? 8, 9, 10?
Probably a bit younger for the quick cricket stuff, the softball. I made my senior debut for the second team at 10. So I was playing with the men pretty young. That was only because someone dropped out. But I was playing in the second team at 10 and filling in and batting down the order.
Guthrie to Hamid, who defends. And there's no run. Not sure. I think we've got 1 ball left in this over in the power play. What would your guess have been? I'd asked you at 11 o'clock what the pass score would have been, or to put it another way, 2:59.
Obviously, I've not seen the wicket because I wasn't here this morning. I was in the gym at Trent Bridge, but see, it looks decent, so I would probably say that was below par.
Guthrie to bowl to Hamid, and he's nicked that through slip, and he's going to get 4 runs. Went at a catchable height. Is that Bartlett in there? It's gone for 4, and that's perhaps a little bit of fortune that Notts needed, and Hamid off the mark with a boundary.
Yeah, just with how the outfield is, with all the dry weather we've had and the size of the playing surface, yeah, I would probably say below par, but obviously I'm not playing, I'm not out there, and I think if that had gone to hand,
yeah, you've still got to get him, haven't
I'd
you?
have been eating my words. So obviously big wicket for his big player, so that's handy that he's put that down.
Guthrie in, and Hamid keeps it out. So a wicket maiden. Well, no, it wasn't a wicket maiden. It went for 4. Wicket and those 4 runs. 68 for 1 at the end of the power play. The same stage, Northants were 30 for 1, so Notts well ahead. In fact, 68 for 2, I beg your pardon. Notts 1 wicket worse off. Not breaching any confidences, but you've already said it's such a long time since you missed a game through injury. Sort of been saying both the same for you and for Jack Haynes. Is he around? Is he coming along nicely? We've not seen him for a while.
Yeah, he did it a couple of days before me, so we're on similar sort of paths. He's with his being a quad, it's probably a little less risk than mine, with mine being a hammy. So yeah, he's probably got more chance of getting to play the back end of this comp if we get there. So
Proctor bowls too. Freddie McCann steers this to backward point, one-handed stop.
But I think they're all conversations that are going on, that are taken out of mine and Jack's hands, basically, between the coaches and the physios. So, but yeah, he's coming along nicely. We've spent a lot of time together the last couple of weeks. Yeah, he's been moaning a little bit. I get a bit of stick for moaning, but Jack's outdone me the last couple of weeks in the gym, really. So
yeah, I think everybody feels a little bit for the hand that Paul Franks has currently found himself with, as this is guided down to the slice man by Freddie McCann. He's gone in with a squad that looked competitive, and then straight away Jack Haynes out, yourself out, Rob Lord out, Joe Pocklington out, 1 or 2 players getting called back or coming back from the 100. We've seen one match with Liam Patterson-White, Pennington today playing his second. Munsey popped in and out and was gone again. It's tough, isn't it, looking after a side in this competition?
Yeah, it's getting to the point now where I think see how the schedules are. You have to
69 for 2. This is me pushing this onto the offside. There's no run.
So you want as much cricket as possible, but I saw an article the other day. I think the Hampshire coach saying how he couldn't believe how finals day is with the 2 games in the same day, and then 3 days, then you're into this comp, and that's over a couple of weeks, and then once that's done, we've got 4 days till 6 championship games in 5 weeks. So it's
fairly hectic all round as Proctor bowls. He pushes it into the offside.
So I think these injuries that are popping up, especially in the batters, because I think with bowlers you're always going to get the injuries because of the workload that they put through, but I think there's quite a lot of batters going down. Obviously usually the batters are out on the boundary doing a lot of the running around and a lot of fielding, so especially in this comp it's tough.
Proctor in once more. This is Easter point, nicely fielded by Bartlett. To make a Sammy King being here today. Good to see him getting another chance with a county. And
you couldn't write it, could you? He's good mates with Kingy, and he's always on the trying to ring me, and had a couple of missed calls from him this week. I was like, I'm not ringing him back.
Did you know?
Yeah.
Turned away nicely by Hamid for a comfortable couple.
I'm not ringing him back because he's usually when he rings me just because he's bored and he's actually got nothing to speak about. He just wants a bit of conversation. So then he rang me for the 3rd, 4th time. I thought, I'm going to have to ring him back here. It must be something important. And yeah, he told me a couple of days ago. So yeah, I'm pleased for him. He's a talented lad. Strikes a good ball. It's nice to see him get an opportunity. I think he's been doing well down in Cornwall where he plays his club cricket now. So, and that's how he's been sort of picked up by Northants really. And hopefully he does well in these few games, and they offer him a contract because he's a talented lad. Yeah,
I don't know Darren Lehman other than the same as everybody else knows him from afar, but he always comes across to me as sort of being a fair man and somebody that I don't think would pull somebody in for one game and then say Tatar. I would have thought he'd give him a fair crack of the whip. Now he's brought him in if he can.
It'd be nice to see him to get these last 3 or 4 games, whatever is in this comp, and see what he can. Exactly.
Here's Guthrie to continue and play in a miss outside the off stump from Freddie McCann, going hard at it. Did you complete your sticker album?
Yeah, completed it.
Good.
I think me and Jack have definitely completed it. I'm not sure on how Freddie's going and Clarkey, but me and Jack have definitely we did it. It was after the final, but we still managed to get it done. It was a nice moment when I put the last sticker in.
What was your last one? Can you remember?
Some player from Uzbekistan, I think.
Nice from McCann. Just getting a full pitch delivery outside the off stump. Just jabbed the bat down on it, opened the face. Chesterfield got a game here tomorrow at one of the groups. So look at those 2 strips almost in front of us. That would be a nice short, inviting boundary away to our right on the scorebox side.
Yeah, no, I think they'll be on the second team at home tomorrow. I think the first are away. So I'd imagine they'll be playing on this one tomorrow, so they'll be buzzing.
And there's lots of involvement today from Chesterfield Cricket Club. A lot of volunteers here helping out, helping the Nottinghamshire stewards and volunteers here, helping to make it a successful day as Hamid drops it on the leg side for a single. venues like this, on days like this, with everybody sat round the boundary, I mean, it's better than perhaps having double this number inside Trent Bridge. You know, they'd be rattling around and whatever. They've got all the facilities at Trent Bridge, but on a lovely summer's day when the sun is shining, this looks picture perfect, doesn't it? Everybody in the deck chairs.
Yeah, I think that's a good part of this competition is that you play on the outgrounds, as long as the wickets are good, because you're so close to the spectators. So
Guthrie bowls again, and McCann once more hitting the ball crisply.
It makes the 50 overs of fielding, the 3.5 hours, a bit more enjoyable when you've got a few people only a couple of yards away to talk to. So yeah, it's nice. Obviously, we go to Cheltenham. Well, I'm not going, but the lads go to Cheltenham on Sunday. That's a nice ground. I played there once back in the day with Derby at the Cheltenham Festival, so disappointed not to be going back there. But yeah, you get some nice grounds in. Now you can't play on the main ones because of the 100.
Guthrie got both wickets to fall so far to the Notts captain Hamid, reaching forward, pushes it into the offside. Fan of the 50 over comp, or would you like to go back to the days of the 40? You'll have played in the 40, won't you, at the start of your career?
I've always enjoyed the 50 over comp, so it took me a while to get in the team at Derby. Then once I got in, I did well, so I've always enjoyed it, but I think now I'm getting a bit older. I wouldn't mind the 10 overs less fielding, Dave, to be honest.
Yep. I know where you're coming from. Next delivery on its way now, and once more Hamid defends. Last time Notts got out of the group and played a knockout match 4 years ago, it was on Ben Slater's birthday, and he got 100. And you were still a bit sulky mardy afterwards when I tried to interview you, quite rightly, and I understand why, because you lost. Yeah, no, quite rightly.
We should have won, really.
Absolutely, quite rightly.
We should have won.
It was at Blackpool, wasn't it?
Yeah, we just messed it up a little bit at the end with the ball, I think, if I remember rightly, but maybe dropped a catch and they got away from us at the end. But yeah, I was birthday 100 and the win would have been nice. But yeah,
you can't all have the fairy story. I was saying that with Ben Martindale earlier. You know, great to get a century, and wouldn't it have been great, you know, to have made a contribution for a win? But it wasn't to be on last Sunday as Proctor starts a new over and Freddie McCann hits it back to him. 74 for 2. We're in the 13th. I promised I'd only keep you for 20 minutes, Ben. One more over, and then we'll let you get about your day and do a bit more physio and all the rest of it. Do you get the massages on it? Is that the best bit?
That's the best bit, but they're very reluctant to give them. So
Proctor bowls again. Freddie McCann, a little drop and run, nicely judged single. Shy comes to the far end, but he was comfortably home.
When you get them off the physio, it is nice. It's a Friday today, so just it might be. We might get one today. We got one last Friday from the physios on a Friday, so who knows?
End of week treat.
Yeah.
Should you be able to take your place, and let's hope all goes well. How much are you looking forward to going back to Surrey, and all the memories of last year will no doubt come flooding back? But I guess when you get there, you've got to have those memories, but once the match starts, you've got to forget about them straight away. As Hamid cuts this to backward point, partially stopped, but they'll get a single.
Yeah, obviously I think it'd be nice to go back. We played against them earlier on in the season, and we did well. We probably came out of it on the better side of the draw of the two teams. So, see, the last two performances against them have been very good. So
and they beat them in the Blast this year as well.
Yeah,
it's a different competition.
Blast,
it's just nice to do them again, isn't it?
Yeah, obviously it's going to be tough. It's always tough when you go there. So
this is Proctor bowling to Freddie McCann. A block. Got one of the emergency service vehicles going past the ground.
Yeah, got a couple of tough games first up with those away and then Warwickshire away. So we'll have to be.
September looks slightly more promising, doesn't it? With Leicestershire, Hampshire home, Sussex away, penultimate round, and then finish with Yorkshire at home. As Freddie McCann again goes hard at it, gets it down to third, fielded by Guthrie, single taken, 77 for 2.
Yeah, I think so. But there's no easy games in that division.
No.
Like, see, Hampshire are down there, but they're a good team. So their bowling attack on the day is as good as anyone's in that division. So you can never take anything for granted. And
you're a bit unlucky down there with the rain. You had them on toast really the first day, and then it rained, didn't it, for much of the rest of the contest. It's Proctor bowls to Hamid, eases this into the offside, and there's no run, and that's the end of the over. Great to see you. I don't know where Kyle is. He won't be far away.
I'll stay until.
Oh, he's here. He's here loitering.
Am I done? Yeah.
You can stay all afternoon if you're happy to stay all afternoon. I said 20 minutes. Do you want 5 minutes with Kyle?
I'll have 5 minutes with Kyle if you want.
Okay, we'll bring Kyle in for 5 minutes. Words from Ben Slater on how he fancies Notts to get over the line here from 77 for 2, and then he'll be joined by Kyle van Vollenhoven.
Bowling from the pavilion.
Can't believe we've kicked him off here.
Nathan McSweeney.
And about time we kicked him off, really. I thought I'd save you, to be honest. How you doing, Slats?
Yeah, I'm good, mate. Thank
Good
you.
to see you again.
And you, pal. And you.
Home ground?
Home ground, mate, yeah. Unfortunately not playing, but what can you do?
This one in short, and Freddie cutting this out to sweeper for a single. You played here much this season?
Played a fair bit. I think I've probably played 9, 10 of the games, maybe 8 or 9 games. So half of them probably at home. So it's always nice to come and play here. Wickets probably aren't as always good as this one, but it's still nice to come and play here.
Sweeney in and just flicked away on the leg side again. Both these players, good players of spin, so
yeah,
they tick over quite nicely. Does it usually spin here?
It does for us on a Saturday.
Yeah, I was going to say, has it been prepared to spin today?
I don't think so, no. I don't think it'll spin too much today, to be honest.
Next one, reverse sweep from Freddie McCann, and that will be 4. That's a lovely shot. Such a tough shot to stop as a bowler. Must pull your hair out, really. Lovely, lovely batting. Freddie moves to 43 already.
He's worked on that shot a lot and plays it really well.
Go on.
No, he's used it really well in this comp.
Sweeney in again. This one full on. McCann just down the ground for a single. Sometimes watching these boys bat makes you think, gosh, this boundary next ball single is not that easy, is it? Chip one back to the bowler next ball after just trying to play the correct shot.
I think you're doing yourself a disservice, mate.
When you sat next to an Italian international, it's quite tough, isn't it?
It is tough.
Sweeney goes a little bit slower down the ground for a single.
Has he mentioned that one today as well?
It's honestly all he talks about. All he talks about. When I played for Italy, gone were the days. I used to stand everywhere in the field, could get it in on the full, never run 2 to me.
Some player, Dave.
I know.
He's not listening now.
I think you need to get him involved in a football warm-up. I really do. Pay money to see that. I really would. What's the thought process in the camp in and around? Obviously, nice start. It's free hit.
Free hit.
It's no ball. So, Freddie, running at this one, you would think fairly short straight. McCann reverse sweep goes up and over. Now before back to back, or second boundary this over. Really good cricket from Freddie McCann. You say you worked on that hard this winter, going in the air and on the ground, or just?
Yeah, just he's always played it, but he works hard on his sweeps. In the winter. And
next ball is pushed down the ground again. So really, really nice batting. McCann will move to 49, score to 91. The end of that over.
Yeah, and he plays it quite a lot in the championship stuff, especially when we're playing spin and when we're batting against spin. And yeah, he's used it quite a lot in this competition so far. The couple of games I played at at Welbeck he used the reverse really well, and he scores quite a lot of runs with it. So I think when you've got that shot, you don't stop playing it because it can be so dangerous. Either way, when you can sweep and reverse sweep as well as him, and people like Ducky and Wayne Madsman's at Derby, I wish I could sweep like they could.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, from a bowling perspective, it is the worst thing in the world getting swept and then reverse swept. It's like 5 of your fielders out the game instantly, and you think, why you just run down the wicket here or something silly like that, and you think, oh, you try not to make eye contact with your captain because you know you're going to be the first person taken off. Proctor in. This is defended. McCann 49, only 1 for 2. Played a game here last year, and I thought the wicket was quite decent, but it was a white ball, so it just absolutely flies on in comparison to other club grounds around.
Yeah.
In the Derbyshire Prem, this be one of the better wickets or just bang average?
I wouldn't say it's bang average. I say
next ball's full by McCann, and that will be his 50. Well batted by Freddie McCann.
50 for Freddie McCann from 50
Won't try and
balls.
compete with the Tannoy, but a runner ball 50 for Freddie McCann. That's his 3rd this season as well. To back up the 2 that he got at Welbeck. Really, really good batting. 92 for 2.
no, I'd say it would be a good wicket for the league, but the wicket obviously that we'll be playing on today will be miles better than what we get just because of the time that you have to put into him.
Got it down to 3rd man for a single.
But I had a bit of a few problems with the wicket a couple of years ago, so I think they relayed them not last winter, the winter before. So since we've had them relayed, they've been miles better, and I think you can see that today with just how true the bounces. I think when Derby've been here a few times, have been a bit uneven. So yeah, they've put a bit of money into it and made them a lot better than they were.
Cairns just pushing this into the offside, no run. Outfield's always been nowhere near this quick, but I'm guessing it's always been quick.
Yeah, it's always quick, mate, especially down to where Freddie's hitting down through mid wicket, especially left-hander down the bottom end down there. It's downhill and runs away fast down there, so like batting at this end when there's a left arm spinner on, to go down that bottom
straight into
left-hand
the lake
corner, the other side.
This one pushed back to the bowler, no run.
I'm not strong enough to sit in the lake, mate. I just chip them over.
Still 6 in the book, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
So what's I know Dave would have had a nice conversation to you. What's timelines looking like? How's the rest of the recovery been, and potentially is there maybe a return later on?
Yeah, I said before to Dave that when I first did it there wasn't, but it's settled down really well, and had good news with the scan the other day, so probably not, but depending on how the comp goes with qualification, that we'll have to see. But I've just got my sights set on the championship game really at the Oval, and then if I get to play anything before that, it'll be a bonus really. So yeah, just looking forward to that championship game, get myself fit for that really.
Yeah, big last Champo push at the end of the season as well.
Yeah,
was in a good place again.
Yeah, top of the table again, but it's really tight at the top, so we're going to have to be on it when we get back into that format.
Gus Miller to the attack from the pavilion end, and the Mead has absolutely crunched that through the covers. I think Sweeper's taken 4 steps and has gone to the boundary. Goodness me, he's hit that like a tracer bullet. 97 for 2. That's a horrible sight as a bowler. When someone hits your cover draft through the covers like that, and Sweeper's taken 3 steps and has gone for 4, you think, could be a tough day out here today. So Mead 15 not out. A little bit of extra bounce that one as it goes through to the keeper.
I thought he'd nicked that.
Of course it did. Extra bounce.
Yeah, looked like he'd nicked it from here.
So Champo cricket, favourite format?
Yeah, I think
your
so.
record in this. Why I ask, your record in this format is outrageous. It's why I do ask.
Thank you. No, he's definitely the favourite. I think when you win a game of championship cricket, it's miles better than the other 2 forms.
This is in, and this is just played down to 3rd. come through for a single?
Just because of the effort that goes into winning those games, I think. It's over 4 days. They're long days, tough days on the body and mentally as well. So, yeah, I think when you win a 4-day game, it's a lot more satisfying than a win in the 50 over comp or a T20 win, I think. Purely down to the hard work that goes into it.
Day in the dirt. Love that. Down the leg side. McCann just helps it on his way. Think he'll get Ducky back for the last couple of games?
I'm not sure, to be honest, mate. I don't think that's on the cards at the minute. Whether that changes, I'm not too sure. Just probably because of when he played at the start of the season, and there's no mention of him playing at the back end. I assume that'll purely because of the amount of cricket he will have played in the summer by the time he finishes this next Test series. But you never know.
Me defending off the front foot. Won't be a run there. You got so much. I found it really, really interesting. Obviously fantastic that you guys won the Champo last year, but just the amount of experience in the changing room across all 3 formats now is just crazy. So the likes of Byron, who have played a bit of cricket with, played quite a lot against Freddie and things like that, they like sponges at the moment, or they're leaving you guys alone at all, or are they this all over the older players? This next ball's guided down. Obviously from a career perspective, you got yourself, that's the 100 up for knots. You got yourself, Ducky, that have been around as top of the order. Left hand has been around, played a lot of cricket, scored a lot of runs. You got Haas as a right hander who's been there, done that. Dylan as a seamer for Byron and them, and
yeah. No, I think they're all over us in a different way as well. They like to get stuck into all the young lads these days. They're not shy of a word or two. It's a bit different to when I was coming through. You wouldn't say
just
boo quiet, and wouldn't say boo to a goose, sat in the corner and just got on with your business. But yeah, these young lads these days, they're not shy of a word or two. But yeah, Freddie's good. Most of the lads are good in with sort of asking things and learning. But yeah, Freddie's forget how young he is really, in terms of he's probably still only 21. Feels like he's been around for ages. Same with Farhan. He's a man way beyond his years, that lad. So
yeah, wow, they both are.
Yeah, I was nowhere near as switched on, or not switched on, or they were miles ahead of where I was at that age.
Chahal into the attack, and the
I
first
think
one
that's a good place to be. Sorry.
No, first one just a little bit shorter, played down the ground by skipper Hamid. Yeah, I think you look at those two, late Farhan even younger than that, but
yeah,
Freddie early 20s, Farhan late teens, and what they can do is outrageous. I was saying to Dave, I'm absolutely ecstatic that you boys have got a game on Sunday and Farhan's not playing tomorrow. I'm sick and tired of getting out to him, I tell you. Chahal in and reverse sweep. Won't be wided because he's changed his stance.
They'll probably bring you someone else in anyway, those boys.
Oh, mate,
they're like the all-stars, the Cavs, aren't they?
Crazy side. Can't wait to see who turns up. Those guys are crazy. As long as the Ahmed brothers don't turn up, I'll be all right. Next ball played into mid-wicket, no run. Then we've got Woodhull Spa on Sunday in the regional finals day, and I'm so glad you boys have signed. I hear.
Oh, because he's there, isn't he?
He's been whacking it to all parts, and now it's small there. Bottom edge and the reverse sweep from Freddie, no run, and he's just holding his hamstring a little bit. Hopefully it's more cramp than anything else.
Not another one.
What's going on with the boys' hamstrings? Ball full and played down the ground uppishly.
He's done here.
I think he's gone.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's done what I've done.
That's not looking good for Freddie.
Unless it's cramp. Hopefully it's cramp, but he's a fit lad, so I can't imagine he's cramping. It's not really that warm today.
Chahal in and off the back foot. This is played away. Gus racing away. That's very good work out there on the boundary. Who's it out there? It's Van der Merwe. Young van der Merwe sprinting around there. 104, that should tick onto. Yeah. Slats, I think you're right here. I think he's done. And that's not good news if you are an Outlaws fan. Just heard that Emilio Gay has had to retire hurt for Durham with a shoulder injury as well. So
It's all going off.
what's kicking off here? Another.
Sure that'll be happening.
You never quite know. You never quite know. Right, Slats, it's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you, mate.
I wish
Good to
you
see
all the best.
Thank you. Good luck this weekend.
Thank you very much.
Hopefully the Armeds don't turn up tomorrow for you.
That's the. You just keep Farhan locked away or something.
No, we're fine. He'll be trying to play tomorrow as well. So
I know. Keep him locked away. It's at Cavs. It spins miles there. I don't need that. I don't need that at all.
Good to see you, mate. Thanks
Good
for
to see
having
you.
me.
Take care.
Thanks,
So
Ben.
Freddie McCann just holding his hamstring, as Benny Slates alluded to. Hopefully, fingers crossed, it's nothing too serious and it's just more cramp, more uncomfortable as this is pushed. And I'm not quite sure that these quick runs between the wicket from skipper Hassan Hamid is exactly what Freddie McCann wants. Once again, he's just dropped his bat now and it's not looking good.
I've just dropped in for one ball to thank Ben Slater for joining us for the last half an hour, Kyle, and just to say that I'm going to have an even lengthier break. Kyle van Vollenhoven will be joined by the voice of Northamptonshire cricket, Andrew Rad.
We're joined with Andrew in a bit, who I'm sure will be able to shed some light on Yuvi Chahal, who hoping I can speak to later, as this next ball defended by Freddie McCann off Gus Miller, no run. How are you, Andrew?
Yeah, good, thanks, Kyle. Fine bowler, isn't he? And a very, very nice chap as well. But he's been, I think this is now the crucial phase of this game, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think if Chahal, he's picked up, 10 wickets in the tournament so far. He's been going at 4.5 and over. If he can pick up 2 or 3 here, Northamptonshire in this game. If he doesn't,
In, and this is down the leg side, flicked, and McCann hobbles across for a single. 107 for 2.
yeah, it looks in a spot of bother here, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Freddie McCann. Did we get any indication as to whether it's just a touch of cramp or whether he's just tweaked something, or because he's been playing beautifully. But beware the injured batter, they say.
They do say that, don't they?
Gordon Greenwich and others.
In and defended all along the ground to slip from Hamid.
You just wonder how much Northamptonshire will rue the drop with Hasib Hamid before he'd scored. You think that if they'd picked up 2 quickly there and Nottinghamshire had been 70 odd for 3, different game, isn't it?
Take 2 wickets back to back, go bang bang, it's always tough. All of a sudden you're 3 down and mistaken you into the all-rounders as the next ball's defended, no run. And then 260 looks a long way away from 3-4 down. Where you walk in now, let's say you lose a wicket, this ball, touch wood, from a Nottinghamshire point of view, it doesn't happen, but 100 and something for 3, 40 for 3, completely different game.
It's interesting, Nathan McSweeney bringing himself on for that 1 over.
Yeah.
He's bowled a bit this year. He's bowled 16 overs, 17 now.
In, and this is pushed into the backward point region where Bartlett again does good work at backward point. So the end of that one at 107 for 2 at the end of 18.
But he's got Rob Keogh, of course. With all the
I was surprised Rob Keogh didn't bowl the over that McSweeney bowled.
Yeah.
I thought that would be the ploy, not McSweeney, but
I was a bit surprised. I can't really shed any light as to why the thought was. I mean, as I say, McSweeney's bowled quite a bit in the competition. He's bowled 16 overs. He's been going at run a ball, so nothing too disastrous. But Rob Keogh has a huge amount of experience with the ball, and yeah, I was a little puzzled, but I'm sure there's a good reason. Here is Chahal to continue from the lake end. It's a full toss, and he's got away with that, with McCann going for the reverse but hitting it straight to backward point.
am I right in saying this is his second season
third.
Third. Why did I think he was
Came,
second?
he was, I'll come back, Chahal bowls and it's clipped away down to deep backward square for a single. Bartlett Fields, 108 for 2. He was actually the last signing of Darren Lehmann's predecessor as head coach, John Sadler. He came in towards the back end of 2024 on his debut for Northamptonshire. He played down at Canterbury against Kent in one of these 50-over games. Chopped down to backward point and no run, and picked up 5 wickets for Spit, and they thought this is a good signing, and within 2 or 3 weeks John Sadler had gone, but his last signing was a very good one. Played a bit last year without, I have to say, looking as, because he basically won then 2 championship matches at the back end of 24. The only 2 games Northamptonshire won in the championship that year. He had a big hand in both of them. Flights that one up, driven down the ground by Hamid for a single, down to long on. Guthrie Fields coming in off the boundary. And last year, I have to say, he looked a little bit less effective. Maybe pitches didn't quite suit him, but he's looked better again this year so far.
I think what I like as a leg spinner about him is you see nowadays with a lot of spin at the moment is it's how quick can I bowl it through the air? Can I rush them? Can I get through as quickly as I can and not really try and spin it that much? I think with Chahal, why I think I've always admired him, he's still very much in the classical leg spinners fashion of it's not flat, it still goes up and down. He still looks to spin it as a first resort. If that doesn't work, then obviously he changes his repertoire, which is absolutely fine. And I think there's a lot of time for that in the game, and obviously I played in a similar fashion. I can't bowl quickly through the air, so I do like to go a little bit up and down, and why I really admire the way he plays the game. It's awesome. His next ball's defended from Hamid off Miller. That won't be a run.
Yeah, he gets it up above the eye line, doesn't it? Which is just always a delight to see. Darren Lehmann is, well, I say hinted, he's more than hinted, he's actually said that the pitches at Northampton for the last 3 championship matches at home are likely to be a little spin friendly. I think that's probably...
Him and Calvin Harrison from either end?
Exactly, yes.
Miller in, and this is defended off the back foot this time by Hamid.
Yeah, a couple of leggies, and of course, well, not sure Rob Kiel get in the championship side, but McSweeney, for as long as he's with Northamptonshire, I think there's a feeling that he may well be called back. Of course, a lot of the state players in Australia do tend to get called back a bit early, but we haven't heard anything definite about that yet. But Northamptonshire have still got Harry Conway in the country, the fast bowler, so he may come in.
Miller in, and again Hamid this time just defending from his crease.
But no, Chahal's an absolute delight to watch, he really is, and yeah, I'm looking forward very much to him and Calvin Harrison bowling in tandem back end of the championship season. It'd be good for the over rate. Don't get too many late finishes.
It'd be done just off the tee,
well,
really.
Yeah, the thing is, I mean, and that we laugh about it, but actually when you get those games in August that are still 11 o'clock starts,
full ball, and this is pushed, and Yuvi Chahal's done a very good job to stop that. He will save 2 most definitely, one-handed parry round the post.
When they you get those games before we go into September when their 10:30 starts, and it's important when you get into those games at the back end of August when it's still 11 o'clock, you get as much cricket as you can.
Yeah.
And the over rate can be important because you get to 6:30 and it's getting dark. So it is very important you get as much cricket as you can if you want to win games.
Miller in, and Hamid again from the crease defends this one. Nelson for 2.
And Northamptonshire are in the position where, for being third in the table, with Durham probably nailed on, you would think, for promotion. There's a lot of counties, much of a muchness really in terms of points at the moment. You know, there's 4, I suppose, at least chasing 1 place. So It's going to be a very interesting run-in, as of course it is in Division 1.
Miller gets this one to nip back and is an appeal, and I think probably was doing a little bit too much. So the end of the over, it's 111 for 2 in reply. Well, it's Northamptonshire's 259.
Haven't seen a lot of Freddie McCann, but I tell you what, he's uncomplicated, isn't he? Gives it a good bunt.
Yeah,
very good player to watch.
Really nice player to watch. Simple game, strong, really strong square of the wicket. Especially to pace, and then sweeps and reverse sweeps really, really well. Plays in my league. Plays in a very, very similar fashion. Luckily, I haven't had to come up too much against him recent times, which is quite pleasant.
Charles start a fresh over from the lake end. A little bit short there and turned away down to deep backward square where Bartlett doesn't pick up cleanly, and what should have been 1 ends up being 2. 2 more to McCann. 56 to him, 113 for 2. He reminds me, when he plays fast bowling, a little bit in the sort of Marcus Trescothick mould.
Yes.
In terms of stature, left-hander of course. Well, he's gone for the reverse, and it's not the reverse sweep, it's the reverse, or the switch hit a la Kevin Peterson, and that's gone for half a dozen. What a shot. Over, well, I suppose we have to call deep backward point, although of course it became deep backward square, but beautifully executed.
That is a phenomenal cricket
Well, it
shot.
is, and I suppose his thinking is, especially if the footwork's a little hampered, don't let him settle. 62 to McCann, 119 for 2. What's Chahal's response? Well, he bolted on McCann's legs. This time Bartlett does pick up cleanly first time, and it's only a single. 120 for 2.
You're missing Ricardo, aren't you?
Hmm?
Missing Ricardo.
Yes, yeah, well he's just got a little bit of a tight calf, I'm told. Ooh. Going back to Chahal, as Hasib Hamid then is a little bit fraught with danger, but nevertheless Hamid getting plenty of bat on it. Works that away out through mid-wicket, should be just a single, and it is. Out in the general direction of one of the ice cream vans. I've already sampled the wares of the other one. It was very nice. I was told the ice cream here in Chesterfield was very good, and my informant was entirely correct. It was very good. That's the one up above the eye line, tempting McCann, but not to be tempted. Drives it out into the covers where Miller fields, and well, he needs a new bat, because the switch hit that went for 6 obviously is he's not happy with, so he's changed his bat. 121 for 2, 26 to Hasib Hamid, 63 to Freddie McCann, and Nottinghamshire needing another 139 to win in the remaining 29 overs. And the thing is, Carl, they've been pretty much from the start about 20 runs in front. If you look at the 5 over marks,
yeah,
they're always that little bit ahead. Have been so far. Northamptonshire need to take wickets.
Can Gus Miller do that? Hamid again just flicks this to Van der Merwe. No run.
One thing that surprised me today is Northamptonshire's head coach Darren Lehman hasn't been doing as many laps as he usually does. He's a great wander around the ground pretty much everywhere we play, but
does he go right for runs, or
well,
we say when we're batting you have to go right for runs?
This caused a lot of discussion earlier in the season. I'll tell you about after this ball.
Miller in, and Hamid inside edge, and he get through for a quick single.
Match at Wantage Road, one of the early championship matches, and Darren and I think Glenn Chappell, maybe the batting coach Greg Smith, were accused of getting safe save out because they walked the wrong way. And we were, this was a genuine message that came in to us in the commentary box, and then of course it was no, absolutely, they were going the right, but then of course this started the whole discussion as to which is the right way.
Miller in, pushed into the covers, and in the end get through for single.
And then it got into the realms of, well, is it different in the Southern Hemisphere? Is it different in Australia? Is it different on a Tuesday?
Which way did you walk?
It became, I can't even remember, it became the most arcane and ultimately pointless discussion that you could imagine, but it kept us going for an hour. It was the long days.
That's absolutely brilliant. Miller into Hamid, who drives firmly and drives for 4. Straight back past the bowler. That is a gorgeous cricket shot. Hasib Hamid. He is a classy batter when he gets going. Really, really is classical.
That was a sumptuous stroke, wasn't it? The one that the first ball that Gus Miller bowled, when he gave him a little bit of width, and he absolutely crunched it through extra cover, didn't he?
He did.
Magnificent shot.
I was saying to Benny Slate that that's ominous as a bowler when on that now just flicked into the leg side, no run. Ominous as a bowler when you bowl a innocuous, not even gentle or half volley, but wide delivery and it's cream through the covers like that.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit of a Larry Loosener, but it still had to be put away, and my goodness, it was. We're now seeing one of the great sights of county cricket, which is Rob Keogh limbering up. It's a spectacular business, and it takes forever.
Miller in, and Hamid drives firmly, and play and miss outside the off stump. Ends the over, 127 for 2 at the end of the 23rd.
I've described it before as half Strictly and half Zumba class, but it takes him a while these days. But he's got a point to prove in these matches. This is he had a contract extension last year for another year. This is all the first team cricket he's played this year. He hasn't played in the Championship, didn't play in the successful Blast campaign. So, yeah, he's wanting to show with bat and with ball that he still has something to offer.
From the lake end, number 21, Rob
Thought he
Keogh.
played nicely, actually, today. He's
Yeah, I also did.
33. Just realised, he's got the experience to realise sometimes when you need to just dig in a little bit after a couple of wickets had gone down. But anyway, he's got a chance to show what he can do with the ball. 7th bowler used.
I thought him and Bartlett batted beautifully together. Thought that partnership was looking really dangerous, and then the wicket of Bartlett I thought was potentially not potentially, in the end probably was the difference between 300 and where you ended up.
Absolutely, no doubt. Yeah, spot on. Spot on. Disappointing from a Northamptonshire point of view, but here's Keogh starting his work with the ball. Defended by Freddie McCann out into the covers. Manners comes round from behind the stumps to tidy up. We've got a bit of sunshine now. It's been in and out a bit today, but beautiful scene here at Queen's Park. That's good stuff from Keogh. Pushes it into the onside, and Hasib Hamid was interested in a single, but Freddie McCann not moving quite as freely as he would like. Sensibly sent him back. That's beautiful reverse sweep. Nailed that one. Superb execution from McCann, and it runs away for 4. 68 to him, 131 for 2. Yeah, George Bartlett, it's hard to criticise somebody who scored 5 half-centuries in 6 innings in this competition, which George Bartlett has, but he hasn't
kicked on.
His highest is 72 of those 5 half-centuries. Keogh floats that one up, goes for the reverse again. This time doesn't get a run, prop to Fields. So yeah, and I mean Nathan McSweeney, he was on the one short of what would have been his 5th half-century of the tournament. Reverse again. This time they will get a single, as it's not picked up cleanly first time by Luke Proctor. And the head coach Darren Lehman was saying before the competition started that he wanted Nathan McSweeney to target 200 or 300s in the competition. Well, again, he has got lots of starts. He got an 88 in the first game against Warwickshire, which Northamptonshire won. But again, he hasn't gone on and got another big one. Although he has, to be fair, the 2 games that Northamptonshire have won on each occasion, he has had a big role to play. He played beautifully for 73 against Lancashire the other day, but
he looked in fantastic fiddle today.
yeah, it's a good nick. Nice,
He got him
gentle push out into the covers for a single by Hamid to end Rob Keogh's over, 133 for 2.
got a very good ball.
Yeah.
Came back absolute country mile that, but looked really, really good. But I think we hear that said a lot when a lot of coaching staff and batting coaches and captains will say in team talks, need someone from the top 4 or 5 to go on and make 100, 120, 50s, 60s, 70s. Especially the way the game has evolved as quickly as it has, don't really get you to the scores that are as formidable as they could and should be. Miller in, and this is, I think, off the thigh pad of Hamid. He's trying to turn it around the corner.
It's a big bugbear of Darren Lehman's, people getting in and not going on. One of the games that Northamptonshire lost, I think we had 3 players get past 50 and none of them got past 60. When I went to interview him afterwards, I had to start off with "I feel your pain" because I knew what was coming, and sure enough, he was very, very frustrated.
I can imagine. It's gone down like a lead balloon. Next ball defended, no run.
Well, when you've got whatever it was, 85 first-class hundreds, I think something like that Darren Lehman made in his playing career, you don't have to worry too much about your own conversion rate. But in these 50-over games, it's become a sort of truism, isn't it? Because all coaches say it, but these games are longer than you think, and you have more time to build in innings than you might think is the case.
Short ball pulled firmly straight at Van der Merwe at mid-wicket, who fields it, no run, 33 for 2.
It's a pity from Northamptonshire's point of view. I don't know if you've seen him before. Actually, Stuart Van der Merwe didn't really get in today, but he's a talent.
I haven't seen him before today. I know he's incredibly young, 19 years of age, and Dave was saying that he was studying in Leeds, did you say?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah,
defended, no run.
Yeah, he was born in Centurion.
Yes.
Up in the Gauteng, but or Northerns, as I still think of it, in Northern Transvaal back in the old days. But yeah, he came over here, I think, to do 6th form down in Surrey. Yeah, came to Northamptonshire's attention. Century on championship debut against Leicestershire last year. And he looks a real talent.
And I just spat a little bit at Hamid. Gloved that one down toward mid-wicket again. This is good bowling this by Gus Miller.
I think Northamptonshire, I mean, they're obviously, both of these sides have obviously lost players to the 100, but I think Northamptonshire's the one that well, probably the two, you'd say, Ben Sanderson, Mr. Reliable, and also Calvin Harrison, who just is such an outstanding member of this side now.
Full ball flicked away on the league side. Should be able to come back comfortably for 2 without really having to push, and they do. Yeah, Calvin would have been an absolute handful to face. He's a handful to face on a good wicket, let alone a club wicket that will, on a summer that hasn't had rain for 2 months now, really been a real tricky customer to face. Well, beautifully the other night as well at Trent Bridge.
Yeah, well, I wonder if as a leggy, I don't know if you saw the Blast final.
I did.
Yeah, well, the ball, everybody's talking about their favourite moments of the day and all the rest of it, and I've said on a couple of times on various programmes that probably my favourite moment, just from a skill point of view, in the final was Calvin Harrison's ball to get Tristan Stubbs in the final as Keogh starts a fresh over, driven down the ground by Freddie McCann for a gently jogged single. He goes into the 70s, 136 for 2, Nottinghamshire. Over halfway there. The ball, it was just the perfect leg break. It's
beautiful.
It was just a lovely, lovely piece of skill. Keoghing in. Oh my goodness, and again, we said this in the previous over, Hamid playing back and trying to run one down, maybe a little bit too close to him. Keogh Driven down the ground by Hamid for a single down to long on Guthrie Fields. Rob Keogh's been spending most of his summer obviously playing a bit for the second, Northamptonshire seconds, but playing in the Northamptonshire League as well for Kislingbury Temperance.
He must be a very handy at that level of cricket.
I would
wow.
think, yes. Hasn't had probably the season he would have hoped for, but yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic
that's
work.
Wonderful. Oh, my goodness,
Oh,
that's so unlucky. It got to it. It was Sammy King and wearing George Bartlett's shirt. Very, very good effort. Got a hand to it, and unfortunately for him, just knocked it over the rope. 74 to McCann. 141 for 2. Take all the pace off it this time. Keogh driven down the ground for another single. Good patience here from McCann, putting stuff away, the bad balls away off the seamers early on, but now he's realises that they haven't got to do anything too frantic here to get to this target, and he can just play properly. Another drive down the ground, this time by the Nottinghamshire captain for a single. Rob Keogh just looking a little bit disgruntled at the moment. He hasn't had an ice cream, which we have.
Exactly.
143 for 2 at halfway, so Nottinghamshire comfortably up with the rate. 143 for 2 at halfway. Northamptonshire were 127 for 3, and it was just that partnership, in that instance it was the McSweeney-Bartlett partnership that was just starting to accelerate a little bit, but Nottinghamshire, you'd say, what, 117 to win, 25 overs to go, 8 wickets in hand. It's Nottinghamshire's game to lose, and
it is.
Northamptonshire have got to get amongst the wickets when they get back on after the drinks break.
I was having a conversation with one of my... It was actually Hassan Azad. I was having a conversation with who plays for my club, and I was saying it's very, very difficult to defend on club grounds currently with the state of the outfield. Obviously, wickets are, especially comparing in the first-class wickets, will nowhere near as good. However, wickets are a little bit tired, so they're not doing as much as batters, potentially getting away with some shots that they wouldn't play, but you don't get the luxury of the balls that are landing in the gap, plinking for 2. They just tend to run away and go for 4.
That's absolutely right. I mean, we were down at Guildford a couple of weeks ago, and talking to George Bartlett afterwards, he batted for a while in that game before he was run out off a deflection at the non-strikers end, which is just an awful way to go. The thing about this one was that it wasn't just a drive back to the bowler and a little dink onto the stumps. It was going up to mid-off, and the bowler got a knee on it or something on it, and it deflected back. It was anyway, that's not the point. And he was saying on that instant, on that ground, the outfield was worth 20 or 30. It was so quick. It was like trying to sort of control a marble on an upturned saucer. It just ran down whichever way you played it. And yeah, I mean, club grounds, I'm sure it's the same here as it is back home in Northamptonshire. My club's outfield, I expect Lawrence of Arabia to come over the horizon on a camel. It's very, very parched and difficult for groundsmen, difficult for fielders.
Yeah, it's just really hard and bounces. Liam Guthrie is going to be brought back into the attack. I thought he bowled superbly at the top of the order.
It's as well as I've seen him bowl with a new ball in this white ball competition. Chahal's just nipped off for, I don't know, comfort break or something. So Tian Low is on as 12th man at mid-on.
Guthrie in, and Hamid drives nicely as it races across the outfield, and good work out there on the sweeper boundary by Sammy King. Keeps it to 1.
Tian Low from is it a Bishop's boy?
Yeah, he is a Bishop's boy,
but born in High Wycombe, which is not quite the Western Cape. But
no. You ever been to High Wycombe Cricket Club?
I probably have, but I can't bring it to mind.
That is a very small ground and an absolutely phenomenal wicket to bat on.
Lovely.
Nice to be a batter. This is full, and there's a massive appeal. Sue Redfern is not interested at all. I think, from what Liam suggested, is this potentially sliding down. We're not in any way to comment, but thought that looked close.
I did. I just wondered, and again, we're not in an ideal position here, but whether he may just have got himself outside the line as well. But either or, I think there was enough doubt, Sue Redfern, to get that spot on.
I thought the ball that he bowled to Tayyab Tahir was absolute beauty. Full and defended by McCann, no run.
And to be fair, of course, he should have had Hasib early on. Chance to Bartlett at slip before Hamid had scored. It wasn't an easy chance, but it was one that you'd expect to see caught, I don't know, 7-8 times out of 10, I think, at this level.
Yeah, with the amount of efforts and work that teams now do on the fielding and in the slip cordon, and something that must short ball from Guthrie, and McCann gets this down to third. He moves to 76, score 145. Sun just goes behind some clouds again. Been a lovely day. But yeah, I thought bowled really quickly as well. Been nice and sharp, getting it to shape quite late, which is always nice to see from a fast bowling point of view.
These white balls, I don't know what your view is, it just seems they haven't done a lot this year, whether it's the batch that they've got or whatever, but they don't seem to have swung a hell of a lot.
Guthrie in, and this is driven, and that's 4. That is a gorgeous looking cricket shot from Hamid again. Just such a classical batter. Full face of the bat, all along the floor. Keogh had no chance at extra cover to get near that, and neither did Sammy King on the sweeper boundary.
He is very, very easy on the eyes, isn't he, when he's playing well. So Northamptonshire have actually got 2 off at the moment, because Yuzi Chahal's off, and I see Gus Miller is off as well. So, well, just wondering who the other substitute fielders was. Who else is here, actually?
This one in and defended to backward point. No run.
Don Leach, I think, would be the other substitute fielder today. Northamptonshire have only got 13, or Gus Miller's going back on.
Yeah, Gus Miller back on now.
So which is your club, Kyle?
I play for Woollerton in the Nottinghamshire Prim.
Yeah.
I captain there.
All man's own.
Yes, thank you, Brace. There used to be a bit of confusion in our way, because we have a very fine club in Northamptonshire, Wollaston. Just so it's Woollerton with an extra S in, where any number of very fine Northamptonshire cricketers down the years have come. 4 players from the village in not a particularly long space of time all went on to play for Northamptonshire. But yeah, there was a certain amount of confusion between Wollaston and Woollerton. Proctor back in the attack on leg stump, turned away out into the onside. Straight to Miller, who's back on the field.
Just been made aware by the great Italian international Dave Bracegirdle that Freddie McCann's highest this day's score, previous of 70, now 76.
Well, he has plenty of power to add. It's Proctor. Round the wicket, in and bowls to him, and cut away down towards backward. Oh my goodness, and that's bounced up and hit Sammy King. Oh, he says he's okay. That was nasty. That's just, I'm afraid, and he was just playing into exactly what you were saying a moment or two ago, Kyle. The outfields at the moment, you're seeing that happen quite a bit, and that was just a little bump up off a blemish on the outfield, and the fielder's worn it. He's okay, thankfully. Proctor in again, pushed out into the offside by Hamid, but there's no run to be had this time. It used to be like that, of course, at Wantage Road, when Northampton Town Football Club would be playing in the off-season on what was part of the cricket outfield, and
terrible.
It was renowned. If you had to field down there in May, good luck. Proctor in again, a cutaway and very well stopped at backward point by Nathan McSweeney, captain setting the example. Saved a couple of runs. I think that was destined for the boundary. Keeps it to 277.
We share our ground with our football club, and the far end is awful. It is a terrible place to field, and unfortunately it has got even worse in the summer. It hasn't got better. It's captain, I stay as far away as possible.
Defended by Hamid. Luke Proctor, red ball captain, so some serious work to be done by him at the back end of the season when we get back into championship cricket. It's just a couple of weeks' time now, isn't it?
It's gone so quickly, hasn't it?
It certainly has. 6 games back to back. There's Proctor in, cut away hard into the ground by Hamid, bounces up nicely to his rival captain today, McSweeney, and there's no run. 43 to Hamid, 77 to McCann, 152 for 2. So 23 overs remaining, and Nottinghamshire need 108 more runs to win. They have 8 wickets in hand and are in a very strong position. The sun is shining, the ice cream is nice. What's not to like?
Not much.
Well,
not much at all.
From a Northamptonshire point of view, you could just do with 2 or 3 more on the wickets column, but let's not be fussy.
Another couple on the wickets column. It's a different game. Liam Guthrie has, not from a lack of trying, looked very dangerous. Ian and McCann just pushes this into the offside. They run the first one hard. Don't think there's ever 2 there, but always good. Run the first one hard. Especially, as I said, we spoke so much about the outfield. But any sort of slight bobble, you've got no chance as a fielder. You really, really don't. Wantage, very, very different from Wantage Road, Trent Bridge, the Oval. The grounds are a little bit greener, a little bit more watered, so you can trust the outfield a little bit more. Every club ground around the country, everybody knows it's tough to field. It's a hard length out from Guthrie, and Hamid defends off the back foot, no run.
I can tell you Wantage Road is decidedly parched at the moment. It's just totally devoid of any green grass apart from the strip in the middle. It's I can't remember ever seeing it quite as, certainly not since they relayed the outfield, which has made a big difference and in terms of the drainage, but there's nothing to drain at the moment, and it is so dry and so parched.
Guthrie goes full, and Hamid drives out to Sammy King, who this time gets a well-behaving ball all the way through into his hand for a single.
Have you played against Sammy King, with or against?
I have played against him. Played against him when he played for Notts 2s, and I played against him at club cricket as well. He can hit a long ball. Can Sammy King is nice to see him. As Dave and I were saying, nice to see him back in the professional setup again. Really is. Guthrie in bouncer or short ball, should rather say, and it's stopped rather dramatically at mid-wicket by Rob Keogh.
Oh dear.
Who looked like he was almost trying to take evasive action, and it stuck in his hand.
I think it came to him rather slower than he was anticipating. I think he may have thought that Freddie McCann had got a bit more timing and a bit more power into that one. It slightly took him by surprise how relatively gently it came to him, I think.
Guthrie to go fuller this time to McCann, and Keogh in a more orthodox fashion picks this one up. But I'll let Dave jump back into his chair so that otherwise he's going to...
Then we'll swap over.
And then we'll swap over. Andrew, it's been an absolute pleasure.
And you, Carl. This is the choreographed part of the day, isn't it? When we're all like a big game of musical chairs, but the great man is back where he belongs. Afternoon, Dave.
Hello, Andrew. I was only a yard away. Watching on as this is forced up to Chohal. End of the over. thank you so much. I got that right. Oundle, is it?
It is
Oundle?
Oundle, yes. Yes.
Are you there tomorrow? Notting?
I am, as a matter of fact.
away.
I am, yes. Seconds at home to Sun Hardingstone tomorrow, and the coloured pens will be out, and all will be right with the world. But thanks very much for having me on.
Thank you for coming.
I shall look forward to seeing you in due course. Finals day, perhaps.
Well,
I don't think we're both going to get there, but anyway, enjoy the rest of the season.
thank you very much, Andrew. Andrew Radd, the voice of Northamptonshire cricket coverage, with us here, just popping in, quite literally here to support his county, and it's lovely to see and lovely to hear, and great to see the old man again. As Proctor from the far end bowls to Hamid, and he'll open the face and guide this down towards us. Chauhal doing the fielding. They'll come back for a couple of runs. Hamid on to 46, and Notts inching their way towards this victory target of 260. Are you all right there, looking after things?
That was all good. Handled it well.
It's a good man, is Andrew.
Lovely man.
Another single taken by Hamid. We're in the, what are we in? The 29th over. We're at that stage of the day where these scoreboards, these sort of semi-digital scoreboards, get a bit of sun on them, and they can be a little tricky to read. But we'll make do. If that's the only thing we've got to gripe about, it's been a pretty good day so far, as Proctor round the wicket bowls now, and Freddie McCann drives this into the offside for another run. Did he mention that it was a career best already for Freddie?
I did
already
indeed.
for Freddie. Not used that one before. Yes, 79. So he has had 3 centuries for Nottinghamshire in first class. I shouldn't say it's still quite a long way away, but 21 away from 3 figures there, I've said it. Hamid's on strike, and turns this on the leg side. Hamid has had hundreds in this day cricket, Kyle.
He has. Unfortunately, to
He's had to work
my
for
detriment.
had to work for his runs today.
He has. It made me feel a little bit better that he's played an international leg spin as easily as he played me, which has made me pretty pleased.
Proctor bowls, and this is nicely clipped away to leg by Hamid, and moves to 48. Got a ton when Kyle was in the Warwickshire bowling attack against him in 2021 at Edgbaston, if you wondered what the reference was. So I'd say 159 for 2.
Yeah, 159.
So 101 required. I've had a missive in whilst I was off commentary. I've had a couple actually, as Freddie's gone all guns blazing at that one, but can't reach it. Looks at David Milnes wanting a wide, but McCann certainly hadn't moved towards the ball. I think it was certainly from here a legitimate delivery. John Starbuck says on Freddie's 50, Dave, one thing I've seen this season is a variety of way that batters congratulate each other on reaching a 50 or a 100 or a partnership. Mostly it's a brief touch of the gloves. When it's a winning score, there's usually a full embrace. Not in New Zealand. There, they clash their bats together like a pair of albatrosses mating rituals of beak fencing. This ought to be promoted. The game cannot stand still. John Starbuck. There we are. Samit Patel always liked a touch of the bats and all sorts of things. He'd got all sorts of strange rituals, Samit. He could stand in his crease, get a full toss and smash it away for 4. Know it would go in for 4, but he'd still have to run down the other end and run his bat in like it was in the school playground. Samit always had to run his bat in.
Changing in for Chahal, who's bowling a full ball, and Hamid hitting this through Chahal down to long off.
David Parker on Sammy King. Ben Slater mentioned Sam had been playing his club cricket in Cornwall, been playing for Penzance, and he's sent all his stats this year. Thank you very much, David. 234 runs for the Welsh national team as well, at 39 this year, and a best of 109 in Penzance, and lots more besides. Thank you very much, David. That came in an hour or so ago.
Chahal into McCann, and again, diving stop, can't quite stop the single. 161. McCann moves into the 80s. So Hamid, 49. Less than 100 required now for Nottinghamshire. Slow ball from Chahal and defended off the front foot by Hamid. Stays on 49. Sun's back out. Chahal in, and this is down the ground by Hamid. A couple of bobbles away, and that will be Hamid's 50.
From 70 balls.
He comes off 70 balls.
4 fours, 76 minutes.
I'm sure you've heard that as well. So 162 for 2.
Literally everything you needed to know.
How long until Freddie McCann brings out the reverse sweep? McCann in, and there's an appeal, and it's not given. Going down the leg side, I think.
What has been your assessment of his injury, or what his injury perceives itself to be?
I'm hoping it's a little bit of cramp. He's looking a little bit more fluent than he did a couple of overs ago. This is played down the ground by Freddie. So I'm hoping that it's nothing too serious. If it was something really serious, he would be hobbling around, wouldn't be taking quick singles and things. So,
and they'd have brought him off, I think.
Yeah, fingers crossed it's nothing too serious, and it's more just a little bit of cramp and things like that. He did run long on to deep mid-wicket for the last 15, 18 overs, so I'm hoping that has got a massive part to play.
Danny's a bit late to the party. We talked all about that all through the day, Danny. No objection to it, but genuinely don't know why we're playing in Derbyshire. Can you shed any light on it? It was a case that Notts needed a venue for this fixture. Chesterfield and Notts Director of Cricket, McNeil, have a working relationship because the Blaze have played a number of games here, and came about because of simply because of that. As a new over starts with Proctor bowling to McCann, driven to backward point where Sweeney does the fielding, and there's no run. And although he underplayed it, I'm pretty sure the association that Ben Slater has with both Notts and Chesterfield will have played a part as well. There's Proctor, bowls driven, but not out of the meat of the bat. Easily cut off at mid-off, and there's no run. I know that certain people have been in touch to say they've had objections and feel it's wrong that Notts are playing a home game in Derbyshire, but gone hard at this one. We'll get a single into the offside. 64
That's a 100-run partnership for Freddie McCann and Haseeb Hamid from 129 balls.
There we are, 129 balls for the century partnership for the third wicket between McCann and Hamid. Hamid, exactly 50 of them. I'm sure there'll have been one or two extras in there as well, but pretty much an even split. Proctor now to the Notts captain. He will turn this behind square for a single. Welbeck apart, Lady Bay apart. Notts Premier League. If it's not going to happen, but we've got an hour or so of this, I guess, to talk. Which of the Notts Premier League grounds would be best suited to be redeveloped into a Notts out ground from here on in? Should they hypothetically want to look at that as the next ball's played to mid-on and there's no run?
So glad you've asked me this question. I think from a non-biased point of view, and I don't think anyone at Woollerton would mind me saying this, that Woollerton is not fit for that purpose. I don't think it's big enough. I think that any other ground in the city centre is also potentially not big enough at all.
Proctor Bowles and McCann just showing signs of a little bit frustrated there, or just trying to dominate Proctor. Mistimes it again, hits it on the bounce to mid-off, and there's no run. End of the over, 165 for 2 after 31 overs. So Notts need 95 in 19 overs.
I think the only ground that comes to mind would potentially be Clifton. If we're speaking completely fit for purpose, it's in the university campus, so an abundance of parking.
Again, it's all very close to Trent Bridge, though, isn't it?
Yeah, very close to Trent Bridge.
But admittedly, I didn't put that rider in when I asked you the question.
Chahal into Hamid, who's playing this away and is getting caught at mid-wicket. A low full toss is the undoing of Hasib Hamid, who gets to 51 and then gets out. A good sharp catch by Bartlett, who dropped Hamid earlier on today when he hadn't scored a run. And Hamid has got to go for a very well played 51, not lose their third. It's 165 for 3.
Hasib Hamid out for 51.
Freddie McCann apart. Getting to 50 has been just about the maximum. A couple of Northants players got out as soon as they reached 50. And Nathan McSweeney went for 49. Bartlett and Proctor got out as soon as they'd reached 50. Hamid did the same. And it's going to be Kyle Verreynne, suggesting a little earlier if that finger injury needed a little bit of rest, that might just push Sammy Citron or Lyndon James or both in before Verreynne, but he's on his way out to the middle. He's having a splendid competition thus far. Kyle Verreynne, scores of 27, and that's his lowest. 27, 68 not out, 35, 61 and 71. So a run of consistent scores there for the Notts keeper, but that wicket gives Northants just a little bit of encouragement that they might still get back into this. Where were we? Have you had a little think?
So I
don't think Collingham's big enough, which is...
Collingham's not big enough. A lovely ground, but not big enough. Attenborough's a beautiful ground, but that's probably the most picturesque ground in Nottinghamshire.
Cook me.
And then, but that was going to be my next shout.
Yeah.
If you're going proper out ground, Cockney's probably the one. Or Trent College. Even though it's not a Nottinghamshire Premier League ground, Trent College maybe.
Anyway, I don't think we've resolved anything there, or had a little glimpse into the future. What we have done is seen a wicket. There's Chahal.
Chahal again, and this is down the ground by Verreynne. So he gets off the mark straight away. 166. Chahal gets his first of the afternoon. Change in ends, bringing about a change in fortune. Freddie McCann, 82. Chahal in, goes slow. McCann down the ground. Hits it firmly. And Chahal's almost forgot to field the ball as Rockio's thrown it in. So 167 for 3. Mid-off and mid-on up in the ring now, trying to prevent the single, prevent Verreynne getting going. This one a little bit shorter and cut away by Kyle Verreynne. So he's 2 from 2, 168. One ball left in the over. Nothing silly here, Freddie. Just keep knocking it about. Tons and tons and tons of time left in the game, an abundance of it, really.
Yeah, just 5 and over required, isn't it, as well?
Charles in, and a little bit flatter, a little bit quicker. This is pushed toward second mid-wicket. There won't be a run.
Yeah, what I mentioned to you while we were talking to Ben Slater, Emilio Gay today for Durham made 9 and then had to retire hurt with a shoulder injury.
Ian goes slower, and this is pushed to straightish mid-wicket on the ring, no run.
We're
At the end of that over, 168 for 3.
We're about 10 days, 11 days away from the first test in the Pakistan series, so we'll have to assess Emilio Gay and maybe have a little look elsewhere now. Who do Notts play that week? Surrey, Burns or Sibley? I would. Oh dear. Yeah, I'll call them both up, as I said to somebody yesterday on social media. Going to be Proctor to continue. In this group elsewhere, Gloucestershire made 270 for 6 in their 50 overs. Lancashire 171 for 4 after 34, so they need 100 from 16. The Red Rose, that's at Old Trafford. The other 2 matches started this afternoon at 2 o'clock as Verena cuts this to McSweeney at backward point. At Grace Road, Warwickshire 199 for 7 with 9 overs left. And at Taunton, Somerset 320 for 6 with 5 overs left. And that's against Surrey. Lammonby 114, Goldsworthy 83, Vaughan 52. Interesting that Archie Vaughan came in there at 7. He's been opening and not scoring any runs at all. Driven into the covers by Verena. Nice stop by Gus Miller. In the other group, Essex 312, Glamorgan 158 for 5 with 20 overs left. Derbyshire 278 for 8, Yorkshire 163 for 3 with 16 left. And the 2 later starts, Durham 297 for 6, century for Alex Lees in that one. This is dropped on the leg side. And Sussex 272 for 5, 8 overs left against Worcestershire. Yeah, Ben Stokes made 34 today for Durham in their match, so they're all bubbling up nicely, and not entirely sure how closer we will be at the end of the day to having any definite qualifiers. As a little push by Verena to mid-on. There was a throw at the stumps which narrowly missed. Verena home 170 for 3.
Yeah, it's smell of pizzas drifting across our table, isn't it?
You can't have another one.
No, I know.
Topping did you have today? Something disgusting?
No, just a pepperoni.
Okay.
Classic pepperoni.
That's okay, yep. Proctor round the wicket, bowls to Freddie McCann off the outside edge, sliced away for his 84th run. Notts need 90. Sounds like a helicopter not too far away. We're in a marquee, so see a bit of sky in front of us above the cricket, but can't see above us or behind us. Nicely played by the South African Verena onto the leg side for another single. And it's the end of the over, 171 for 3 after 33, so one more over and we'll have a bit of a ball change. Well, not a ball change, a ball choice, that's a better way of putting it. They'll decide at the end of the 34th over which of these 2 balls they're going to carry on with and which one they're not going to need anymore. Just look to our left now, Kyle. Just look to our left as producer Aaron arrives with the world's biggest ice cream.
With a flake as well.
Just for himself. Just for himself. Look. Unbelievable.
Jahal to keep going from the pavilion end.
He's got staff, you know, out there working hard out in the sunshine.
And there he is, scoffing an ice cream down. Jahal in and
hello.
Verena goes up and over.
This is ice cream bound. It is ice cream. Just misses producer Aaron. That would have been so just, wouldn't it, if like one of the seagulls at the seaside had knocked the ice cream out of his hand and it was within one more bounce of doing it. Straight 6 from Carl Verena. He doesn't do that very often, does he?
No, he doesn't. It's a lovely shot, and Midon stays up in the ring.
That said, we don't see him facing quality leg spinners very often.
This one stopped at extra cover. Really good work, that. That's bot.
First one in the tent today.
I know. If it goes high enough, I might be able to get out there and take a catch.
Who?
Me? Or you?
Give over.
Verena, listen to me. Chahal in and Verena off the back foot, pushes us to mid-on. Gets through for a quick single. He gets to 11 quickly, score 1-7-8. So Knott's moving along very, very nicely here. Freddie McCann, 84. Haven't seen a reverse sweep for a while. We see a lap sweep instead. And you asked me earlier in regards to his hamstring. If he's lap sweeping and reverse sweeping, you would think that his hamstring's okay. It's almost a lunge, and there he is. There he does it again, just making sure it's loose. I think it's more cramp than anything else. I think Aaron is going to have some cramp after the ice cream in a bit.
I don't want to be unkind, but wouldn't it have been funny if it had gone flying? No, that is unkind. Shouldn't have thoughts like that, David.
179 for 3-2 extra covers now. Stopped it down the ground as this is pushed in the gap,
Shot.
and that's going to go for 4. You let it through. I don't think you're catching it, to be honest with you. That is 4.
Yeah. That's 4 runs.
That is 4 runs.
That's 4 runs all day. It's not been signalled as such. Fielder says he doesn't know. He does know he picked it up from behind the boundary.
Yeah, that is 4 runs all over the place.
I think it's been signalled as 4.
Yeah.
It has. It's a lovely shot from Verena, who's just enjoying himself at the moment. Out there, playing with a great deal of freedom here, Carl Verena. It's good effort, to be fair, by Liam Guthrie. As you said, once it had just got the other side of him, it was going to take something stupendous to drag it back.
183.
Oh, he's got it again.
Going to have to run to the left here. They should be able to get back for 2 and do. So this is turning into a nice big over. 185 for 3 at the end of the 34th, and it's ball. It's time that we discuss what ball they're going to choose. They're going to go the far end, the lake end ball, or they're going to go the pavilion end. Which
We'll
ball?
never know. We'll never know. The cameraman on the boundary edge is just putting the boundary rope back where it was before Liam Guthrie demolished it. So, 16 overs to go, 185 for 3.
Number 24, Gus Miller.
Notts needs 75 from 16 with 7 wickets in hand. Gus Miller is coming back into the attack. Got figures of none for 19 from his 5. All very nicely indeed from this end earlier. Chahal is 6 overs, 1 for 38 right now. There's another single from Freddie McCann, takes him to 86. 7 bowlers bowled by the Steelbacks. 8 from Guthrie, 8 from Proctor. Chahal 6, Miller 5 before this one. 2 from Rob Keogh, 1 from Nathan McSweeney. .186 for 3. Carl Verena driving the ball quite crisply again out into the offside for a single. He's already on 18. McCann on 86. Freddie McCann's faced exactly 100 balls for his 86. 10 fours and a 6. Well, hit this back past the bowler. Was that at catchable height? Kyle, it was certainly at catchable height if you were bowling it.
Yeah, that's a catchable height, that is.
It's round about your waist height, wasn't it?
Head hard for me.
Gone for 4 straight down the ground. Shouldn't be cruel. It was low down. Impossible from here to really tell or judge if Miller was close enough to put in a desperate lunge towards it. The fact of the matter is he didn't, and it went past him and the stumps and away for 4. Freddie on to 90. Pushes this to mid-on and there's no run. So Ben Martindale get his maiden list A 100 on Sunday in the match down at Beckenham against Kent. Freddie McCann 90 not out, already a best in this format for him. Only played a handful of games. The last couple of years he's been away with 100 and hardly played. Next ball. Again he's hit it past the bowler and straight into the stumps on the full this time. The far end. Don't think Verena had strayed too far.
No. I think Verena was safe, but straight as a die, that from Freddie McCann.
Talking to Kyle this morning about the winter for South Africa. This is turned away down to Chohal at long leg, and all the forthcoming series they've got, it's quite a minefield to try and negotiate and try and absolutely nail down what their next test fixtures are, but not until October. They've got Bangladesh, which is the one I was worried about, but that's going to be ODIs and T20s through back end of August and September, so I was a little concerned that there'd be a test in there and he might have to go away, but it's not. And of course then England visit South Africa Christmas and New Year. 3 tests, 192 for 3 here.
Chahal in, McCann on the reverse sweep. There's an appeal and she's given him. Sue Redfern has given Freddie McCann and he's got to go for 91. The reverse sweep that has proved so fruitful for him all afternoon is his undoing in the end, and Freddie McCann, head in hands, walks off in almost disbelief. Chahal gets his man, and Freddie McCann has got to go for an absolutely magnificent 91. He deserved 100 in the end.
Well battered, Freddie. He'll get those pads off and just let the medical staff and the physios just have a little check, and if a massage is due, then let's get it sorted. Lyndon James will be the new man in. Not so sure about Chohal. Again, just reiterating, not got a monitor and we're not in line, so can't pass judgment on how close, how adjacent it was, but certainly McManus, the keeper, won the appealing stakes ahead of Chohal. Not so sure the bowler was as confident as McManus was. He was bellowing and jumping up and down, wasn't he? Imploring Sue Redfern to give it, which she had a good long look at it and then raised the finger. 192 for 4. So not still require 68. Won't want to lose another 1 or 2, or it might start just to get a little tricky. Got what I guess you would describe is, looking for words to describe it now, Kyle, you understand, a lower order that on occasions you would say might not necessarily muster the 68 runs between them. Is that a nice way of putting it? I'm not sure which way they'll come. Farhan Ahmed, Brett Hutton, Dylan Pennington and James Hayes are the last 4. Of course, there's still Sam Seachuran to come.
Yeah.
But they won't want to lose 2 wickets before another 20 or 30 runs are scored.
Chahal's just getting going a little bit here now. 2 for, settling into his rhythm a little bit more from this end. Mid off coming up into the ring. Again, 192 for 4, chasing 260. You would feel confident to get that. A couple of wickets and you never know, and James off the back foot defends. Ball Shahal's bowled. It's into a 7th here.
Again, the cardinal sin, if you like, in a run chase, losing the 2 set batters within 10 minutes of each other.
Slow ball and uppishly hits into the covers from Lyndon James. Get through for a single.
Mead out when the score was actually they added a few quite quickly. 165 for 3 in the 32nd, and McCann out in the 36th. 192 for 4. It's because Verena came in and got on with it, hasn't he? 18 from 13 so far.
Chahal into Verena, goes a bit quicker. Verena off the back foot down the ground. It'll be a single. 194 for 4.
What's the story with, not the story because there isn't a story, the situation with Quinton de Kock at the moment, and his availability for South Africa.
Next ball's just defender of the front foot. I think he's retired from all red ball cricket, that I do know, but he's definitely made himself available for selection for white ball stuff. Definitely T20, I know, and I think some 50 over games be my guess. This is played into the offside
because his retirement from all formats sort of came after Verena had taken over in the Test side, but it did sort of allow Rickleton to take over in white ball cricket, didn't it?
Yeah.
As the South African glove man.
I think from a South African point of view is how can you find a way to get Ryan Rickleton and Quinton de Kock in the team at the same time? 2 incredibly destructive batters. And when they're on form,
14 to go.
Made to bowl to.
195 for 4. 19 to Verena, 2 to Lyndon James. A very pleasant day weather-wise. There was a gloomy period about 1 o'clock-ish maybe,
yeah,
where we had dark clouds. It didn't look threatening, but it certainly for a while seemed as if it was going to take the edge off the day, and certainly the overhead conditions. But lovely now as Lyndon James tries to pull this delivery from Miller away on the leg side. No timing in it whatsoever. McManus standing up.
Is there a man out there on the leg side boundary for the Steelbacks?
This is a very good question.
I can't see anybody.
I can't. It's difficult to pick them out with the crowd behind them, but I can't see anybody out there either. Lyndon James pushes us to point, and there's no run. You wanted to talk to Mr. Chohal at some point today. He couldn't be any, well, he could be closer to you, but he's right in front of our commentary desk now.
He's bowling well as well. That shirt, he doesn't know it yet, but it is coming home with me. It will fit me as well.
It'll bury you.
He's about my size. I stood a little bit back from him, and I thought he's close to 6 foot.
Goes through to the keeper.
He's close.
If he's 6 foot to his, I don't know, 6'6". 195 for 4 is the score. Knots just need to have a good half an hour here, and
shot.
This is hit on the bounce to point, and there's no run. Not even the slightest murmur in the crowd as Ant Boter trips up right in front of us. Stop laughing.
Oh gosh, it's terrible when that happens in front of everybody.
It would have been if he'd gone down. Crikey. Miller bowls. Good stop at backward point.
They've been phenomenal in the field.
McSweeney saved runs there. working hard to keep themselves in this. Northamptonshire, they've come into this game with 2 wins out of their 5 matches. Know that probably got a win out today in their last 2 games. Somerset at home on Sunday, and they go to Cheltenham on Tuesday after Notts had been there on Sunday. Powerfully struck by Lyndon James out into the offside, and Van der Merwe can't pick it up cleanly, but then does and fires it in. Left hand bat, throws right arm. Just a single taken after all that. 197 for 4. Notts need 68 from 13 overs. They would then go 4-2 after 6 matches in the group. Northants, there will be somebody who I'm sure would be able to work out some sort of path that they could still qualify, but I would say if you lose 4, probably don't bother. I don't think it's going to happen. Not entirely sure that all the 5s and 3s might get in. If Chal
in, and off the back foot, Verena tries to get it through, but it's good work there by, I think that's Gus Miller. No, it's Bartlett, sorry, I beg your pardon.
Could still be possible that there's 1 or 2 teams, maybe 6 and 2 in the group, and a couple 5s and 3s.
In, and this is pushed, and they've got their field set really, really well here. They've got a straight man stopping that single down the ground. 2 straight men, and Chahal just bowling nice and full. Really, really good work. This Chahal in again, and this time Verena does thread the gap nicely and gets a single. 198. Verena moves into the 20s. Chahal bringing up mid-on. Now.
A couple of express fast bowlers just wandering by the desk here. Hoping they don't have to go and put their pads on. I hope they know where their pads are, you know, Kyle. Crikey.
Next ball just driven into the covers.
Go on, 2 minutes, James. James,
you can do
you can chat to James as well as
as that's flicked through the leg side by a fellow James, I believe. I think that was Lyndon. I'm going to be very honest with you, I wasn't really watching, and we were too busy trying to figure out everything. Hazy, how are you?
I'm good, mate. How are you?
Not too bad, not too bad. How was the lap?
Yeah, it was nice actually. We had a little look through the food and saw the sights of the park. It's lovely actually here. Very much enjoying the day.
How was the wicket out there?
It's really, really good actually. I was surprised by how good it is. I think it was a little bit slow from back of the length, but it was pretty true. I think there's a bit in it for both batting and bowling. So yeah, it was a great wicket, and hopefully we can get a nice win here. It looks like we're poised pretty well. So
yeah, really nice nice platform being laid. Anything with the new ball that'll do a little bit look like Brett and Dylan got it to nip around quite a lot with the new ball.
They did, yeah. There was a bit in it off the seam. As I say, really good wicket. If you bowl in the right area, I think there was a bit of swing and a bit of nip. So yeah, no, it was good. They did really well.
For all our listeners, obviously people will be saying, how can wickets change and be so dramatic from place to place? What would be the difference between a wicket like this here and a wicket that we got at Welbeck? As this is a good take down the leg side, but you'll have to re-bowl that.
I think the difference between this and Welbeck is the bounce. I think it's a bit more true here, so you'll see the ball probably go through where the batters will expect it to come from a length. So if you bowl it into a hard length, it will come through at that sort of hip high, and then if you bowl fuller, it would skid on a little bit. Whereas at Welbeck, a lot of it lifts up off the pitch. So whether you bowl good length or back of a length, a lot of it's coming through their gloves and challenging them on the back foot. So I think that's probably the difference there. And maybe a bit slower at Welbeck. The bounce, sometimes the ball sort of holds in the wicket and pops rather than sort of skidding through, which makes it more difficult for them to time the ball and get shots away that maybe they'd like to play, like drives and things like that.
Like the shot that we've just witnessed Lyndon James hits beautifully straight down the ground.
Lovely shot.
Freddie McCann was good today, wasn't he?
He was brilliant. He's really, really, really in good form at the moment. I think it bodes well for us in the Champo at the end of the year as well, if he can keep a bit of that going. But yeah, he looks great.
Yeah, shame he couldn't quite get to the 3 figures, but I thought absolutely brilliant. Tough to be a spinner at him at the moment. As it struck him on the pad, I think there is an inside edge there. Is there? No, there's not. So maybe going down. So you played your club cricket at Welbeck.
I did. I played a couple of games.
Are you still playing there this season, or is club cricket sort of taking a back step now? Prepare yourself for white ball stuff. You were on loan at Gloucester. How's that going?
Yeah, well, it had to, unfortunately. I think this year we've got a pretty full schedule, the second team stuff, and now having sort of a few injuries in the bowling group at Notts, you end up picking up a bit more of those overs as well. So I haven't really got the spare overs to go and play at the weekends, which is a shame really, because I did enjoy my time playing in the Notts League, and the guys at Welbeck were really, really nice to me, and I enjoyed a bit of success with them there. It's a shame they couldn't stay up last year, which is really disappointing. But no, I'm not playing any club cricket at the moment. But yeah, and the loan spell was great. I really enjoyed it. It was really good fun, good experience for me. Obviously, I'm looking for that sort of experience now, and trying to get games at that level and challenge myself. So yeah, no, that was really fun as well. They were nice guys.
Did GVB look after you well?
He did. Are you guys good mates?
Yeah, I know him back from South Africa. Played a lot of cricket with his cousin.
Okay.
This one off the back foot, no run. His wife Hannah was our, I won't say physio, but when I was at school, put us through the paces as strength and conditioning coach for a little bit, and a little bit of physio. And I remember her telling me that you're not flexible enough, you're nowhere near flexible enough. I was like, I don't need to be flexible. What are you talking about? But yeah, so I know GVB quite well. He's a lovely man.
He is a great man.
He's a very funny man.
Yes.
So played a little bit of cricket against him when he used to come play old boy stuff, and a little bit of club cricket when he was allowed to. It's off the back foot. That Rainer will get a single, 212. But yeah, he's lovely man.
Really
so
nice.
did want to ask when he came and sat down. I thought, let me ask about good old. That's GVB's Graham van Buren for any of the listeners out there. How obviously you were away there in the blast. How obviously you said it was lovely. You did really, really well. Anything that you've learned potentially different that the Southern group does to the Northern group in T20 cricket, or is it still very, 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 very similar?
I think it's pretty similar, to be honest. I think wherever you go now, a lot of the pitches are quite good and quite true, and I think I probably learnt the value of a good Yorker. I got hit for a few sixes that I missed the Yorkers, and then successful ones where I didn't get hit, and I think that's probably one of the main things I learnt, something to work on for me. And as I said in the article for Trent Bridge the other day, I think the T20s prepare you for the end of a 50 over game as well. It really helps you with the strategy, because it's basically a T20 anyway. So yeah, it really helped me in that regard too, and hopefully I can put in a few more good performances over the next couple of games, and we can get through to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I thought you were very, very good at the death today, picking up a couple of wickets.
Thanks.
Was the plan to go sort of at the death on wickets like this? Did you take from the angle that we're not lucky enough to be at Trent Bridge, where you can see if you take pace off? Was pace off ever the option today?
Yeah, it was. There's a bit of mixing really. I think trying not to be predictable. Mixing it up a little bit, but we're trying to hold our best ball for as long as we can as well. That's always helpful. Just top of the stumps tends to be a hard ball to hit for six until you have to go to Yorkers right at the end. So a bit of pace off, top of the stumps, fast as you can, and then right at the end you saw Dill hit some good Yorkers in the last over. But yeah, try and keep it as simple as you can, and we held the top of the stumps for as long as possible today, which was quite nice. It makes it simple for you as a bowler.
Yeah, helps when you have people in the deep that save boundaries the way that Freddie McCann. Oh, goodness me!
I reckon he saved us 10 runs in that over off me there.
Chahal in goes slow again, and that is probably one of the better shots that you'll see today. Up and over extra cover, and it's going to go away for 4. Carver Rayner, that is a gorgeous cricket shot. 216 for 4. Yeah, phenomenal. That piece of work out there at long on to Guthrie is one of the best pieces of work that I've seen in a long. Well, we've seen it do it. You see it do it a little bit in the T20. Did it in the last 50 over, where it catch it, throw it in, and it's really, really good work. Is that something that is worked on, or is that just Freddie McCann has been able to be a little bit better than others in the field?
Do you know, I actually think back to the winter, our sort of sort of fielding coach, but mainly spin and batting coach, Ant Bota, had us doing a drill where we were running back over our heads and diving onto crash mats and throwing things back up to teammates and things. So I guess you do practice it a little bit more playing around than anything. But then when you're younger as well, I think you do it with your mates, don't you? On the boundaries, you hit them, try and get it to that length. So it's a bit of a natural thing as well. But it was a superb bit of work. I mean, to throw that back in, I was a bit disappointed I didn't catch it. But
as every bowler will be. You know, you may have saved the 6, but you've cost me a wicket sort of job.
No, he definitely saved us a few runs there, which is brilliant.
End of that one, 217 for 4. You're on your travels after this, going down south. Excited to go back to Gloucester?
Yeah, that'll be a fun one, actually. Yeah, see a few familiar faces. I think it'll be a big game for us as well. It'll be a big one to win. So a lot of motivation going down there, and yeah, it'll be interesting. Just going back and sort of playing against a team you've just been on loan against. It's an interesting vibe, but obviously I'll be just as motivated to win as ever, really. Definitely.
Wicket down in Gloucester. Comparison to Trent Bridge, quicker, slower. Never played down there. Only ever trained there when I was on the YCs before we played. So, wicket any good?
Yeah, it's a good wicket there. It's quite quick. There's a bit of pace in it. Maybe slightly more than Trent Bridge. A little bit more in it. Maybe a bit more pace and bounce. Sometimes at Trent Bridge it can be a little bit flat. But a great wicket, and enjoyed my time down there. And the wicket at Trent Bridge is brilliant as well, though. By no means am I talking it down. The guys do a really good job there.
Next ball's just pushed in to the offside, where they're all back in to the attack. Obviously, before then, you've got the big game on Sunday. Again, this will be 4 wins on the bounce, losing 2 games away from home. Is that something that is not really thought of too much and just chalked up to that's the life of professional cricket, or is that something that potentially more comfortable here than playing away?
I mean, there's definitely an advantage to playing at home. I think you know what the wicket's doing.
Great shot, Lyndon Jones.
It's a brilliant shot, a great cut shot. It's definitely an advantage because you know what the wicket's doing. You're around it the day before. You get a training session in there. We kind of had good conversations about what we want to do and the places, so it makes it easier to win. I think it's definitely home advantage, but I think we're a good enough team to go and win anywhere. So we were disappointed. I think there was a few things we could have worked on and done better, which I hopefully we have done and can get over the line today and show that, and then put ourselves in a really good position. But yeah, we were disappointed to lose, even though it was away. But yes, there is definitely home advantage.
So we're all. Can you respond? 222 is James defending. They're going to run the first one well, and they're going to get through. Another thing to take into consideration as well, the amount of outgrounds that you play at in this competition, is the outfield. Personally, fantastic summer, no rain around. Is that something that's sort of been looked at from a batting point of view, running between the wickets, pushing sort of mid-off and mid-on hard, with the likelihood that on a bobbly outfield they're going to be picking up cleanly and throwing, or is that just something that you look to do naturally?
I think we're always pushing to hit 2s. I mean, I'm batting 11, so I don't want to speak too much on this. But you always push the fielder. I think good teams will always run 2s hard. It's something we speak about. But then I think, places like Welbeck and here, where you can see it's really dried out and those bobbles really come out, it's tough work fielding on the boundary. Our lads did a really good job today, actually. Seach was getting quite a lot of traffic down there at deep cover and handling it quite well, and Martz did very well on the other side. So you definitely push the fielders hard. I had a couple at Welbeck where they bobbled on me and got 2, and I got a little spray from the bowler, but take that on the chin and move on. Yeah, you definitely do. You push them as hard as you can, especially on fields like this. I mean, when you play at Trent Bridge, it's like glass, so there's no real excuse. But here, you do get those occasional bad bounces and bobbles that you don't want as a fielder. I got one on the shin at Welbeck. I remember I've still got the bruise to show for it now. But yeah, no, you definitely push hard.
And lastly, before I'm sure Dave will come in and ask you a couple of questions. Good to see Sammy again.
It was really good, yeah. It was really nice. He surprised me the other day. He was up in knots and I couldn't work out why. He didn't tell me. I was trying to figure out why he'd come up, but yeah, it was nice to see him. Tried to give him a little bit while we were out there.
Naturally.
But yeah, no, it's nice to see him, and it's good to see him doing well. And I know he's going well down in Penzance, scoring some runs in the club cricket down there, which is great for him. And I think he's enjoying his time down there, and nice to see him get an opportunity because he's a good man.
Very, very good man, and a very talented cricketer is Sammy King. Speaking of bobbles, he got an absolute rip snorter out there.
Did he?
I think he got hit on the chest. Just one casually rolling out of Freddie McCann. A little bit rip on
I missed that
on
one,
the chest.
unfortunately.
You roomed with him, didn't you, at Lady Bay? Am I correct in saying that?
I did, yeah, in the academy house. When I first signed, he moved in about maybe a few months after me, and it was just us two in the house for a bit with Dane Shadendorf. I'm sure the fans remember him from the last couple of years. We had a good time in there. It's the nature of it is you get very close to each other because you have to. It's close quarters, and you spend a lot of time together. Young lads trying to make your way. I guess you're all in the same sort of boat, so you form those relationships. And so I'm quite close to both those guys. But yeah, no, we did room together. And then obviously now me and Ben Martindale, after he was in there a bit, moved into our sort of place that we're living in together at the moment, which is a nice place.
It's always good. I remember back in South Africa, the days in the academy, and you stay in like a digs vibe, and you go from training, then the gym, and you go home, and you all complain about like a rubbish gym session or something like that. And there's always someone that is taking it to the one extreme, and it's always good, and especially after a win, those digs are.
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
I don't. Yeah, the waters were really, really good for the recoveries the next day, because you all take the best out of, or make the best out of each other, don't you?
Exactly. Bring the best out of each other.
This is short and wide by Yuvi Chahal, and that will be another single. Verena moves to 33. James 18. Score 2-2-7. I will ask you one more question before the end of the over. Happy to restrict them to 270 at the stage when Proctor and McSweeney were batting before Mart bowled that absolutely fantastic delivery. It looked like 300 was potentially on the cards.
It did, maybe for a little bit. I think we'd always maybe discussed as a bowling unit we'd be quite happy to get them out for anything under 300, so we were very pleased with, I think, 260. Very pleased with that. It looks like we're going to chase it down. We're going very well. I think it's a very chaseable score. We're very pleased, yeah.
Amazing. It's very, very difficult to sort of defend at the moment. Wouldn't say this is the biggest of grounds, and outfield certainly is lightning, so favours the batters definitely. And when you've got the likes of Freddie McCann, Hasiba Mead, Tahib Tahir, and Mart, and Verena, James, it's guys are absolutely stacked batting lineup.
It's the world 11, isn't it?
So good. Yuvi Chahal goes slower this time and played into the covers. And let's see if Mr. Dave Bracegirdle wants to come and speak to you. I'm sure he's going to natter your ear off about Gloucestershire until the cows come home. So, Hazy, lovely
Pleasure.
to speak to you.
Nice to see you, mate.
Lovely to see you again.
Oh, hello.
Dave,
hello, mate. Yes, good. All good. Superstitious, you see. We stood there, minding my own business. The wicket hasn't fallen, and I don't know. It's not. It's not a good thing. It's not a good cricket thing to move, is it? When there's a partnership.
That still
going.
makes its way up to the dressing room now. If somebody's on 49, you don't move. You don't breathe.
You had me looking at the scoreboard then. I'm going to say I have been watching, but I didn't think he was on 49. No. Lyndon James on strike on 19. Sorry, I was talking to Dylan at the back of the box there about our experiences at Southampton last year, the county championship game, which was a bizarre old morning for the pair of us. I had a tooth drop out at breakfast, and then Dylan thought he was playing and wasn't on the team sheet. So we both had different mornings as Lyndon James just stands and delivers away on the leg side, very close to the rope. David Milnes stretches his arms high up in the sky to signal 6, and Notts move ever closer to this victory target of 260. Got hold of that one.
It's a great shot.
So if we go over old ground, like I say, you and Carl were nattering away there like a couple of cheeky schoolboys.
Sorry,
at the
we
back.
were almost having a catch-up there, weren't we? Rather than
well, I don't know, because I was going to apologise because I didn't know what you were talking about. Was what I was leaning towards as the next ball bowled, and he's whipped this one away, but along the ground safely to the fielder. It's been for you. Really busy, pleasantly busy last few weeks, hasn't it? 'Cause
it has.
Obviously, You had the spell with Gloucestershire and then into this, so you'll be going back to see some familiar old faces at the weekend.
Yeah, I will. It's going to be an interesting one, going back to see all of those guys. I mean, they were all really nice to me, so I haven't got a bad word to say, and I really enjoyed my time there, and it's been nice to have a busy few weeks, actually. I've been playing more cricket than probably I ever have in my career so far, so that's a really good thing. I'm really enjoying that.
Verena punches this into the offside, and there's no addition to the total.
We're getting along very nicely here, aren't we? I'm very happy with the position we're in at the moment.
Not exactly saying it's a done deal, but this will be 4 wins and 2 defeats from the first 6. Nicely poised. You can still find yourself in, I guess, first, second, third, fourth or fifth. The table's so tightly congested as Verena tries to cut this into the offside, and there's no run. Little surprised to see him out there, Kyle, in one sense. In another, I know he's a plucky, he's a plucky, gritty cricketer, but telling me about his got a nasty finger all bandaged up and whatever this morning, and you'd think any chance you could get to rest it, you would.
I don't think that's the opportunity for him at the moment. I think he's firmly in the team, and unless something really catastrophic happens, I think you'll see him for the rest of the competition.
Heartbeat of the team, a good wicket keeper, and Verena's certainly one of the best, as this has driven to slice man down at third. It's a Fergus O'Neill saying. I'm sure you heard him say it a time or two. He calls that slice man down there. Couple of runs, 237 for 4. Today changed very quickly for you. You were none for after 4 overs. And
yes.
Is James going to get another bowl? Is he going to bowl out with Dillington and Brett? Is he going to bring James back? And then suddenly you were back and you were 2 for.
Yeah,
that sort of rescued your figures a bit.
I think that you get a bit lucky at the end there sometimes. It's quite a nice time to bowl if you get it moderately right, because you can pick up a few, I wouldn't say cheap wickets because they're never easy, but you can get a few cheap ones which can turn around the figures a little bit. Certainly helped me. Tough start. A couple of overs for too many, but pulled it back a little bit and put in a decent performance for the lads at the end there, which was really nice. Leaves you feeling a little bit better about the day, and then obviously to get a win would be just a brilliant top off.
Going to be Liam Guthrie back into the attack. Left armour who got the first couple of wickets. Balls to Lyndon James, tall man, eases this into the offside, and there's no run. It was a Ben Martindale dashing. Oh, there he is.
There was. Do you want to get him on? I'm happy to make way.
I don't know if he's come for that or.
He's too shy, I think.
Yourself and Brett and Dylan bowled well, but he's got to have a claim today with.
Surely he wants to come on and speak about his wicket.
Possibly ball of the day. And Martindale bowling, and this is Guthrie.
There's a lovely video of it for all the fans on the Trent Bridge social media to go and have a look at if they missed it.
It's already on there.
Very good ball.
McSweeney must have got a big thick inside edge on it, surely.
No, I've seen it working on it in the nets. It was all skill. Very good ball.
How did it come about that he was on in the first place? Because he hasn't bowled so far in the competition. Just a gut feel from the skipper?
Well, I think we were always...
Guthrie bowls down the leg side. That's a wide. It'll have to be re-bowled. And Lewis McManus has... Now he's taken one on the finger end, the Northamptonshire wicketkeeper. He's in some distress. And Jess, the Notts physio, goes out to... attend to Kyle. I was just saying about Kyle, wasn't her on the finger, and the Northamptonshire physio's running out. She's been told she's not needed.
But no, I think we'd on Marts. I think we kind of knew coming into today, having lost Pockers and being a few guys short, that maybe some guys like Freddie and Marts might have to pick up a few overs over the couple of games now. And he did really well actually, and he's probably going to get himself a few more overs. I should think you'll see him bowling again over the next couple of games.
Certainly a timely wicket with McSweeney on 49. The Northamptonshire physio hasn't completely left the field yet, just waiting to see if Lewis McManus is okay. Kyle Verena, I think he's having another strapping applied to that injured finger. And he's going to soldier on with Notts 22 away from winning this, 6 overs after this one. Is there anything slightly going under the radar that you can't tell us about, but you might give me a nod and a wink for the last 6 county championship matches with regards to perhaps somebody in need of replenishing their stocks, or is it a wait and see, or is there still a hope that you can force your way into the championship side for the last few games?
Well, do you know, that is the question, and the one that I don't actually have the answer to, if I'm being completely honest with you. I think there's lots of moving parts at the moment.
Was there a nod and a wink there, Dave? Or
but I mean, as I said, we've had a few injuries, so I think I'm probably not going to be too far away from being around the championship squad. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with regards to loans and whether or not that's possible, or whether or not I manage to get a few games for Notts, which would be unbelievable. I'd love that more than anything. So yeah, we'll have to see, but definitely watch this space, I would say.
And of course, you have represented Notts in first-class cricket this season for the first time in one of those bizarre scenarios at Leicester, wasn't it, where Brett Hutton got injured, if I remember rightly, or I was told rightly, or the rumours are correct. They wanted to pop Fergus O'Neill in, and the authorities said, no, you can't have Fergus O'Neill, he's too experienced. Or
I think they always wanted me, Dave. I think they always are going to pick me over it.
It's nice to have it, isn't it? You've played first-class cricket for Sussex on loan, but you know, whatever happens going forward, you've it's a bit of a loving going on here with Kyle and some of the Notts squad. You've represented Nottinghamshire already at first-class level. I'm sure there'll be more to come.
Yeah, no, that was brilliant. That meant everything, to be honest. It's what I've been working towards, so it was really nice to finally get one under the belt, really.
Got through bowls and cleared away onto the leg side. Oh, slight misfield, and they'll come back for 2. And unlike the unlucky Rob Lord last year, you won that match that you played in. Rob still says that last year played one game, but it was the one game they lost. Still feels it upon himself a little bit. You've got a little friend to your left here, Chesterfield's very own club pro.
The new Chesterfield churn, that's what I'm saying.
241 for 4, Notts need 19. So win this, if they get over the line before and 2. Gloucestershire at Cheltenham, and then Surrey at the Oval to come. It's going to be a busy few days, and potentially it could be anywhere this time next week. It could be sitting out waiting for a semi-final on the Sunday. You could be at Trent Bridge, we presume, if that's available, for a home eliminator match. You could be anywhere up and down the country if you finish 3rd, or you could miss out altogether. It's a great unknown, as Luke Proctor, former Lancs man, Paul's to Lyndon James, who works it on the leg side. Finishing lines in sight. Do you want to finish this over?
Sounds good. I'll get out your way.
Well, I was going to say, do you want to commentate for the rest of this over?
I can do.
And then we'll start to wrap things up and run through the events of the day, because we're nearly at 6 o'clock.
Proctor in, bowls. Lyndon's hit on the pad too high, I can tell you that.
It's perhaps as well the wicket wasn't given, actually, otherwise
really
you'd never get the gig again.
No, I wouldn't be here again. It would be nice if we could finish this before the last over. That's one thing I'm thinking at the moment. I'd like to see it hopefully get over the line in the next 3.
And what's the batting order? Are you 11?
Oh, no, I think I might be 9. We'll see.
Ooh.
No, I'm not. I was 11. That's never changed.
Shy at the stumps there. Lyndon James makes it home. Thought you were doing that one.
You're right, I was supposed to be.
From 56 balls.
50 partnership.
50 partnership, yeah, very, very good from the lads. A really well needed one for us. I mean, it was important for someone to dig in and take us through to the end, and they've both stepped up. Carl's done that a lot this comp, actually, which has been really nice, and so's Lyndon.
Yeah. And assuming you get over the line, I mean, this is a good win. There's been so many injuries in the squad, and might be forgiven for thinking, woe is me.
Proctor bowls to Verena. Flicked into the leg side, no run.
You know, you started off with the 3 wins when you had a fullish squad, and you lost the likes of Slater and Pocklington and Rob Lord and what have you. Went to Farrington and came second there, and then a narrow loss at Beckenham. But it's been a really good rebound performance today.
It has been. Proctor to Verena again. Drives. No run. Nearly a caught and bowled. A good effort from Proctor.
Nice to see Sammy King in the opposition ranks. Nice to see him back in the reckoning for a first-class county.
Yeah, very strange to be playing against him, to be honest. I'll remind him, though, the last time I played against him was in a club game, and I did get him out in that game. So I'd say maybe 1-1 as he hit me for a boundary today. I'll look to get revenge at some point. Proctor in again to Verena. He flicks it into the leg side and just take one to fine leg. Dave, absolute pleasure.
Don't know if that's gone on the board. Now it goes on the board. 2:43 for 4. 17 needed. James Hayes popping by to say hello. Hopefully,
Pleasure.
Continued success in the competition and throughout the remainder of the season. And anytime you're there with your feet up, come and say hello, and we'll have another natter.
I will do. Thank you.
James Hayes with us. Oh, one more question, which I'm always asked.
Back on.
Is he unlucky? Why do you wear 13? I'm always asked that about you.
Interesting. Okay, there's actually not as much behind it as maybe you'd like there to be. I was 35 originally when I signed. That was the birth year of a lot of my grandparents. But I wasn't having much luck, really. I was playing second team cricket, and I thought, well, I'm not getting very lucky, not getting many breaks with the number 35. Why don't I just take it head on and see if it really is me, or I can change a bit of luck by taking the number 13 on. So that's how it really came about. It was a bit of a change of attitude, maybe a change of luck, and it actually seems to have worked. I've got a few more opportunities since changing, so that was the reasoning behind it.
That's lovely.
Thank
you very much. James Hayes with us on Trent Bridge Live today. Just having a little catch up. And this is hit to mid-on, just falls short of Chahal. And Verena gets a single. For a moment I thought that was going straight into the hands of the Indian spinner. We're 16 runs away from Notts getting over the line. Or flip it round for all you Northamptonshire followers. The unlikely comeback really needs to start now. 6 wickets required. The hot seat once again filled by Kyle van Vollenhoven. To my left now, and a thickish outside edge from Lyndon James goes for 4, so Notts need 12. Kyle, 2 big hits.
2 big hits. Again, another nice partnership. Thank you for the bat, Byron. I appreciate that. He owes me. I gave him one when I first came over here. I gave him one of mine, but actually it wasn't even one of mine. It was one of my mates. He's repaid the favour.
Is he still going to steal Chahal's shirt for you?
Oh, I forgot to ask him to steal me Chahal's shirt.
I don't think you'd have got away with it.
No, I don't think he would have as well.
No, you've got 1,000 Northants fans on the live stream watching you.
Short ball, and James pulls us away. I think it's going to be 4 more. Mr. Van der Merwe.
Straight through his legs.
Notts need 8.
Nutmeg.
252. This has been fantastic by James, and Verena really, really good again.
Doing the finishing role.
Nice to see Lyndon James back in the runs, isn't it?
It is indeed.
252 for 4. In and tucked away on the leg side again. They'll run the first one very hard, and they should get back very comfortably for 2 for 8. As poor Van der Merwe misfields again. 254. Notts require 6. Can they do it with half a dozen? I think Liam Guthrie's bowled absolutely brilliant today.
Yes.
I really do. The sort of the heart that he's shown, run in, he's bowled quickly, he's bowled well, he's bowled fast. Been very, very good. Guthrie in goes short, and James pulls us away. Van der Merwe, 3rd time this is the charm, and it is. And keeps it to a single. Poor Van der Merwe out there. It's not easy. I'm just speaking to hazy. Was just saying that it is really difficult in the sweeper boundaries, just how dry it is. At the end of that one, Notts require a further 5 runs to be unbeaten at home. Maybe weather all to continue.
I was just rattling through
Bowling from the lake end, number 24.
a few of the messages. Apologies. Kyle never mentions Kimberley, Dave. What does he think about the outfield? Kimberley, that's from Tony Fisher.
Oh, there's a reason. I think Kimberley is a fantastic wicket. I'm not sure that it will get a Notts outground just because of the mountain that goes to the clubhouse inside the ground itself.
Big hit from Lyndon James, gone very, very high. It's not going to be caught. Luke Proctor's after it. And they're going to come back for a couple. Who's this bowling? Can you see at the far end? Sort it out in a moment. Is it Weatherall back on?
Yeah, no. It's
Miller.
Mr. Miller.
It's Gus Miller. Julian O'Neill, apologies, Dave, unable to listen to you in full glory today. I'm watching from my hotel balcony in the Algarve. This ball is pushed into the offside. Unfortunately, my wife is sat here reading. I do keep turning the volume up, though, when she isn't looking. Keep up the good work. That's Julian in the Algarve. I was going to say on holiday. Perhaps they're not in there on holiday. Perhaps they own a hotel in the Algarve. That'd be lovely, wouldn't it? Ben says, of course, Notts need a good outground. That's work in progress. Using a great outground like Chesterfield isn't a problem. Raising the money for an outground is. This is driven to wideish mid-off and there's no run. Of course, they've got Welbeck. So Craig says, how come Notts don't play at Worksop anymore? I just don't think the facilities would support first 11 cricket, really. All the things you have to have now. The quality of the square and the relevant number of fire exits and the car parking and all the other stuff that you must have, as Lyndon James hits another one down the ground, and that will take Notts to the victory. Lovely shot from Lyndon James.
Lyndon James hits the winning runs.
Takes him to 45.
6 wickets in the National Bank One Day Cup.
And Notts win by 6 wickets, as announced on the tannoy. Just not quite enough from Northants, as it turned out, but Notts have done very well to chase that down. 261 for 4. Freddie McCann falling just short of a century on 91. But once again, Kyle Verreynne, 39 not out, and Lyndon James, 45 not out with the runs. We've just been in danger of being drowned out by the music, which has now started up, Kyle. Really enjoyable day, in truth, and that's irrelevant of who won the game. It's been a good game of cricket. It's been a lovely atmosphere and ambience around the ground, and we've been regally looked after by everybody here at Chesterfield.
Yeah, thank you very much to everyone involved here at Chesterfield Cricket Club. It's been absolutely fantastic, from the facilities to the cakes that were brought out. It's been absolutely beautiful, and it's been a very good day of cricket. Beautiful ground in a beautiful setting. It's been we've been very privileged to come and commentate and watch a game here, and to watch Notts get over the line in the fashion that they have as well. Brilliant. It's thoroughly been a much better end to the day than my day started.
It has indeed. Huge thanks to Andrew Radd, the voice of Northamptonshire cricket, for coming and spending some of his downtime commentating with us. Lovely to have Ben Slater with us as well. James Hayes coming and joining in the commentary. Is that it? Anybody else been to say hello? I don't think so, but principally we know we do it for all the listeners, all the viewers. So if you've been out there and you've enjoyed the coverage today, many thanks to you. As always, great thanks to the camera crew for being out and around the Queen's Park ground, and to Aaron and Lewis in the production office for just keeping the live stream going and all your graphics and your replays and everything. It's appreciated from our end and it's appreciated from your end. If we didn't get round to reading all your messages out, apologies, folks. Try and get to them when we can. The music's going to be cranked up and very loud now. So with that, we'll sign off for now. Notts next in action on Sunday at Cheltenham. They go there, having defeated Northamptonshire here today by 6 wickets. From the team at Queen's Park, Chesterfield, a very good evening.